All right, everybody. Welcome back. Part two, baby. Live stream for the Haunting of Grady Farm. We are doing this. I'm on, yeah, I am, 1 second. I got to put out a fire. Make sure you clicked the link for the stream next to your time block. Hold on. My mom is a little technologically challenged, so I have to help her out here. Hold on one moment, guys. Okay, so we're streaming for 12 hours today to promote the release of tomorrow. Promote the release. I'm not fried yet. I'm not going to let myself get there. Promote the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm happening tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, Dish, In Demand, Xbox. Yeah, it's happening, and we're very excited that the High Octane Pictures is releasing the movie, helping us release the movie. We got some awesome special guests coming up here shortly that I am very excited to bring on the show. But before we do that, wherever you are watching, make sure you share the stream like I'm doing. I am currently, as we speak, I'm doing the retweets. I'm doing the reposts on Facebook. So wherever you're watching, if you're watching on my TikTok stream over here, then come over to Facebook and YouTube and join in on the fun. We just launched part 2 of our 12-hour live stream. Had to do as part 2 because of certain websites. Here's the deal. Certain websites have streaming limitations as far as to how many hours you can stream on one website. And I'm streaming to multiple platforms at once. So I want to, make sure that, the stream wouldn't have been just interrupted midstream on that first part. So that's why I'm doing part 2 on another site. Okay, here we go. One last share, and then we're going to dive into this. We're going to bring our guests in. We're going to chit chat. Celebrate the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm. And also, we're doing it to not only celebrate it, truthfully, we're getting to doing it so that you guys will pledge to watch it. As an independent film, it is very important to let's bring a director, Matt Dickstein, back in here before we bring in our first special guest. Matt Dickstein. Oh, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Got a baby. I see, man. You get that's how my mom's supposed to hop on right now, and she says I'm on here.
How are you, man?
I'm good, man. I'm making it. I got another cup of coffee here. We're about to bring in some special guests.
Sure.
One moment. I knew my mom trying to come on here was going to be a technological thing that I was going to have to deal with. Hey, hello.
Say hi.
Hello.
Say hi.
Tell people to watch our movie. I think a baby could get people to watch our movie. All right. Without further ado, I think that it's time that we bring in a very special guest. You can see him. I don't know if I want to reveal just too much about his character, but let's just say he is one of my favorite parts of the movie. Might steal the show. Mr. Tony DeMille. What's up, buddy?
What's up, you guys? How's it going? So good to see you.
Thank you so. Oh, my mom is calling. Mom, I can't do this. I'm streaming. Dude, sorry. Thank you so much for doing this. I know you're such a busy dude. But dude, that little movie we shot a couple years ago, finally coming out, man.
Coming out, right, dude?
Yeah, man. And I'm so genuinely, I'm so excited for people to see you in it, to see your performance. Yeah, man.
Thanks, man. I'm trying to get a fire started to create the mood, create the
ambiance.
But yeah, man, it's actually harder than you think. It's not as easy as one might think. So where you guys at right now? Are you guys in LA?
I'm in California. Matt is in Atlanta.
Okay, cool. Me too, buddy. Yeah.
I'm actually I know this is a weird random thing for people who might be watching, but I am actually old school Thunderdome, and I know that you've been.
Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Yeah, I've done a couple of movies with Thunderdome.
Yeah.
So rad. Don't mind me. I'm going to eat while we hang. I've been on this for 6 hours now, but Tony, if everybody watching, Tony plays a very important role in this movie. And I'll never forget, seeing your tape. And first of all, I appreciate you, like, one, after all that you had done in your career up to that point, doing a tape for an independent film, really meant a lot to me. But it was only because, hold on, we're going to bring my mom in shortly. It was only because, like, this, like, it's like, as much as I know you could crush it, there's just like, I just needed to see, we got to see the read. And I'm so glad we did, because the moment we did, it was like, well, that's our guy. Like, that's our dude.
Nice.
But before we bring in my mom, I want to take a second to just talk about, like, you came in and, like, I know you've probably done independent things before, obviously, but, like, it was eerie, man. Like, the set, and, like, and what's funny is, like, and I want Matt to chime in, obviously, and, like, but, like, I knew you before this, but, like, you really, like, went deep, man. And I know it's a testament to, how much of a professional you are and how seriously you take every part, big and small. But, like, I want to thank you, man, because, like, you really took it very seriously. And you've probably worked with actors that, like, a small project like this, won't put a lot of their heart into it. And you came and went above and beyond. And so I won't ever forget it, and I'll forever be grateful. But yeah, I mean, I would love for you guys to talk about, like, because Matt was more hands-on with you in the, like, going to the location and all that. So I would love to hear some stuff that I might not even know about.
You go first, Matt.
I mean, I just remember, gosh, it was you were on set with us for one day, and it was such an impactful day. It was, like, so intense and so, like, it was, like, real, like I don't
I live over here in Lithonia, man. You're gonna hear it.
Fair. It's not a spoiler, so Ben is kind of talking, but, like, I'm oftentimes Ben's body, if that makes sense, in the movie. The character of Ryan, for anybody, because I was kind of shooting. So, like, the scene that you were in, you had to be, like, very intense with all of the characters, and the way that, like, we had to have, like, the camera. So, like, you were kind of, like, I hope I didn't, like, get in the way of any performance, but it kind of felt like I was, like, almost, like, acting with you, even though I wasn't really doing any acting, but, like, just trying to make that camera feel like, like as if, like, the character was holding it and having to experience what he's experiencing. And it was just, like, I mean, like, I honestly, like, think about, like, just how like, intense it was, but, like, not in, like, a problematic or, like, troubling way. It was just, like, yeah, like, this is the situation. It's not a good situation for the characters, and let's have some fun with it. Let's play with it. And, like, I think it's honestly, like, I think it's my favorite scene in the whole film, just because it's so good. And it was, like, it was such a intense day. And like, I think that, kind of everyone being on, like, I mean, it's hard to even say it was a set. Like, when you guys see it, we did no set deck. We did no art direction. That was how we found it.
Yeah.
It was just this crazy place. And I hope that, like, us not having to do all, like, the set deck, like, I hope that just, like, helped you, like, get it, like, this is how your character lives. Like, let's get into it. So.
Well, I would say one of the cool things for me is, like, I feel like a lot of actors want to know everything, and I think, first of all, no one knows everything. And there's a lot of stuff I didn't know. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know what I don't want to give anything away, but I didn't know a lot of the script.
Sure.
I knew what I knew. And I think there's something to be said for that. When we filmed Bloodline season 1, the characters I was given single pages. It'd be like, man walks out of house angry. And even the leads, the series regulars, they were given, like, one episode at a time. And they were like, oh, what's this big thing that we're all talking about? And he's just like, yeah, I mean, you'll find out. I want you to act as if you don't know what's happening. And I think, I remember not I don't think you have to know. I just think you show up and you exist in the world and you do your job. And do you guys remember? So for everybody listening, they're just like, okay, cool. So the scene's gonna start, and you're gonna go inside this little creepy ass house with like all
Legit
this
creepy.
old shit on the floor. Like, been there since. There's dolls in there on the floor, and like it looked like a hoarder lived there. And
Because a hoarder lived there.
Yeah. There were like old dolls and shit from the 1950s. And I was like, yo, you guys need to have somebody in here with me because I'm not comfortable being here with all the lights off, all myself. I mean, I don't know. I don't not believe in ghosts. Let me put it that way.
But if there were ghosts, they're going to be in that house.
Ghosts would be hanging out. And I'm not like I'm not like, oh, what was that? A spider? I don't give an F about a spider, a roach.
Right.
In my bathroom, I'm just like, oh, whatever. I leave it there. If I can take him out, I take him out. But I'm not like a scaredy cat. This room was like, I was just like, this is like, I'm not being in here by myself. You know what
I would love to. This is a perfect opportunity. In this hour, we also are going to have my mom's coming on, and she was a large hand. This movie wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for my family. Forever grateful for their support with this. But my mom, there's so much I want to talk about just this location, but other things in general. But I want to bring in my mom right now. Candy Hartline, everybody. Candy Hartline.
Hey, Matt.
How are you?
Yeah.
Love it.
Hi, Mom. I wanted to bring you on. This is a good opportunity because we're talking about, and without revealing too much, the scene that Tony shot. The location was genuinely terrifying. Without revealing too much, tell a little bit about like we showed up and this place was filled with crazy stuff. Like, tell a little bit about like the location without revealing too much. Yeah.
Me? Okay.
Yeah. Because you had to like,
Yeah.
I'll never forget like, oh, there's rats in here. You don't worry about it. Like you were just so like.
The craziest thing was we were fortunate that there was an old trailer on the set, but it had not been cleaned out. So my friend and I went in there, and I mean legit, like had to like gloves and clean out, like Shane said, rats, and get it to where that could be our cast trailer, not to sleep in, thank goodness, but just to base camp, kind of a base camp. So it took days. But the coolest thing is the old house truly full of antiques. I mean, people took, I mean, there were antiques, like, and there was an old, absolutely nothing was not ready for this film. Like you guys ready.
Yeah.
It was incredible, but truly like, the trailer was so rat infested before we got a hold of it.
Did you see any rats in there, Tony?
What I saw is what looked like what I would picture somebody came home from World War II, never left their easy chair, drank like hard whiskey until something terrible happened there, and he probably died in his chair, and they found him 2 weeks. I'm not exaggerating.
What a description. I'm going to use that clip for promotion for this movie. That is the best clip. Yeah.
Who lived in there, Candy, before we filmed? Who was in that place with all the dolls and stuff all over the floor and the creepy stuff? What was that?
There was
a family friend of ours used to. Yeah.
It's crazy. The mom one day from the house you were in, Tony, decided, I want to put a trailer and I want to move to it. And she took nothing from that house.
On the same property.
She legit like put a trailer and she started living in that trailer, and she absolutely just left the house, like left it the way it was. So I think, of course, once she passed and an antiquer came and took what he wanted out of the trailer, and then again the trailer was just left for nature to consume.
Yeah.
The house, I'm sure tons of people went through and did all the damage because there was just things road. People were looking for stuff. You know,
I think this is a really good opportunity. Before we do, I have a great clip for us to air real quick. But before we do that, Tom Sherlock on YouTube just said TikTok superstar Candy Hartline. Hello.
Nice. There's a big TikTok thing going on. Candy.
Also, Debbie Reichert is watching on Facebook.
Hey, Debbie.
Ian Thompson.
oh,
Clint, all our people are watching.
did you give a shout out to Wacky? Because Wacky was on
Oh,
earlier.
Kristen Wacky, thank you for watching, all my hometown people. But this is also why I'm excited, because my hometown came together to help make this thing possible. So
A lot of them are in it.
a lot of them are in it. Now I have a clip I want to show. This is like the location that we're talking about and how genuinely creepy it is. One, you couldn't pay somebody to make something look like this. It was so authentically real because it was. So this is our lead characters discovering this house. You're not going to really see it, but if you watch the trailer, you can get a taste of it. But this is the lead characters discovering this house on Grady Farm. This is a scene from the Haunting of Grady Farm that is coming tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Dish, everything. We're going to watch this clip and we'll be right back.
Maybe there's a phone.
Try to check the door, man. Have you checked it yet? Did you check it? Guys, we gotta be quick. Just open the door quietly. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. Yeah. What do you want to do? Just fucking break the door? Yes. Break the door down. Okay, we get in here, we look for a phone. If there's no phone, we fucking leave.
Exactly.
Oh,
Gosh, I can't-
man, that makes me just want to watch that movie. We are doing this 12-hour live stream to promote the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm coming tomorrow, but also to get you guys to pledge to watch it. Please watch the film. If you watch it, give it a rating and review after you watch it. It would help us. And what's really awesome is I think that the timing of the release is a blessing in disguise, because of I don't think there's going to be many films coming out this week. So we're going to stand a really good chance to have more eyes on this than we probably ever could have imagined. Tony, had you done horror films prior to this?
Man, no, I don't think so. No. Yeah.
Well,
I don't do a lot of horror, ironically.
That
I'm usually
shocks me.
Well, I'm the wild card and normally what is a normal setup. Do you know what I'm saying? So like on NCIS, I'm the guy they bring in as a bad guy. On Bloodline, I'm the guy who's like the dad who loses it. On whatever, I'm you guys got to watch the 24th, man. It's crazy. And the 24th, it's all African-American soldiers. I'm like the racist. You know what I'm saying? So ironic. I would love to do it, but I don't know why I haven't. Probably because most of the cast, just like our cast, looks like normal. It's like normal people, and then all of a sudden they're in a crazy situation. But normally there's only one monster, or the monster CGI, or they don't show the monster because, it's a more powerful effect.
Absolutely.
Tony rules. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I'll take you guys' word for it. It's really hard for any actor to look back at a performance he did like 6 years ago. You're like,
I feel you.
Can we shoot that again? Let's shoot it again.
I feel like I could nail another take right now. Let's do this again.
Yeah. Bro, you never stop thinking about it,
Your performance, I think people are going to be talking about it. It was really it was amazing. Yeah. And I want to, my sister Madison Hartline is coming up in the 5 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and she did such a great job at like taking you with hair and makeup and transforming you, and it was great, man. It was great.
Yeah, man, it was fun to work on. And Shane, did you tell her? I mean, this is not our first movie together.
Oh, I know. I know. So when Lauren O'Quinn, I had Lauren O'Quinn on earlier because she has a great part in this movie as well. And it like, I knew this, but I had forgotten. We met doing her web series and we both played stoners.
Yeah.
And God, we were just cracking each other up the whole time. Like there's even a take that made it in the web series of like you almost breaking on camera. And that was like, it was so fun, man. That was such a fun shoot.
Yeah, man, it's fun to be able to work with your friends and stuff like that. And that's the cool thing about our industry is, especially the longer you stay in it, like a lot of people fade away, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like in another 10 years, there's going to be less of us in another 10 years. So if you're still working, and I'm 44 years old, if I'm still working with I'm 54, I'm going to look around and see like a lot of familiar faces, bro. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man. Well, yeah, I'm glad that we were able to do this together and like, let's keep making, man.
No, I'm excited. And you know, the thing I'm most excited about this is people love horror movies. And like, there's a whole subsection of our country that and the world that's just like, they can't get enough and they're always looking for the next thing. And they get so attached to, you know, ideas and techniques and stuff. And that's what excites me because, you know, as an actor, it's cool for someone to be like, oh my God, Shane, I saw you in this. That's so cool. It's very different to be like, for someone like Matt to come up with you and be like, I saw your show and that show is genius. And you were genius and this moment is genius. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that means a lot more to us as performers.
Absolutely, man. I mean, horror has, I want to say maybe the most dedicated fan base of any genre. Like, I mean, you don't have a lot of people that are like, man, I'm a drama diehard, man. Just drama is my thing.
Now
like,
you're an actor.
Hey, Shane.
Yeah.
Shane, can I tell a story that happened while y'all were making it? That is like,
please.
Okay. So we were in the trailer and the legit, our girl on set, pretty sure it was Amanda.
It was Amanda, yeah.
Screaming.
It's funny. We've said this story so many times today, but it's like the best story.
That the cops started like miles away looking for this screaming girl and ended up at the doorsteps of
guns drawn.
Guns drawn. Like we had to legit be like, oh my God, we're making a movie. You know, it's okay. Like the police know. I mean, it was nuts. And it was the coldest night of the whole shoot. And they started like those poor guys had gone through all the woods looking for the screaming girl. I love that story.
Yeah.
Shane, I was telling Shane and Matt before you got here that I don't know if you heard that trailer that we just showed that they were about to go in. I was like, I'm not a coward. I don't care. Spiders, whatever. I don't care. I'll walk home in the middle of the night. I mean, I've done it before, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I'm like, whatever. I don't care. I'll walk home. I'll walk home from downtown.
Yeah.
I would not stay in that trailer by myself. I was like, I'm not going to, I need somebody in here with me because it's too far past the line. Like legit there, 100% there's ghosts in there. 100%. There's spirits. Somebody has some unresolved business in that place.
Yes, I agree with you a million times. And to me, not just the trailer, but the land. Like even the big like warehouse that had all the stuff. I mean, it was just so many things. Like and behind it all was a swamp, like a legit swamp. Yeah. So it couldn't have been like a better location. And
yeah. I mean, there's no acting, right?
Yeah. No.
You know what I mean?
Like, you're right.
Out here.
I like to say that the land and the farm itself is a character in itself in this movie because you can't make something look like, I mean, it's just authentic. You know, there's work obviously that put it like our boy Henry, I have to give you a shout out because my boy Henry put so much work into helping clean up the land there.
And Ian helped so much.
Ian and a lot of people in my dad's company.
Of our guys. And then also my friend Stana is the one who let you use her Jiffy store in town. Like,
listen how Southern my mom is. Jiffy store.
We really used all all our resources, and my friends, like my friend Debbie and everybody came out, helped me because I was caterer. I was housing all of the cast, and then I catered, which was so much fun, which that's what I do. I feed people. But
yeah, that was fun. That was fun,
yeah.
all staying together in your guys' house. It was like you know what's crazy is I feel like the times that you get to work on the most amount of independent films is in the beginning of your career and then at the end of your career when you're like, you know what I'm going to do now? Like my dream when I get to a certain point in my career and I have a lot of discretionary income and more connections is I'm going to be like, send me scripts and we're going to make a really good independent film.
Yeah.
You know, what a better environment. Like we were all staying together and it was just a really good time, you know?
So much fun. So much fun. And truly, we couldn't have had more help from the fire department and the police department. And
the city came together. The city really.
Yeah. So I hope they all come together and watch it on Amazon tomorrow.
Yeah, Amazon Prime.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, because it is the only there are many pros, honestly, of the film coming out when it is coming out. But the one downfall is I did want to have like a screening in the hometown, and you know, there's who's to say we can't do something like that in the future, but like, you know, that is one of the downfalls. So this is kind of fun to celebrate it and, you know, encourage people to check it out. Mikey Beasley from Polk County, he's excited to see the movie. Polk County represent. Tom Sherlock, our boy, he's had a lot of great questions today. He has a question for Matt. Who inspires you as a director?
Man, a lot of folks. My favorite director, probably the two biggest inspirations right now are P.T. Anderson and David Lynch. Those are my top two right now. But I mean, the whole reason I got into film was I saw Jaws as a kid and it changed my life. So obviously, like, you know, I feel like everybody in my generation and, you know, a little bit older and maybe even a little bit younger is like Steven Spielberg, you know, and he's amazing.
Oh my God! While you bring that up, Mom, you had to have seen Jaws in the theaters.
I saw it in 1976. Yeah, at the Ritz Theater in downtown Winter Haven. Yeah, or 77. Which year did it come out? 76, 77.
Nice. Was that you and Shane's dad's first date?
I was a baby.
Okay, I was gonna say because I was only like one.
I know. I was like 10. Yeah, no.
Could you imagine?
Actually, Star Wars too. Those two are like my absolute like inspirations in life, and they both like aired right there at the Ritz. Now the Ritz Theater, I've never seen more screaming people when Jaws like ever. It was like you were in the, you know, it's like the people were in it. It was. Did
it really have an effect on beaches like they said it did?
Absolutely.
That's so trippy.
Uh-huh.
That's so trippy. We've got on YouTube Cringe de la Cringe. The trailer reminded me of the Blair Witch Project, but better. So excited. I love that. I love that. My sister Tiffany, or no, this is Brandon, her husband. Brandon, I'm sorry. I saw Tiffany in the picture. Congrats, Shane. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so we're doing this live stream to celebrate the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm, happening tomorrow on demand, and to get you guys to pledge to please watch the movie. Tom Sherlock with another great question. I'm interested in what Candy's favorite horror movie is.
I'll tell you, Rosemary's Baby.
Nice.
Honey.
Like, it's classic and it's old and probably doesn't scare a lot of people, but I'm telling you, it is amazing. Yeah, I don't like The Strangers. That's my worst nightmare ever. Don't like it because it's real. Like, it tells you in the beginning, this is real. Like, I don't like that. But Rosemary's Baby, hands down.
My sister Tiffany, we're excited and proud. Love you too, Tiff. Thank you. Debbie Reichert, still hear the Jaws music while I'm in the water at the beach.
Oh, Deb. Hey, no. Oh, we're quick story. Sometime on YouTube, look up Shark That Fell.
Oh, yeah.
Her son was fishing, and my Will Reichert, he's like my son too. He was fishing and fell over on top of a huge shark. And I'm not kidding. Sharks were all around the boat. It could have gone bad. Thank goodness. God is great. Yeah. Anyway, he's good. So yay. So anyway, that was
right. Did I ask you, Tony, what your favorite horror movie is? Did I bring that up? Oh, it's my dad. Hi, Bob.
You did not, but I'll tell you, man. You know, the movies that scared my generation when I was coming up was Freddy's Nightmares.
Oh,
The TV series. Literally, I was like, it was a series where I had it was like a coming of age moment where it was just like, oh, I can't watch movies like this because my imagination is too good. But you know, the movie that made me stop watching like all like scary thrillers and stuff like that. Cape Fear.
Cape Fear?
After Cape Fear, I was like, oh, I'm never watching any movie. I'm never watching any movies. Like, it was so scary and so terrifying. I was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't watch movies like that anymore.
Yeah.
It's scary, you know?
Yeah.
But Freddy was, I mean.
My mom, as she should have, didn't let me watch those movies. So there's a lot that I still haven't seen because, I mean, you know, growing up like that period of time when all those classics were coming out, you know, there's like, I've seen a lot of them, but not all of them. So I've never seen like the Freddy Krueger movies. Like I've never seen, not by like choice. It's just like on the list of many movies that I've
Nightmare on Elm Street, straight up. So scary.
Yeah, it was and I remember watching it on my little TV, and then there was this movie about you know, they were crazy with kidnapping. They pumped it down our throats when we were kids. They're like, you will get kidnapped. And so I remember watching Freddy's Nightmares one night, and after that, this movie about kidnapping, and I was like, why am I watching this stuff? This stuff, I remember the moment. I can see the TV. I was like, why am I watching this stuff? This terrifies me. You know?
Matt, what's yours? What's your favorite, Matt?
I think it's The Shining. I think probably like. I like
that the other night with the hour.
My wife, I showed her The Shining a couple years, like 2 years ago. She hated it, but it's such a crazy, like I don't know, it's just a wild. I like wild, crazy rides in films, and like you know, I love obviously like, you know, to turn it back to Grady Farm. Like this is a pretty wild, crazy ride, and I wanna. That's kind of like I don't know if I want to stick with like horror forever, but I want to make wild, crazy rides forever. Like,
yeah, I honestly, as like a filmmaker, would love to make kind of every genre. Like I would love, you know, to like try everything, you know, and I'm not even, what's funny is I'm not even a real, and I was thinking about every genre, but like, I'm not even a horror fan or a horror. Wow. No, I'm not even a Western fan, but like, there would still be something fun about making a Western.
Tombstone, best Western ever. Look at Dad behind me.
He's making a cameo. Look at him.
Hartline.
He's advertising the business.
He's advertising our business. That's my dad. And that's why I ended up the way I did. Because
Candy, speaking of which, this is a great segue. What was Shane like as a kid? Was he off the charts?
You know what? Honestly, I'm not exaggerating. Made movies from the time, and Shane
10 years old.
Okay, I think he was younger, but he says 10. I'm his mother. I think I know. But anyway, he really, like the minute we got the big VHS camera, you know, the big dog.
Yeah.
He took it over. That was it. It was done. I would open up his door, constantly filming, whether it be people or little figures or just filming. I have thousands of hours of footage.
That's awesome.
What's sad though is, you know, and this is to anybody at home that has like old VHS tapes, convert them soon to digital, because half of our family VHS tapes we're going to have to send to like a company because they're developing mold.
Yeah.
Because they just age. And like, so there's a half of our VHSs that are like, you can't even convert them right now until there are companies that will clean them. But I was just talking to somebody about that yesterday, because like one of the things I want to do is I want to find my childhood VHS camera, try to get one that's working and shoot something on it again. Like that's just like something I want to do. And I think I found the one I had on eBay, but then finding one that's still working is a whole nother challenge. So that's just like a fun adventure project I want to do one day. But yeah, I was probably a nightmare
But no, truly, he was an entertainer. Every single talent show, he entered in Spook Hill Elementary, which is the school he went to. And I'll never forget, and it still makes me cry. He sat on the stage in 3rd grade.
Why does it make you cry?
It's so sweet. He did the entire monologue from Forrest Gump, like a huge monologue, and memorized it. I was proud. But
Mom, that was one of the more awkward moments of my life.
well, you did it, and it was awesome. But anyway, but every year he entered the talent show. I mean, he always had it in him to entertain, perform.
Well, I'm not trying to make this about me. I'm trying to keep this about our movie. But I always, like, the greatest joy I would get, and I even remember, is like I would love filming things and then just going and watching them. Like, it was just like, whatever I shot, I want to watch, and I want to show anybody that comes over. Like, as dumb as it is, like, it was just that, like, I think the thrill of seeing people's reactions, and then that, obviously that translated into like YouTube and doing stuff on stage. It's just like instant gratification is like one of from like an art is like one of my favorite things.
And Jackass jumping off roofs.
Yeah, Debbie Reichert in the chat had to bring up Purple. So I did a Jackass tape series like every kid that was 13 around the time of Jackass, called Purple Pancakes, and slipped a disc in my back and like hurt myself beyond belief. But like,
you survived.
Yeah, I survived, and it made me the man I am today.
Look at Tony's fire. Tony, you go.
You set the mood.
It's in honor of the film. I haven't made this is the first fire we've had this year because of, all the rain and everything, and it hasn't been cold up here. So I wanted to make it, and it's funny, it started just as the podcast.
Perfect.
Just as we logged on. I didn't know if it was going to take or not, but it totally did.
Oh my God, look at Matt's baby peeking through the window.
Oh my goodness.
Cutest kid I've ever seen.
Matt's gonna go theater.
Everybody, we're doing a 12-hour live stream to promote the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm, coming tomorrow on, here's all the platforms you can see The Haunting of Grady Farm. It's coming on Amazon, Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu.
I cannot believe you have a baby. Sorry, Tony. Sorry, Shane.
I'll start again. I'll promote again. You can watch the Haunting of Grady Farm tomorrow on Amazon, Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, The Bigwitty, Dish, and In Demand, DirecTV In Demand. Yeah. So we're doing this. We're pushing Amazon. We're doing this to get you to pledge to watch it and then review it. It's very important. Matt's baby wants you to watch The Haunting of Grady Farm.
What's your baby? What's your little guy's name?
This is Evelyn.
Oh, hey, Evelyn. That's my mom's name, and that's also my niece's name after my mom.
Beautiful. She's so beautiful.
That was my great-grandmother's name.
Oh, cool.
Well, she's beautiful. Life has changed, huh, Matt?
Oh my gosh, it has changed so much. I was, just to go into how long ago it was that we shot, I was like a year in. Hi. I got married for like a year and a half when we started shooting, and now I got a kid. So,
baby girl.
So awesome.
Your life will never ever be the same. She's beautiful.
She's
gorgeous.
She's fun. She's like 1 2/4. That's a half. She's like 1 1/4 or something. I don't know.
Oh,
she's like 16 months, but I'm gonna send her on her way.
There we go. Sorry, I was adjusting something. Why don't we show another fun clip real quick?
Yeah.
Let's watch. Here's another creepy scene. I think it's about time we start. So it's getting late. It's getting creepy. Let's show another creepy scene. This is the group of friends in the film, the main characters looking for for Ashley, played by Allie White. Allie, does Allie go by Allie White or Allie Roberts right now?
She goes
professionally. Allie Roberts, I think, still.
I don't know.
I don't either. Allie Roberts / Allie White.
Her Instagram stuff says Allie White, so
Yeah,
I just call her.
So yeah, let's check out this clip, and we'll be right back.
Why would she come out here all by herself? God damn, there's no way she came out here. Back up. Go back this way. Ashley! Ryan? What? Andy!
What?
What is it? Go, 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 go.
Oh fuck!
Oh my god!
Fuck!
Oh my god!
Oh no!
Creepy.
Well, you know
Creepy.
what's crazy is it depends on the project, but I remember that project. Matt and I had a conversation. I was like, hey man, I didn't read the whole script because I don't want to know information that I wouldn't know. So like, I don't know what happens in the movie. I can't wait to watch it myself. I have no idea what happens.
I love that. I love that. That was a fun, you got a glimpse of what's happening there, but that was a really, really fun practical effect that we were able to pull off very safely with some equipment from my dad's company. And it was funny, fun story. Allie's a very little girl, very tiny, so it was extra safe to put her on this safety harness that my dad uses for grown men in scaffolding. But to even prove to her how safe it was, all the guys tested it. So funny story, we put Ben Kaplan up in the scaffold or in the harness and started pushing him. And he was just helpless, he could do nothing. So we started pushing him and hitting him in the balls. That was a fun memory. And I believe that footage is on a blooper reel or something like that.
Yeah, I remember filming.
Yeah, for sure.
Brady's hair is kicking. I love.
You know what? I'm trying to find the right angle so it doesn't look like atmosphere, but it looks like my Zoom background, doesn't it?
Oh my god,
It does look like a Zoom background. That's funny.
So cool.
Yeah, let's see. Tony, what else are you working on right now? What's something you can I would love for you to promote whatever you got going on, man. I know you're teaching, you're doing all kinds of great things.
Yeah, man. Thanks so much. I'm so glad you asked, man. The film that I would like people to really go out and watch it's called, besides obviously Grady Farm, is the 24th. It's a true story about the first all African American Army battalion in 1905 in Texas. It's I think it's just on VOD right now. It hasn't. I don't know what other platform you can watch it besides iTunes and Amazon and stuff like that, but it's an Oscar movie, man. It's so good, and there's so many good people in it. And just like this, it's a big budget film, but it's an independent film. I mean, this is a labor of love for a lot of the cast. The Trey Byers did it, and Kevin Wilmot, who wrote Black Klansman and Brothers. What's the one? All the Spike Lee movies. The brothers
wait.
The Five Bloods.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, he wrote The Five Bloods. He wrote he co-wrote Malcolm X, a lot of films. And
David Robinowitz.
Kevin Wilmot.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other things too, but thankfully. But that it's just such a good film, and I'd really love people to see it. Honestly, it's colored well, and it's Thomas Hayden Church is in it, and Michael T. Williams, the guy who played Bubba Gump.
That's awesome.
It's just good. I work on very few projects where every single person on set is laser focused, invested. You know what I mean? It's such a rare thing. It's our job. So the audio guy's been, on 70 films, but it was not like that on this film. People were invested,
I love that.
Yeah, there's films like that are kind of bigger than, the film. It's that film, a film about a story like that is bigger than the film. So I think that, you kind of probably get into a zone that's we've got to make this happen because it has to happen. You know, the story needs to be told.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's like buying somebody. I don't like the wrap gifts. Like I'm so lazy.
It's hard to maintain.
Yeah, but if you buy somebody like a super duper beautiful, nice gift, like you're gonna take time and wrap it and make it really nice. And I feel like it's kind of like that. By the way, what's up with those video games in the background, bro? That's awesome, dude.
Arcade 1-Up, man.
What is that? Ninja Turtles and what else? NBA? Is that
NBA, dude? My dream office is being assembled.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I quarantine's great, man. I don't need to go anywhere.
You and I are very different, bro. I can't.
I'm kidding. No, I'm like aching to like get back to regular life. I'm very much joking.
Yeah. Whereabouts in California are you staying? You don't have to tell me specific, but
no. We got a new place in Pasadena. With that,
nice, dude, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Me and my girl just got a new place in Pasadena that is just honestly like our little dream spot right now.
Nice,
like
dude.
it's beautiful. So yeah, life is great. Life is good. Got a movie coming out. Can't complain. That I want everybody to check out. So many things.
Question, Shane. Let me ask you a question.
Please.
What do you think of the new way that people are consuming media? Like, I think it's so cool. I'll just ask you, what do you think about the new way that people are like distributing and consuming media?
I think it's great. I mean, the way I look at it is like, it's bound to happen with the internet. It's going to the net is going to be casted even wider. And the way I look at it is there's a lot of people, like even right now, I'm streaming not only here, but I'm streaming over on TikTok right now to a lot of people. So what's cool about that to me is like, a lot of people scoff at like, oh, TikTok, or, oh, this new platform. People even said it about Instagram. People said it about Twitter, but the way I've always looked at every platform since I joined YouTube months after it started in 2005. And that site blew my mind when it came out. Because to me, it was just like, before that, putting video online was not an easy process, as Matt, I'm sure you can relate. It was like you had to upload this file onto a server, and you had to then somehow either convince people to download it or to somehow figure out how you're going to embed it, which wasn't an easy thing. So since YouTube has come out, like I've always looked at every platform as just another outlet for me to put whatever I'm making on. And if it connects with people, it connects. And if it doesn't, it's not any skin off me. It's just another way to get my stuff out there. And so I think, to answer your question, I think that it's a great thing. I think that even let's look at this even deeper. I'm gonna relate this to professional wrestling. Because it's what I know. In the late 90s, television ratings were, and it still are to some extent, were based on the Nielsen ratings. In the late 90s, wrestling the ratings were only based on the Nielsen ratings. And it was like, you're getting 5 million people watching Monday nights on WWE or WWE. Now, oh my God, the ratings are down. Wrestling is not what it used to be. No. More people are watching wrestling now than there ever has been, because the eyes are not just on the television. They're on YouTube. They're on this platform, that platform, that platform, that platform. So there's no way to calculate just how many eyes are on one thing anymore. And to me, that's great, because the bottom line is like, what do we want? We want people to see our thing. And that's why tomorrow, what's exciting about The Haunting of Grady Farm is it's not just in 100 theaters around the country. Theoretically, it's in millions of theaters, if you look at it that way, in people's living rooms instantaneously. Dude, remember the days of going to Blockbuster? As much as we miss that, how hard it was to get people to find like an independent film of yours would have been so much harder.
Bro, it's not in millions of films at platforms. It's in hundreds of millions of Everybody in the country has access to it tomorrow on their TV at home, on their TV downstairs. In my home alone, we have 2 laptops, 2 large screen TVs, and 2 phones. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I love TikTok. I think it's great. It's so much the perfect app. I can't go on it, bro.
Yeah.
Because when I'm on it, I cannot get off it.
Exactly.
I love it. The other day I was in my room in my bed and I wanted to watch a favorite program of mine, but you know how it is sometimes when you want to watch something emotional and your roommate's there. But I was just like, cool, I'll just watch it on my phone in my bed. Like, it's perfect. Like, tomorrow 330 million Americans have access, and there are 5 different ways to access something. You know, I mean, how many times have you been watching a movie and you're like, oh, dude, I gotta go. And as soon as cars are self-driving, you can watch it on the way to where you're going, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so while it's changed and that change might scare some people, for a creator, I think this is like the golden age of like, oh my God, there's so many ways to have your art be seen. So here's the thing, you have no excuse of like, oh, it's like, I want people to see my stuff. There's plenty of ways to do that. Make something that's good, you know?
Sure. When I make films that are 59 seconds. I'm like, cool. Nobody doesn't look at my everybody looks at my Instagram. Even if they just see it for a second, they see it. It's perfect. You know, and I used to talk junk about Instagram, and then I got on it. I'm like, can I delete Facebook now? You know,
that's what I did.
I'm on it years ago.
I got on Facebook like 4 years ago.
You're smart. If I was not an actor, I would get off Facebook because
I've said the same thing.
Bro,
yeah,
Instagram is so much more pleasant. TikTok is so, like I said, TikTok, I can go on there and in 5 minutes, I saw a grandpa from Greenville, Alabama. I see like a Russian dude. I see a 13-year-old autistic girl from Minnesota. I see a girl with bulimia from the Czech Republic. It's insane. Talk about a way to connect the world.
The way I look at TikTok is like, it's one, there's many ways I look at it, but one, it's the best platform for creators because it is, and it's been proven it's the only platform that they are, you know, if you make good content, people will see it. They're encouraging creators to post instead of the other platforms that are like, yeah, you can post, but you got to pay for people to see this pretty much. Another way I like to look at it is like TikTok is so great because it's like a bowl of M&Ms. Like you can bite onto the next one, bite onto the next one.
Yeah.
You know, and I used to get hung up on making everything comedy wise that I shot. Like, it's got to look really good. And while I still care about that, I've had the things that I've had that have connected the most on TikTok lately are shot on like cell phones. Yeah.
Like I got a going viral one right now, and it's our cat with a lizard hanging on her whisker.
How southern is that?
Like, she's in the dining room and I look in there and there's a lizard like literally, and the lizard's like, okay, I'm sure it was thinking if I let go, I'm going to be eaten. So, I mean, I had to say,
this is the most southern thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's going viral. My TikTok's going viral right now. I have 58,000 views, which
that's crazy. I got to add you. I'll add you on TikTok. I never go on there, but I'll add you on there.
Okay. Candy H.
TikTok.
Candy H, everybody on TikTok.
Candy H.
Go watch my cat and the lizard hanging. It's hilarious.
TikTok is such a good platform. They literally have to pay to make videos to be like, hey, still watching? Go get some food. Maybe they have to like tell you, please stop watching our video.
So true.
You know? You're watching, you're like, oh my God, what time is it? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I got to go to bed, you know?
Your phone battery. Like, it eats your battery quickly. Yeah. You got to plug your phone in to do a couple hour stint on TikTok.
You got to get the new, do you have the new 11? The battery's great on it.
No, I still have 8 Plus and I'm not getting rid of it. I like that button, Tony. I don't want to get rid of that button.
I was the same way. I was the same way. My phone died, but the 11, the camera's amazing.
Is it?
It's amazing. The camera's amazing. The battery is like, I never plug my phone in anymore. I never have to.
Well, when this 8 gives up on me, I'll get that 11. Or actually, by that time, it'll probably be a 15.
Yeah.
What are we on now? Something bigger. Isn't there like a 12?
Yeah, there's something coming out. The X
I
Plus.
know it just came out.
Wasn't it a 12 or a something?
Oh, a 12, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. With even a better camera.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
It's very, very crazy. Yeah, Tony, before you leave, I would love to, if you have any other like fun memories of like being on this. I mean, I just know you were there very quickly, but like that was an intense night where we knocked out a lot. And I want to say, without revealing too much, I went, does my video look laggy at all to you guys?
No.
No? Okay. Well, I want to say too, like how much I appreciate there's something like you did. You stuck around for a shot that you didn't have to. And that I don't want to reveal what it is because it would reveal a major spoiler. But you know, like that, things like that, like really show, you know, how true of a professional you are. So, you know, I've always looked up to you and your work, and I'm glad that we worked together all those years ago and connected. And yeah, man, what's next? What do you want to do? What do you want to do next?
Man, you know what my dream is? I'm going to put it out there. 2 different characters. I'd love to play like a 10-episode arc as a Russian villain.
Oh.
And I'd love to be in a Western.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I want to be in a Western, man. Let's make a Western, dude.
If you get in it, tell them to call me as an extra.
Yeah,
my mom is all about being an extra.
I've been an extra in Ocean's 11.
You would be great as the madam.
Yeah.
And the one who like knows everybody's business is welcome. Oh, come on and sit down, sugar. Let me get you fixed up. And you'll be like, sweetness, come meet my friend Matt. You know, you'd be perfect as that role, dude.
Okay. I want that role.
That's so fun.
Make it happen, Tony.
Well, everybody watching at home, The Haunting of Grady Farm comes out tomorrow. Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, Dish. So many great platforms. Please watch it. And one of the reasons you should definitely watch it is Tony DeMille crushed it. Such a creepy character. I can't really reveal too much about what happens, but he crushes it. And
Matt crushed it. My gosh.
Everybody did great. Everybody did great.
This is my first live stream, so thanks for having me, Shane.
Nice.
Welcome,
I've never done a live stream before.
You guys do you guys do dual TikToks and duets and stuff like that on TikTok?
Have duetted one person, and she's a country singer, and I duetted her dance, but no, I don't duet. Not too much.
When I come home for Christmas, I'm sure we'll shoot.
Yeah, well, I'll do
some collabs. Yeah, do some collabs. Like The Rock and what's his name? Kevin Hart.
Yeah, collab with me, Shane.
I'll collab with you, Mom. I'll collab with you, Mom.
Matt, your baby is precious, and Tony. Oh my gosh, so good to see you guys.
Tony, do you have any social media you'd like to promote before you leave?
Yeah, join me on Instagram so I can get all my friends on Instagram so I can delete Facebook.
Yeah.
At Tony D Mafia. Let's all get on Instagram. It's nicer there. I want to see pictures of your kids and stuff like that. I don't want to hear a 45-minute story about how like some woman cut you off and she didn't wave. You know what I mean? I don't care. I'd rather see I'd rather see the most boring TikTok in the world of a mom being like, "This is how you attach a whatever to the." I'd rather see that than Facebook. What Facebook has become. Sorry, Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark.
I feel you. I feel you.
Mark, I don't
Let's
support
make another one.
Yeah, dude, please. Let's make more.
Yeah,
I can't wait till we can.
Yeah.
Awesome, dude. Thank you so much for being a part of this, man.
Cool. I can't wait to see the movie. I'll buy it and I'll write a review.
Please do, man. Thank you. See you, dude.
Love you guys, man. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah, dude. Bye.
See you, dude.
Tony DeMille, everybody. He is in the Haunting of Grady Farm happening tomorrow. Mom, you can hang out because I think Madison's coming on next, so we can have a little hangout to talk about like, you know,
I said a little family time.
Yeah, a little family time with Matt Dickstein. Oh, that's a good.
That's a good show.
That's a good family. That's a good title.
Family time with Matt Dickstein.
But no, like when Maddie comes on, we'll chat about a little bit about like the behind the scenes.
Say hey to her.
Huh?
I said I'll stay, say hey to her, and then I'll leave.
Okay.
Give her the stage.
Sure. But yeah. So is there anything else? Well, before we do that, I'm going to use the bathroom like I've had to do 1,000 times today. Let's play the trailer one more time for The Haunting of Grady Farm. If you're drinking along at home, this is a drinking game. Anytime that I use the bathroom, take a shot. But here's a trailer for The Haunting of Grady Farm that is releasing tomorrow on demand.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy.
It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
What?
Who is that? We gotta go! We gotta go! It's my fault. Somebody died.
This guy is murdered, okay? You had nothing to do with to find him. I'm just get out of here.
Turn around! We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
There you have it. There you have it. The Haunting of Grady Farm coming tomorrow. Again, here's all the platforms that you can view the film: Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, Amazon, Vibiguity, Dish, and DirecTV in demand. Surreal that the movie is going to be on all of those platforms starting tomorrow. So wild. Mom, do you have any more memories that come to mind of, as far as like you were there hands on? Everybody watching at home, my mom, she catered, she housed us. Really, there were so many more things she helped with, but like, was there anything that part of the process that sticks out? Like any fun memories?
I just think that everybody, well, first of all, everybody was incredible. Everybody was, supportive of each other, and really it was just like the best set. But what I loved is, again, the towns, all like, gosh, I'll never forget, like Will and Kaylee Hines and all of these, these people in our town that were willing to come out and put on those costumes, because they were like crazy to put on, because I was one of the creatures.
Well, tell a little bit about what, without revealing too much. So the creatures, you don't see them very often, but to when we did need to utilize them, we would need people to put on these, like, explain it, Mom.
They were like almost like, I want to call them morpho suit type things.
So
they were fully black, full black. Anyway, they were hard to get on, and I played one of the creatures behind the fire. I can't remember who was with me, and I didn't think I'd ever forget it. But anyway, we had a great time.
Ray.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. It was Ray. Anyway, we had a great time that night. But anyway, it was it just truly how everybody came together, and everything, to me, it was almost like clockwork in a way. The way you guys had everything planned and the timing, and yeah, there's always, mishaps, but there really weren't any bad mishaps. I mean, it just went along every single day. They were up and at it, and I don't know, it was just so much fun to watch it come together. And like Shane has said a million times today, that part, as much as it seemed so exhausting then, was the easiest part of it. And it's all about shooting. The shooting is of any film, it's usually the easiest. It's the post-production and all of the things that come after that people don't. Because if I like Shane, I've been asked a million times, is that movie ever coming out?
And I just wish we could have. It's hard because when you ask, you want to be like, I want to just give it to you now, but it's hard to explain when people don't understand how much goes in.
Well,
Matt,
people donate and they want immediate, like they donate and they want to see it. Like we heard you filmed it. Why isn't it out? Well, it's all of the post-production that no one truly,
because it came down to a lot of Matt, how many nights did you and I sit together? How many nights were you just by yourself?
So much. And that's the thing, especially on such a skeleton post-production crew and money and funds, because all of the initial funds, the main funds, were used to film it,
Willie Reichert, I appreciate. Oh man, that means a lot. Means a lot, Willie.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nuts. If you stop and look at just a small group and you guys' idea, and really now it doesn't seem like that long, but it was, because I mean, Shane's been asking mine, and so have I. Like, when's it coming? When's it coming?
And as much, like you said, it's hard to get asked that, because you understand where it's coming from, but it's also a frustration of you just don't understand. You don't understand, and that's why movies have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people working on them, because there are so many hundreds and hundreds of parts and things to do. So when it's on two people, Matt and I, to finish it, it's a lot of work, and we didn't want to skimp and just half-ass it, it was important that the sound was good and every visual effect, and it's all we can hope is that people watch it, which is surreal that that is going to be a possibility tomorrow. And then I hope people like it. And, it's my dream that this thing is a little bit of a cult classic. It would be so cool.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be because found footage, Blair Witch was nauseating. I mean, to me. I mean, I would literally get sick when I watched it. I think that you guys hit the perfect balance in this.
And she's not just saying this because she's my mom.
No. I'm really not. I'm not. But I mean, it's a balance of that found footage stuff, which can make some people a little bit nauseous. But it's such a good balance. You guys found that balance. It's not all that craziness.
Yeah.
It made down Blair Witch, because my goodness, they did wonderful, made millions. But
it was also the first of its kind, and then many films after that, they looked at we can just get a camera and go out there, and a lot. I don't want to say every found footage movie did that, but there's a lot that did that. That's I don't want to say they were lazy, but you can be lazy with found footage, and we didn't want to do that.
Right.
But before you go, Mom, I want to bring, I want to tell people where they can follow you. Candy H on TikTok. Go follow my mom on TikTok. But also, you're on Instagram. What's your Instagram handle?
I don't know. Let me see.
Oh, my God.
I think it's just Candy Hartline. Hold on.
Search Candy Hartline. She's on Instagram.
Hartline. Yeah, just like what's under my name. Just
you want to say hi to your daughter before you leave?
Yes.
All right, everybody. Here comes my sister. She did hair and makeup on The Haunting of Grady Farm.
Great job.
This is Madison Hartline, everybody.
Hi, Madison. Where are you? It's so
I didn't expect that I was talking.
Madison, you're so beautiful where you're at. Where are you dining tonight?
I'm in my dining room, Mom.
All right.
Jesus Christ. All right, Mom, say goodbye to your daughter.
Am I leaving?
And me. Well, you don't have to, but you did say you didn't want to take the time away from.
Bye. No, I do not. Bye, Matt. Bye,
Bye, Mom. I love you.
Bye, Bye.
So I don't know. I saw earlier I can't talk. I saw earlier you said something about drinking at some point.
I'm not. It's only 5. It's 5 o'clock. It's only 5 o'clock here.
Start.
Well, Gabby's bringing me back stuff, so I don't have stuff yet.
Oh, well, I have leftover Jell-O shots.
And Maddie, keep this in mind. I only have you scheduled for an hour, but please hang if you want to.
Okay.
I just want that to be known. Like, you don't have to jump off.
Okay.
And that goes for anybody that's like been on this, that's still watching. You can hop on at any time. Anyways, yes, everybody watching. This is the 12-hour live stream for the Haunting of Grady Farm, which is releasing tomorrow on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, DirecTV, Xbox, all kinds of amazing platforms. And we're doing this as sort of like a telethon to get you to pledge to watch the movie. Wherever you're watching this to right now, if you could give it a quick share, a retweet, whatever, it would help get more eyes on this for the last remaining hours of the stream. But right here with us is our next special guest, my sister, Madison Hartline. She did hair and makeup on the movie, wore 2 hats, and crushed it. Debbie Riker says, "Hey, Madison."
Hey, Miss Debbie.
But yeah, well, obviously this was like your first. I have a lot of things that I want to like touch on, which is really like a surreal thing to talk about. But like, this was obviously your first feature that you worked on. So what going into it, like, I don't know, where was your head at? What did you do to prepare? Like, this is your first thing like this. So like, what do you do to prepare?
I Googled
how to do hair and makeup.
I Googled what does a makeup artist do
on
a movie.
Okay.
And I Googled like what I needed, like tools wise, and how to be like sanitary. And yeah, and then I had to order a lot of makeup. And most of the time though, on set, like you remember when I was doing the dead makeup for Allie, I was watching YouTube videos as I was doing her makeup because I had no clue what I was doing.
Yeah.
And then hers was fun though, because I had to do
was a progression, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had to progressively make her, depending on like what we were filming that day, I had to make her look more dead.
Yeah. That was the one of the really cooler ones to see visually. There's another character, I don't want to reveal the spoilers, but you had to make very gory like wound. And that was trippy how real that looked.
Well, because we used first, I was using like fake like blood and what was that stuff? I don't remember what it's called now. The latex, liquid latex, and like tissue paper and stuff. And then right when we finished it, I'm not going to give away who it was on, but we decided to use real chitlins from the grocery store. And yeah, it was really gross. And I'm a vegetarian, so handling the meat was very gross.
Were you one at the time?
I think I was like vegan at the time.
Oh, that's right. That's like when you went real hard. That was like right at the. Oh wow, that's wild. Cringe de la cringe on YouTube. OMG, her makeup is beautiful. She is stunning.
Cringe de la cringe.
Yeah. So yeah, that I think was one of the things as an outsider looking in, like the wound makeup you did was pretty surreal. What was one thing I would like to say, and I want to give Matt the floor if he has any like thoughts or memories about the makeup or the hair of the film, because that's a huge thing that often gets overlooked in indie films. But one thing that takes me out of some films that, like, I think when you and I were talking a little early on about the process of like how we wanted to do this, and you were, I think, on the same page as me, is that a lot of movies, actors look too pretty. Like in that, like they look too made up. Like they don't look like people out in the woods. Like, so you did a really great job at, like, you did makeup, but it wasn't like caked on. It didn't look like, you know what I mean?
I remember like everyone, especially the guys, I just wanted you guys to look natural. So I didn't do much on you. I just did like sunscreen mainly because you guys were filming outside so much during those day shoots. So I was just trying to make sure you didn't get sunburnt too bad. But the only like glam makeup I did was on it was Allie's character. With her though, I even tried to like if it was like longer, like she'd been there camping for like a day or two or whatever, I tried to make it look a little worn because I didn't want it like there's no way she could keep like glam makeup looking fresh. So that was fun.
And did you do any, I mean, as far as research, did you take any reference from any other TV shows or anything?
No. What are you talking about with the glam makeup?
No, as far as like, didn't you say something like you pulled some inspiration from how Walking Dead did like more realistic?
Yeah, I watched, they had a behind the scenes of thank you. Oh, can you give me a green one? Okay. Thank you. Clem's getting more Jello shots. We had a lot left over from Halloween. So, no, so I watched this behind the scenes from The Walking Dead, and they talked about how on all the people they didn't use. Oh, dude, this is thank you.
That's a full size Jello.
No, this is the right size. This one was like not meant to be taken as a shot, obviously.
Okay, squirrel, focus, squirrel.
Okay. No, so they said they didn't use actual makeup on any of the cast members. They would only use like on the girls, they would use tinted sunscreen, and then the guys would just put sunscreen on because they wanted everyone's skin to look as natural as possible. And that's what I took in mind because I knew you guys were using cameras that were going to pick up like everything. So if I put powder on your face or like powder on one of the girls' face, you would see that, like, especially with cameras nowadays, like it picks up everything. So like, really, I just remember watching that and like, I was like, oh, cool. So then like on Amanda, I just used tinted sunscreen because her character too was also like kind of hippie. So like in boho. So I wanted her to look like she wasn't really wearing anything.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, Matt, but like, that's one thing that like takes me out of some projects is like people, it's like, I saw a horror film one time and it was like an indie horror but it was like a zombie movie and people were so glammed up. Like even Walking Dead, sometimes like they can look too pretty. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's something that like sometimes probably is a little bit on like the actor not wanting to look too dirty, but like,
yeah,
you know, that's something that's an important part of the process.
Oh yeah, that was the thing I did for Tony's character. I used like baby
James
oil.
Chesney watching on Facebook says he used the same technique for makeup in his short film. That's cool.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so I remember though for Tony's character, I actually went outside and got dirt to put on his face, and
this is definitely pre-COVID, guys.
Oh yeah. I used, like baby oil and like coconut oil, I think, because I wanted his character his character was like not clean by any means, so I wanted it to like reflect that on his face, you know. So I think somebody who's not clean is definitely going to have oily skin and be pretty gross.
For sure. I don't know, Matt, like anything stick out about you about like hair and makeup? I know one thing that was something that I was impressed by is like, it's being that this was your first production, like you did work so quickly sometimes under like certain situations when we didn't need quick turnarounds. You know, it's funny because it's like, yes, this was our movie. So theoretically we could like take our time, but you really can't because it's like people's lives and schedules. And like, you can't just be out there forever or it's going to turn into multiple weeks, you know? So I don't know about you, Matt, but like, that was one thing I was pretty impressed about.
I think like what I remember too is like the biggest thing that helped it go easy was like, one, I bought enough like tools. So like as soon as you guys would go out and like start filming a scene, I would be in the kitchen like washing everything, prepping for the next like round of makeup because you guys would come in for touch-ups like throughout the day. But yeah, it was just, I remember there was one morning though where I had to do all of you because you were all going to be in a scene, and it was just like one after the other. And when you guys got out there, I just laid on the ground in the trailer.
There were many nights where I'd walk in and, you know, there's a huge block of time where Madison's not really needed for hair and makeup and she's under a table sleeping or something like that.
Sleeping bags.
Yeah.
Through the night that it was so cold.
Well, there were record low temperatures when we were shooting some of those days.
Yeah. It was crazy. There was one night I remember where it was me, Jeremiah, and who else was in the trailer? Ben. And we all were like laying in the prop sleeping bags. And then we started falling asleep. And then Ben started like showing off his kick jump thing. And you guys came in to like, and I lost it, but I have the greatest footage of Jeremiah dancing to that Supposed to Be song.
Yes.
Because he was like in his like character's like outfit with the like snapback. Like he looked like such a shit.
Yeah. I was a little bit jealous of how like he got to just be a goofball and like, you know, because he was like the comic relief character of the movie, like, you know, but there were parts of it like, because my character was more like the serious guy. You know, I have glimmers of fun moments like there. Like I have a clip. This is perfect timing that I want to cue to, but like I was jealous at times just because I was like, man, he gets to have so much fun and just like be silly. Like that was Jeremiah. Like that is Jeremiah. He got to be Jeremiah, and you know my character was pretty much me too. But I didn't get to be like the goofy side of Shane. I had to be like the serious side of me the whole time. Someone said, I can't wait to see Shane play it serious. Well, you get to see it tomorrow. All right, it's a perfect timing to see a silly, this is an extended, I want to say it's an extended scene from the film where Jeremiah's character, Charlie, we're in the car, we're driving to the land, and he has a pee bottle. He peed in a bottle, and this is an extended scene that will possibly be in a special features of a physical copy in the near future from The Haunting of Grady Farm, which is releasing tomorrow on demand. Here we go.
Don't think I will? Don't. Charlie, think I will? Do it. You don't think I will?
Put your hands on us. Stop.
Oh my God, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I don't want piss on me. I don't want piss on me. I'm sorry. I don't want fucking piss. It's not funny.
Stop. Please don't, Charlie. Don't.
Oh my God.
Oh, Charlie, there. Yeah. There's a gas station up there. Let's just go.
I bless you, my son. I'm going in first. I'm gonna wash my hands. I bless you, my son. I don't want fucking piss on me. I'm just kidding. I'm cool with this.
That was a fun scene. Every time I watch it, I'm like, God, I wish we would have put that in the movie. No, so that was an extended version of one of the scenes in the film. But yeah, Jeremiah was great. I mean, he really honestly just got to be himself, which, you know, he got to just be a goofball the whole time. I want to ask Madison first. And well, first I got a question for you. What is your favorite horror film?
Me?
Trick or Treat?
No. Oh, I hate you so much. Oh my God. I thought I'd made it a year.
You want to tell this running joke that I have with you?
How many years has that movie even been out?
Not enough. James Chesney on Facebook. I'm so excited for the movie. I appreciate that, man. I know, James, you asked when the movie is exactly being released. I just text my contact at High Octane, so I will let you know as soon as I get that information. But yeah, we have this running joke where every time I see or come into town, I find a way to always get Madison where I'm like, hey, I just saw this really good movie. Like, have you seen Trick or Treat? And it's just this dumb joke that pisses her off.
But sometimes you go really long with it. You'll be like, oh my God, I watched this like really, really good like indie film a couple weeks ago. You really need to check it out. Like it's like life changing. And I was like, oh, but I'm like, cool, what is it? And you're like, oh, it's called Trick or Treat. And it like fills me with rage every time.
You're welcome.
We watched it together when it came out.
It's my favorite horror film.
So no, I think mine, oh man. I mean, I feel like I'm going to be really basic and say, I just truly, truly love the It movies.
It's great.
Like, I think because like, especially like the first one, like the kids are such good actors. And I like those movies because it's not just scary. There's like, the second one, I was like sobbing at the end of it. So I think definitely those. Oh, have you seen The Haunting of Bly Manor?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I thought it was good. I liked the first season more, but I still love the second season.
I saw this meme that I like when I was like in the middle of the season. So I didn't really know what it was talking about yet. And then it summed up the entire season perfectly. It was a picture of Sarah Paulson like hiding under a table, and it's like what I thought watching Bly Manor was going to be like, and then it's like what it actually
crying,
and it was her crying, and it said in parentheses cries and lesbian, and I was like, that is so accurate, because like in the last episode, I watched the last episode Halloween morning thinking it was going to get me in a spooky mood. I had to put ice compresses on my eyes for my party that night because I cried so hard that morning.
I feel you. Yeah, I mean it's really the best depiction, in my opinion, of like ghosts and like what I don't want to say like why ghosts exist and like why they stick around, and like it's a really cool deep dive into ghosts. I think deeper than any piece of media has ever seen.
Oh yeah, I like though they always do that in those, like even in the first one, Haunting of Hill House. They know how to like they scare you for sure, but they always like get those emotions going.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Question for both of you, and I guess I could answer this too. What is one memory that sticks out from the whole process, like of making the film?
You want to go first, Matt?
Sure. Actually, before I answer, I just want to say, so like every Halloween, like I watch a scary movie with my wife. She hates scary movies, so that's like the one day a year. So this year we got to watch The Haunting of Grady Farm.
What?
We got a little bit early because I have, but during the scenes where you see Ada, spoiler, dead, she freaked out about how good her makeup was. So can you imagine, like that's like a yeah, like she like showed up and everything, and she was like, oh my God, like she had to look away and everything. So
that's so sick.
I'll let you know that was.
Thank you.
That's
so cool. There you go. Hell yeah.
Memories. I mean, there are so many. I mean, like, kind of like on my end, like I was kind of going to like this sort of like I didn't know anybody like going into this and coming out of it, like, man, like it was very much like going to camp, and seeing your mom in you guys' kitchen, like I was like, I remember that. But I mean, there's so many like really great memories. I think, I mean, like, I feel like most of my memories are like kind of blurry because we were running the whole time. But yeah, I mean, I think like the most distinct memories I have are because like I actually like, you know, Tony was talking about like he didn't want to spend any time alone in like the cabin house. Actually, just because of like work, like the way that we were working, like I did have to spend a lot of alone time.
Yeah, you did.
And I was like, you know, I saw rats, and it's like I'll never forget how it smelled and all that. And so like that's definitely something that I'll remember. And we also like got some, like I feel like that's where some of like the strongest like performances and emotion happens are between, you know, kind of like Tony's scene and also some of the other scenes that happen at that house and everything. And just a lot of like I feel like we really found like some characters there, and I mean just everything. I mean the tree, which was like we didn't, you know, a big budget production would be like, we need this tree to look exactly this way, so they'd go and they build this tree. We didn't build anything, we didn't make it, you know, it was just
Props to planet Earth for the thousands of years that went into like us making that tree.
Dude, and like props to the hoarder that used to live in that house, because I definitely made it.
And we should go back and give them a set deck credit.
Yeah.
I know that you guys have talked about, you know, the cops showing up, but that is like a huge memory. That, I mean, that's such a crazy story. The cops thinking that we were murdering someone. So, but I mean,
oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, we've said that story so many times, but it is like such a surreal story, like, and so many things that went into that is like we had all those like prop bodies from the shallow grave haunted house that they saw through a window. So they came in guns drawn, thinking that this was like a cult killing people.
Oh my God, yeah.
Which those bodies were crazy. Like
so creepy.
I never. If I could avoid going into the room where we kept the prop bodies, I would have, because they really kind of like they unsettled. Like I did not enjoy looking at them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Weren't the cops? Didn't they come be extras?
Yeah, they were so into it once they figured out what was happening that they like, can we be in it? Like, and so their background in some of the scenes for sure.
Yeah.
Surreal. I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, there's, like you said, there's so many fun memories. I think some of the more fun moments to me were just like, you know, those moments when you're just like deliriously tired and just like the dumbest things are funny. A lot of moments like that, and like just like I loved like that. There's just like a hanging out in base camp, like between scenes, like
that's where I always was. That's why it was fun.
No, but like what even like I always think about, like I was a lot heavier when we shot this movie, and theoretically with all the running that we did, I should have lost like 10 to 15 pounds, but because we were eating so good and there was so much craft services, I stayed exactly the same.
Mom would get so much food every meal.
If you want to make a movie, just get Candy Hartline on your movie. No,
is like hardcore.
Yeah, it was great. But it, you know, like it's just a cool thing to think about, you know, because Maddie and I, like, you know, she was all the way back to like my VHS tapes. Like she would like, I'd pick up a camera. She would just like find her way in to like everything I would film. And then when I started doing YouTube stuff, she was the DP or the director or whatever. And like, so it's cool. Like the first movie I did, like she was a part of it, you know?
You got to tell, to this day, we can't figure out what I said in that blooper of that Saw parody.
That's such a specific like joke that like nobody would ever, but
I know, but like when you were talking about me filming stuff for you,
yeah,
I was in high school filming that for you.
It was like, yeah, I mean, you filmed so much and you just be like, it's cool. You've been involved with so many things that I made, like to have you part of this is really, really cool. And it's coming out, man. That alone, finishing something like this, and I've said it 1,000 times. I probably said it 1,000 times to Matt alone, but it's surreal that it's coming out and it's going to be out. And then it's like, this isn't intended to sound negative, but it might sound negative, but I really don't mean it that way. But it's off of we're free of it. You know, our baby is, we're sending our girl to college. You know what I mean? Like it's off of our shoulders, you know, because we've worn this for years, you know, like you and I, you know, it was put on our shoulders to finish, just, you know, to be very blunt. And, you know, we had to send the kid to college, Matt, and the kid's off to college. And she better do good, because we ain't responsible no more for her.
Now we have another kid.
Huh? Now let's make another baby, Matt.
You're on the wrong platform for that.
Well, that'll be our OnlyFans page.
Yeah.
Coming soon.
Coming soon.
Oh, that was a good one. They just got it.
Oh, you wanna hey, I got a really fun story that we could talk about that's kind of tied to the production, is like what we did after our rap party. Maddie, tell everybody about what we did, shouldn't have done after the rap party.
I should not have bought the bazooka. That's one thing I shouldn't have gotten.
Wait, maybe it wasn't the night of the rap party. The night we went to the Disney place.
Oh, that was a totally random night. We went to Carrabba's for dinner.
Yeah.
And then Ray was like, hey, have you guys ever snuck into the abandoned water park at Disney? And we were all like, no.
I remember.
And oh my God, yeah, that was so scary. And then as we're running through the woods, because we see, like, we drove all the way up there, and it's in, you have to walk through Camp Wilderness, like the Wilderness Lodge property.
Nobody do this. I don't even know if that place exists anymore.
It's highly illegal. Don't do it. And for legal purposes, this is all a joke. But
we didn't do this. It's like theoretically the thought of us doing this. We thought about it.
Yeah, this is all hypothetical. Anyways, hypothetically, we had to walk through the woods, and like a few of them were like too scared to go. So like it was only like a handful of us, and I'm like, yeah, I was a part of it. I know you were. And then
I was scared.
Oh yeah, I was terrified.
Yeah,
as we're walking through the woods, Ray goes, yeah, though, like, you know, if you get caught, they like revoke your Disney pass for life.
Madison had a breakdown.
I did. I started having a breakdown because I love Disney so much. I was like, this isn't worth it. And so we like almost get to the water park. We're like in the woods. We remember we had to climb through that like water slide. It was like a half tube, and there was like plants growing down in it. And like a half a foot of water, and you helped me like get like down, and then you were on the other side like helping us like pull us out of it. And then when we almost went to the water park, we saw a security car, and like Shane, you just said, all I remember is you go, run. So I'm taking off through the woods, and remember I panicked and I went to go down the water slide, but I actually slipped in it, and
all I kept thinking about is like Madison's gonna like break her leg, and I'm gonna be responsible, and like
no, but you remember I was running through the woods, and like when we got out, I was half my body was covered in mud, and my hair was filled with those like spurs from the bushes. So then it was who was it? Oh my gosh. I feel bad. What's his name? Who did the sound?
Schwa.
Okay, yeah. I almost called him Josh, but I knew that
Joshua Schwa.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Schwa and Malia for like 20 minutes while we were waiting for everyone else to come back, because Matt and all the other people who went, you guys like went in and filmed, and they were out there just picking spurs out of my hair for like a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, it was really weird. And then when we were walking back through Camp Wilderness, there was those like deer.
Oh yeah. wandering through.
Yeah.
This is all hypothetical, theoretical. We just talked about all this. This didn't actually happen.
Yeah. This is the screenplay for a short film that I'm writing.
Yeah.
I was reading all of that.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching, this is a 12-hour live stream we're doing to promote the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm, coming to Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, DirecTV, Xbox tomorrow. And we're doing it so you can pledge to watch it. And after you watch it, please give a positive rating and review. Yeah. And wherever you're watching it as well, please give a share, give a retweet. It's important to get more eyes on the stream and get more eyes on the prize. Yeah. What can we talk about now? Let's see.
You guys want to do another Jello shot?
Was there any, Maddie, was there any more like, what were like the challenges? Like, what were the challenges of what you had to do? Was there anything that like was difficult?
I do definitely remember getting very chapped hands from washing the brushes after every session of makeup. And Allie gave me a tip, and she told me to go get working hands from CVS. So those saved my hands, because my hands got so bad because it was like, one, it was cold outside, and then two, I was constantly washing makeup brushes, and my hands got so bad they were like starting to like bleed.
Jesus.
That is sanitary. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I was using lotion like crazy, and then Allie was like, go get working hands from CVS, and that saved my hands.
There was a lot of injuries on this film, unfortunately. I know Matt broke his toe, and on the second day, the second day, and then had to like run around the whole film, and surreal, man. Trying to think
but like I'm trying to think of like challenges other than first thing that came to my head was my hands. But
well, no, sure, yeah.
I think it was like mainly like when you guys would have like a time that I needed to be done with everyone. There was like one morning though where, like I said earlier, like everyone was in a scene, so I had to do everyone's makeup by a certain time. That was pretty like, I was pretty panicked, like trying to like make sure like, and then rounding like everyone up, and I was like, I had to get really bossy, I remember too, and I was like, Jeremiah, you're next. Like, Amanda, go get changed. Like, I was panicked.
You had to. Yeah, sometimes you gotta like just be really direct on a film set. Like, otherwise it's really easy to like, because like you do find yourself just kind of like floating, you know. So that's why there's on a real film set, there's an AD, somebody that's like, hey, you be here, go here now. We need you here now. And that's, you know, time. And that's one thing that ended up falling on my plate as far as like the schedule of the scenes. It was, hey, we only got like really 10 minutes left on this one, you know, so we better fucking, pardon my language, finish it. Yeah, but that's a huge part of it. Like, schedule is so important. Even, you know, like I said, even if you think it's your thing, you can be flexible. No, you can't, because people's time is important. And if you just like take your time, it could turn into weeks. Matt, what's like, I mean, you've worked on many things at this point, and I want to talk about a horror short that you just put out, but what was something challenging, you know, about this shooting this film, like that you remember?
So this was the first feature that I worked on that I had to be like engaged the whole time. I've worked on like other features where I was a PA and it was just like, okay, just grab this thing or set up this thing, and you don't have to think about it or put any like, you just zone out and do the thing, and then you sit and watch the takes. But this was the first time that like on a feature, like for the, I think the longest I'd have to be like engaged before this was like 3 days. So this is 2 weeks, and we did take like a weekend. And I don't know if anybody's watching who's not like in film, but like your weekend or like your lunch, it's like your lunch could be like 9 p.m. So it's just like your break, and your weekend is just the day that you take off, the days you take off. And I remember hitting a wall, like that, like mental, like I like not like angry at anybody, not, but just like I like, we have another week of this and I am just so exhausted. And it's not even just like a physical, it's just like, and then take like a rest day where you're gonna have some fun and it's light, and you take like a planning day, and then like the following day where you're back to work, it's like, all right, cool. But like that big challenge, like figuring out like if we had worked if I'd hit that wall and then we had like another day, like we would probably have had to like reshoot that whole day. Like just kind of knowing where to plan your breaks, where to plan your all that, because it is like people are silly and they say things like, oh, like, you know, the movie industry people, they don't work hard, but like there is heavy lifting. There's like a lot of like emotional work. There's a lot of like
100%. And I think
you know,
the thing about this one, you know, it's funny, like I'll get done shooting something and it required zero physical effort, but I will be so mentally exhausted by the end of the day. So you take that on this movie, and then on top of it, there was a lot of physical work that went into it. So yeah, we were all exhausted. We were all exhausted by the end of the day, not only physically, but mentally. And what's that?
That's probably the best I've ever slept, because like you know, we were running around for 8 to 12 hours and then we go home and the only thing I want to do is sleep.
Yeah. And we're shooting at night, you know, so we get back at like 6 in the morning or something like that, or 7 or something like that.
I think the last night, like we were like, as we were like, because it was, you know, you had to like wrap and then like get to base camp and wrap at base camp and then drive. And I think by the time we were like halfway through the drive, like, the sun was like coming up and it was like, man, we hit it. Like if we had got, because you know, that's kind of, you run out of daylight during your days, if you run out of night during your night, and you gotta, that's nothing.
I remember the first day, the first thing we shot was at the airport, and it was surreal, like that nobody ever stopped us. We knocked out like 6 takes of the shot in the loading zone of the Orlando airport, and we're never stopped. And it was just like
chill.
Pretty shocking.
I feel like we did have a good system though, because we were like on like walkies or something and kind of move like, so like we wouldn't do like more than 1 take and then we'd drive out and drive back in. And so I think that was like we knew what we were doing.
Yeah, it was great. We had a great system. 100%. I'm going to use the restroom again, so take a shot if you're drinking along. We'll play the trailer for The Haunting of Grady Farm coming tomorrow on demand via High Octane Pictures, and we'll be right back.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy.
It's gotta be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
What?
Who is that?
We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died.
I should tell you something murdered her, okay? You had nothing to do with something to find him. Don't get out of here.
We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my God!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
So like,
Well, there you have it, everybody. The Haunting of Grady Farm coming tomorrow on demand. Amazon is what we're pushing. Go watch it on Amazon, and when you're done, please give a positive rating and review. I think I'm going to order some Postmates. I'm starving. Let's see here. One moment while I pull this up. So, yeah, guys, what can we talk about for a moment? Maddie, do you want to promote your social media, get people to check out anything you're doing? Is there anything you want to push?
I'm not really doing anything right now, but eventually I'm working on converting the front room into a little recording studio. So when that's done, I will probably have some new music out, and you can check that out on my Facebook. I forgot the link, but I think it's Okay. I think it's facebook.com/
Okay, I just
Hartline Music, I think. I don't know. If you search Madison Hartline on Facebook, you can find my music page.
yeah, go to Madison Hartline on Facebook. She is a talented as AF musician, and I'm excited for you to get back into it. I don't want to say I'm getting burned out. I think I just need food, so I'm excited to order food.
I think you need alcohol.
I'm gonna drink, but I don't want to drink on an empty stomach.
You know what's like even funner than drinking alcohol is eating it.
Drink responsibly, everyone. My sister's a bad influence. That's a good segue for a quick clip. This is a clip from the Haunting of Grady Farm where the group is by the campfire and they're making a little toast. So while I try to think of a discussion, a little topic, we can all bounce around. Let's watch another clip from the Haunting of Grady Farm, releasing tomorrow on demand.
Really quickly, I just want to say, since we all have a shot, that I am so incredibly grateful for you guys all taking a weekend out of your lives to come out and help Ryan and I make season 2.
Yes, thank you.
It means so much to us, honestly. You guys have no idea how excited we are to hang out with old friends and meet the new ones. And that guy over there, Charlie.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you guys.
Charlie.
Yeah, we love you, Charlie. So thank you guys again very much. And I hope we all have an awesome weekend and get good sleep tonight.
Good talk.
Hey, before we shoot, anybody else want to say something? Andy, why don't you say something? Make a toast.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I mean, if this is
You
an
sure?
invitation
Yeah,
for
okay.
me to say something, I got plenty of
yeah,
things to
why
say.
not? Go for it.
I'll forego it.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Okay,
Please.
okay. First I was afraid.
Okay.
Cheers!
Cheers, everybody.
The Haunting of Grady Farm coming tomorrow via Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, in demand. Gosh dang it. 1 second, guys. I was feeling pretty confident about my multitasking right there. Okay. Postmates is asking me to do a code. On demand. Go watch it on demand. Thanks, babe. My feet are cold. I'm a little fried. What do you guys want to talk about? Give me a conversation starter about our movie. What can we discuss? What is something I haven't discussed? I feel like, we can bring something back up, but I feel like I've talked about the same things over and over.
What? So you're gonna say you're the heart and soul of this movie, Shane.
My dude.
You're a big part of why this movie exists. What drove you to say I want to do this movie? Like way back in potentially even like 2014, 2015.
Yeah, we started writing I think August or September of 2015, and it genuinely started me or myself, Malia, Ben, and Jeremiah got together, and it started like we genuinely was like, we just want to make something very cheap, very simple, but like we were like, we got the cameras, we got everything we need to make a movie. We've shot so many things, like why not just make a movie? And I think I was like also inspired by, like, I had several like acquaintances in the entertainment business at the time that had made movies. So I was like, I want to make something too. Like at this point, like it's like that's the next step. That's the evolution of where I want my career to go. So like, let's stop talking about it and be about it, kind of thing. So we got together and just started like tossing around ideas. One of the first ideas we did have was we were going to make a movie totally that takes place inside a rideshare, which was kind of like what Spree became, which Spree is so good.
Oh my God, that movie.
But it was going to be like, basically, I don't know if we were like talking about being one take, but like, getting really creative with like some kind of dash cam or something where it's like, it starts when they pick up the person, and then the ride, and then the guy maybe takes her into the desert or some crazy stuff like that. So that was the original idea. And then we like realized like, oh, why don't we just like go back to Florida, and it would be a lot easier to shoot this and maybe a lot more fun if we shot this in Florida, like, and we stayed with family or yeah. So then it evolved because like at first we were going to shoot on Jeremiah's land. Jeremiah had some land, and then we were offered some land, and it was bigger and like offered a lot more opportunity to the film as far as like, there was like abandoned houses and what would you call those, chicken coops, like types of things, like
old chicken houses,
chicken houses with all kinds of old like furniture and stuff. So it's like Jeremiah's land was just land. So there wouldn't have been, while we still could have shot there wouldn't have been a base camp. There wouldn't have been anything as much as, all the things we had on this land that we got. So we like shifted, and then it worked because it was close to where my parents are. So we stayed at my parents' house. And backtracking a bit, yeah, we kind of like started like, okay, what's something we can shoot, so I think like most of my ideas, honestly, not most, but some originate from like, oh, hey, we got access to this cool location. Like my Birthday Boy short film literally stemmed from, hey, we got access to this cool location in the desert. What can we write, And that's where a lot of my ideas start from, is like, hey, I got this crazy prop, or hey, I got this cool location, or like whatever. And that's what this stemmed from, is like, hey, we want to make something. Hey, we got access to this cool location. Oh, it's conveniently right next to my parents. And then all the pieces kind of like it started unfolding. And then we, took on the task of doing a fundraiser when we really didn't know what we were doing. And Matt, fundraisers are very, very tedious, hard things to do. And so I knew after doing the one for Grady Farm that I got to get like a coach when I did Cookie. And I'm glad I did, because like, man, fun Indiegogos and Kickstarters are very tough. There's a way to do it. Exhausting. Yeah. I mean, it's literally days and days and days of just like basically begging people for money, but like there's a way to do it. And, when I did my short film Cookie, like I was coached and I did it. Obviously it worked, we did it the right way. And, so it's funny, after Grady Farm, I had told myself like, I'm never doing a fundraiser ever again. But we ended up, I think we raised like $6,000 for Grady Farm. And then, my family contributed a lot past that. So I think after all of it was said and done, we spent like $15,000 to shoot it. If you're counting everything that went into it, as far as like food and, Madison's makeup and everything, the total I would say was probably $15,000 that we spent to shoot it. And that's not accurate, but it's rough estimate based on after the $6,000 to $7,000 we raised on Indiegogo and all that stuff. So, but to go back and answer your question, yeah, it just stemmed from like, we want to make something. And like, I feel like a good, like first thing to make, and like, I was excited about, is horror, because there is such an audience for it. And people are always hungry for horror. And I think that audience will always be there. Like, I don't know, like long-winded, but yeah, that's the answer. Like, just, we wanted to make something, a feature, not just make something, but make a feature.
Yeah.
But yeah, hold on. I'm ordering my, be patient with me. I'm ordering my Postmates.
What are you ordering?
I am ordering a California burrito from a great Mexican place that I found pretty close to me.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I'm ordering a California burrito from
burrito.
A Mexican place.
Some carne asada, California.
Down the Parkway.
Down the 405, right off San Vicente.
And never come back.
And I'm never coming back. Californians.
Oh God.
Have you guys watched SNL lately?
No, I'm not the recent stuff.
I'm bad.
It's decent.
Are
I
they
think
back to doing it like the way they used to, or is
Yeah.
it like the okay?
Well, what I found out is really interesting is what they're doing is, so New York, you're not supposed to have a studio audience. So you know how they're getting around that is they're hiring the audience. Like, so if you get picked to be an audience of Saturday Night Live during this season, they pay you. So you are a part of the crew. So you are technically essential to the production. So you are technically a one-night employee of Saturday Night Live if you get picked as an audience member.
Wow.
Now it's probably 25% of what the audience used to be as far as numbers, but they are putting people in the audience, which is cool. Which is a huge difference from those at-home episodes that they were doing, which I admire it, but like it's just not SNL.
That was the last
season.
One they did of that was the last episode I watched.
Yeah,
That
I mean
was good, but
they're decent this season. I think that it's tough. SNL's in this tough position where they're trying to build new stars, but you're not going to ever build new stars if you bring all these mega stars in and just give them all the parts. Like, I love Jim Carrey. I love Maya Rudolph, but like, if you have them coming in as like these recurring weekly characters, then you're making your actual cast look mediocre. And
Jim Carrey has been on?
Jim Carrey's been Joe Biden the whole season.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
wow. You have not seen it. No, don't get me wrong. I love Jim Carrey and he's crushing it, but it's like the struggle they've had for years is building those mega stars like they used to have. And they're never going to, if you have like Alec Baldwin on Jim Carrey, Maya Rudolph every week, like in multiple sketches. Like, it's not just like Maya Rudolph isn't just playing one sketch. She's in multiple sketches now. Like, so it's like you put these next to your cast and it just makes the cast look not as good, Yeah. So I'm all about SNL, like bringing them back for cameos, but it's like you can't have them on every week if you're trying to build stars.
Did you see the comment?
I'm delayed.
Oh, I'd like to address Cigar. I am employed, in fact. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. All right, everybody. We are promoting The Haunting of Grady Farm, which is releasing tomorrow on demand, iTunes, Amazon, Vudu, DirecTV, Xbox. But we are encouraging everybody to watch it on Amazon because that's what the distribution company told us to do. No, that would support us the most. That would they said because of how Amazon cuts payments, that would help us out financially the most. So if it's costing you the same and you can choose a platform, choose Amazon, and then leave us a rating and review and help us, rise in the ranks of Amazon and get more eyes on the film. Yeah, Maddie, you're welcome to hang. You're welcome, whatever you want to do. We got a special guest coming in here shortly, Mr. Josh Server from All That. He also makes an awesome cameo in Grady Farm. He was in a horror film recently, Await the Dawn. So we're going to talk about that film, Grady Farm, some fun stuff that he's been a part of. Yeah, I need my food. I might go grab a snack real quick. What can we play? Let's see. You guys, can you talk amongst yourself? I feel like I just played a clip. What's something we can discuss? Maddie, come on, you're a good conversation starter. Help your brother out here.
What? Well, I will start with a spoon of Jell-O.
Okay. I'm giving the floor to you, Maddie. That you're the conductor for the next 3 minutes.
Oh,
Help me out here.
Am I supposed to talk about the movie or anything?
Anything.
Oh, Matt. How was your Halloween?
It was good. It was very quiet. Yeah, it was super quiet. We actually watched Grady Farm, which was a lot of fun. It was the first time my wife had seen it, and then went to bed early because we're old.
That honestly sounds fun because I didn't go to sleep till 6 a.m.
Oh,
So
man.
I was very tired yesterday. So like that actually sounds great. But we'd have like a small get together with like close friends and like neighbors.
Sure.
It was fun. And hence all of the leftover
There you go. I mean, there you go. You've got Jello, you've got all that stuff. But yeah, it helps being a dad, going to bed early, because you're just, you never know when the baby's gonna wake up. And I mean, she's not really even a baby anymore. She's halfway to 2 or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Oh my God. Judy is in the chat. Shane's up here. Judy Wheeler.
All right, we're back.
It's Judy.
we're just talking about Halloween.
J. Da Wheeler, one of my old pals. What's up, dude? Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, we've been streaming what 8 hours. I've been streaming 8 hours. I just bought some. Hey, remember how many of these we had when we were shooting?
I went to so many of those.
Were the like staple food of the shoot. I've not since then eaten that many clementines.
Oh, I thought you were about to say I haven't had one since then.
I mean, I definitely had one since then, but like those, I would eat like when we were taking a lot because we were scared.
Vitamin C. We didn't want to get sick.
Yeah, we were also taking like those airborne chewables, and we were all just like binging on clementines. I forgot about that. Oh my God.
We were. I didn't get sick, because I had more vitamin C in my body than a human should probably consume.
Yeah.
What, Matt?
Said you were the first person to die of vitamin C poisoning.
Wouldn't that be funny?
How
did my brother die? Too much vitamin C.
That would make like a Guinness book or something like that.
Hey man, let's do it. I'll keep them all night. If it helps get more eyes on our movie, Matt, I will do it.
Did you know the producer, writer, editor, and star of this movie died of vitamin C poisoning? Something
the day before his movie released.
No one has ever had that much vitamin C in history. They thought it was impossible. It wasn't.
It could be done. Let me see. Was there another clip? I'm looking. I have some clips, but I have some clips I want to save that are like fun bloopers that I want to save for later.
We can save.
Oh, you remember the night we all went to that wrestling match?
Yeah. And we were like forced to stay there.
Yeah, we were seat fillers.
We were seat fillers for WWE NXT, and like we wanted to leave at a certain point. And they're like, no,
you have to fill somebody. Yeah, like I remember. I think like I was one of the first people to be placed, and so they were like, you have to come fill the seat, and whoever seat it was never came back. So I was like, I'm stuck here forever.
Yeah, and they separated some of us from like everyone. And
I was alone.
Yeah, Garrett Bryant kept going and getting. I was sitting with Garrett and I think Malia and Amanda, and he kept going and getting us drinks. So like, we didn't really feel like we were there that long.
Right on. Yeah, that was one of the off nights of the film, but
yeah.
Yeah, again, everybody, we are doing a 12-hour live stream today to promote the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm. Wow, man, those clementines gave me a little boost. I love it. Okay, Madison. We're promoting the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm happening tomorrow on iTunes, Amazon, Vudu, DirecTV, Xbox, so many places, so you have no excuse not to watch it. So, after a very scary day in our country, come down with our movie. We have a special guest coming up. I'm going to be very transparent when he comes on. I've said this to him 1,000 times, but very rad that I am now friends with him, making things with him. And because he was very much an inspiration, and Madison can attest to this as to why I am where I am today. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, amazing actor, close friend of mine, Josh Server, everybody. What's up, dude?
Hey guys, how are ya?
Look how cool he is. How cool he is. He just puts Josh. You're still LA, Josh.
I'm just honestly not good at live streams or any kind of technology, so I just need more coaching.
Good, man.
Hey Matt, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, you guys haven't met in person, so this is
I don't
cool.
think we have.
Not yet. Oh, it's great.
So
What's
everybody
that?
watching, this is my good friend Josh Server. You probably recognize him from being all over television back in the day. All that, Good Burger, all kinds of
whether you want it or not, all over it.
all over Nickelodeon when you were a child, and now he's all over films, man. Like Await the Dawn is something I want to talk about here shortly. But you were, I was very honored to have you a part of our film, The Haunting of Grady Farm, even in just like a quick, fun way. You make a great cameo to kick off the film really early on. So yeah, man, first of all, thanks for doing that.
Seriously, it was my pleasure. It was a fun, easy day. I remember. And yeah, again, we become friends, Shane. And so I'm always want to support your projects. And, so thanks for having me on it and on this. I'm excited to talk to you guys for a little bit.
Hell yeah, man. I wasn't actually physically with you when you were shooting that scene, but didn't like a car accident happen right near you guys during your scene?
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember how intense the accident was. It was a while back that we shot that, but it was definitely like in the middle. LA is pretty crazy in general on any given day. Things can just pop off. And I do remember we were in the middle of just like riffing on one of the takes, and then there was just like a big accident down the street. We didn't see a lot of it, but it was loud and obnoxious.
I think I don't remember if we got, because we didn't get the accident on camera, but I was going through the footage recently, and I think there's like a quick shot of Josh going, "Oh, whoa," just like, "Oh, wow," did that just like?
And that wasn't acting. That was a genuine reaction.
That's how good you are, Josh.
It was,
that's
yeah.
Good of an actor you are.
We did make sure everyone was okay. So I think everyone was okay. We spoke to the officers. We let them know we were filming something very important and let's just try to keep it down.
Yeah, but for a peek behind the curtain, so basically what happened with the film is we shot principal photography in Lake Wales, Florida, and then we had this idea. It's really inspired. I was inspired by something they did in the film House of a Thousand Corpses. So they would do this thing where occasionally throughout the film they would cut to what I like to call townies, where these people from the town that talk about the crazy family and the lore and the backstory of the family to kind of like expand upon the depth and the history of the family or whatever in that movie. So I was like, this is a great way to do that without the main cast having to be overly like explaining like who these people are, because that would just come across unnatural.
Right.
So it was really a fun way to tell a bit about the Grady family and all the spooky stuff that happens on Grady Farm. And so Josh was one of the townspeople that, we were fortunate enough to have. But we shot principal photography in Florida. And then as soon as we came back, I was like, ideal world, I could have brought all my friends to Florida to shoot, but we weren't realistically able to do that. So I was like, I want to get as many of my talented friends involved as possible. And Josh
and then also call me.
And then also call Josh. So I appreciate you doing it. And you know what? Like I've been very open with you, and I have no shame in saying this. Like, you are a huge reason that I am doing what I'm doing. We were hanging out on Halloween. We all got tested. We, very small group. But we were hanging out on Halloween, and I told you this story, and I've told you this story before, but like when I was younger, I was so obsessed. Madison can attest to this with Nickelodeon. It was like everything Nickelodeon, all that, everything. So it was really one of the big reasons, like I started wanting to be an actor, to the extent that I would call Universal almost every day asking, how do I get on all that? How do I get?
And I love that story. You just cold calling Nickelodeon.
That's my mom's mentality. Just call them. Just show up. Like,
I know your mom, and that sounds like sound advice coming from her.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
like, no, but for real, what's crazy is like back then there was like, internet wasn't a big thing. So it's not like you could Google like, how do you become an actor? So I had no clue. It wasn't Madison until
it was a simpler time and better in a lot of ways,
much better time. It wasn't until I met like Susan Gallagher to find out how to actually become an actor. A woman in our town that's an actress that like, that's how I found out. Before that, it's like, how was somebody in a small town ever to find out?
No, because even when you like, you had your phase when you were a kid where you wanted to be on Nickelodeon. And then when you were in high school, you loved like wrestling and like
Jackass and
WCW and stuff. And like mom was like,
we lost him for a while. Nickelodeon lost him to wrestling for a while. He found a new hobby.
The dark days.
Yeah.
The dark days.
My mom was like, I'm going to set up a meeting with,
She said, we're going to fly up to Stamford, Connecticut and walk into Vince McMahon's office.
And I'm going to say that my son needs to be put on the show.
And you know what? Thinking now on that, I might have gotten a job at WWE if I just showed up with my mom.
Yeah.
He's like, I love it.
True stage moms that really know best, they're the best reps you're ever going to have because they'll just show up and maybe do those things that aren't technically the way to go about it, but like they can make some noise. And I love that. I can actually see your mom doing that, guys.
Oh yeah. Not to beat a dead horse, because I'm sure you've told this story many times, but like, how did you figure out how to become an actor in that time? Like, how did you figure out?
Well, and not to just jump over a chain, but you did tell me that story in Halloween.
Quick shout out to JD, my friend JD. So cool to have Josh in the film. Loved his stuff when I was younger.
Thank you, JD. Thank you. I think like for us now that the people who are, people still love the show. They're still so loyal to it. So the fact that like now people in my sphere, my friends, other creatives tell me that had a part of essentially like shaping them or making them want to be in the industry. I feel like that's the biggest compliment you could give to an actor on like a kid show back in the day, like that kind of stoked that fire for them. And you know how much I love you, buddy. I have a lot of respect for your work ethic and your creative drive. So it's mutual respect, and so I really appreciate it. Even if you do that, I really appreciate it. So I just didn't want to pass over that for a second.
But I appreciate that.
But as far as like my family, we moved around a lot. I'm originally from Chicago. At the time, before we moved back to Chicago, I was living in San Diego at the time, and I was doing a lot of like the school plays and that kind of thing. Definitely needed an outlet for all this energy. And so my parents, probably to their own benefit, were like, we need to find him something to do. So they encourage I come from a great family who encouraged creativity, encouraged the arts even at a young age. So my mom really nurtured that. But we discovered that I could just basically drive up. We used to make the drive from San Diego to Los Angeles for auditions. And if anyone knows how long that is in the car, that could be anywhere from, an hour and a half, 2 hours to so much longer.
4 to 6.
Yeah. Depending on traffic. And this was like pre the internet, MapQuest, like just getting in the car and knowing exactly where you were going. So, I went through the process of like getting an agent and doing it like in a professional way, but we would drive from San Diego to LA for auditions. And so she really, and then I got all this, like I got the school to allow me to do that. And then I started booking jobs and working, thankfully. And then my family moved back to Chicago, where I continued and then eventually got all that.
But I guess I'm sure she did all the research. I don't know.
That's what I was going to ask. How did she find out? She didn't have Google. So, we have to get my little Jewish mom on the live stream and start hammering her questions at her like your mom.
That was going to be my question, is like, how did your mom even know like what to go, what to do? Because like my mom was literally like, call Universal. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe through friendships, relationships. Sure. Like I mean, I know people like agencies and things like that were listed. Maybe she got that information through the acting unions that were still, you know, I wasn't in yet, but I joined very early. So I don't know. That's actually that's a question I have to ask her.
Gotcha. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah. Sorry, I wish I had a better answer.
No, man, I appreciate it. Everybody watching at home, if you have a question for Josh or, you know, any one of us about Grady Farm or any of the, you know, projects Josh has been a part of, or he's got a horror film I want to touch on and discuss about here shortly, Await the Dawn.
Yeah.
So if you got a question wherever you're watching, leave it in the comments. Also, please share the stream wherever you're watching. Give it a quick share on your Facebook wall, a retweet. It really helps get more eyes on the stream and then more eyes on the news about Grady Farm releasing tomorrow.
So exciting. Congrats, guys, on
thanks, man. I appreciate it. So yeah, you did
how you guys doing? What hour is this? I'm jumped in on at 6. Are you guys okay? Like,
I'm not. No.
Is anyone giving anyone oxygen, bathroom breaks? How we doing, guys?
I am doing a drinking game anytime I have to pee. I play the trailer and then which is perfect timing for me to pee, come back. Nice. No, I'm doing good. It's
not a system. Madison, they haven't made you be on the whole time, right? Or have you been just going the whole time as well?
Madison, no, you haven't been on the whole time.
Oh, me? No, I've just been being handed shots.
Madison's drinking Jello shots right now.
You're drinking Jello shots out of a glass?
Well, okay, this was like a leftover one. I made a lot for Halloween, so my friend handed me a spoon. So I
got it. I'm sorry, I came ill prepared to this.
No, I told you like when we hung out the other night that like I was actually kind of looking forward to this because it's forcing my brain to do one thing today as opposed to like 20 things. So it has felt
still a lot of hours. I'm still just just checking on you guys. Just checking.
No, I've been on since the beginning, 8.5 hours.
Wow.
I think that's what I'm at. But I honestly, yeah, I'm a little. I need food, so I have Postmates coming. But other than that, I'm fantastic.
Matt, he's like, I need food. He started with his motor skills.
Just vomit at some point.
Matt, where are you located? Are you in California?
No, I'm in Atlanta. So it's 9:15 here. So not too bad.
Oh, we're same time.
Yeah.
Love it.
Same time zone.
Sorry to derail everything, Shane. I was just checking on your checking on your vitals.
I appreciate that.
No, Shane, you know how like I felt so stupid earlier. I went to go check the email where you have like the time slots for everyone. And I called Mom freaking out. And I was like, Mom, Shane's probably so mad at me. My time slot says 5 o'clock. And Mom was like, Maddie, he's in California.
Madison Pacific Standard Time.
I was like,
time zones.
Well, Mom, it's not as bad as when Mom was trying to log on and like she couldn't figure it out. And I'm getting phone calls and
I wasn't there. Yeah.
Madison, if it makes you feel any better, I was ready at 5 for my live stream to start at 5. And Shane clarified that it was 6 and it was right on the dock that said 6. And I was still somehow got my wires crossed. So that's where I'm at today. Yeah.
You're very punctual. I appreciate it. Why don't we play a clip real quick? This clip is when the cast is on their way to the land, towards Grady Farm, and they're making a little pit stop at the gas station. And you know, any horror film, when the guy at the gas station says, "Don't go there," you shouldn't go there. And this is another case in point. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a clip from The Haunting of Grady Farm, releasing on demand tomorrow. So we'll be right back.
All right, so I got Ryan's fancy new camera here. We're gonna go do a little peep show with the girls in the bathroom.
What the hell are you doing? I'm gonna call the cops, you little perv.
What's going on?
Do you know him?
Yes, he's ours.
You should go sit in the car.
But there was nobody else in there. It was just us.
Wait a minute. What kind of TV show are you shooting? You shooting one of those late night Skinamax shows with weird?
No, I promise you it's not that. It's a show called Haunting America. We're on our way to the Grady's right now. We're just stopping to get some stuff.
Why in the hell would you go there?
we're doing an episode about the bizarre history of the land, the property, the Grady's, the missing people. There's been like over 12.
This may all be a joke to you for entertainment.
It's not a joke to us.
Are you still filming?
Right, can you put the camera down? Can you put the camera down?
Oh my God, such a tease. What happens next? Well, you're just going to have to watch The Haunting of Grady Farm tomorrow on demand. And our special guest right now, one of our special guests, is Josh Server, who makes a sick cameo quite early in the film. So you'll be able to see Josh's handsome face.
Pretty sick cameo.
Sick cameo. No, Josh, so you were
the real star of the real special guest is that puppy.
Big Rosie.
Okay. She wants to see her uncle.
Amazing.
Having your sister on a live stream right now.
Yeah.
No, Josh, so you were lead in a horror film recently that tell everybody a little bit about Await the Dawn, because people need to know about it.
Yeah, I was really honored to be a part of it. I hadn't done too many horror. I mean, yours and then this one, but it was a real opportunity to like for I guess for my fans to see me in like a very different way. And the picture itself is going to be really fun. I think they just sold it foreign wise, and they're just waiting for the domestic stuff to come through. I'm sure everything got slowed down a little bit with COVID. I'm sure you guys were dealing with that with your movie too. But did you changed my name?
Yeah, I wanted people to know who you were.
Nice.
You
blew it. But basically, no. Await the Dawn is, if you're kind of just thinking about the story, it's a family that's traveling across country, and we find out through the story that they're troubled and they have their own stuff going on, which is why they're going in this RV cross country. And essentially, my character Howard ends up hijacking them at the beginning of the movie, and it's a little unclear like whether I'm the bad guy or the good guy. But ultimately, what we find out is that I'm running away from a presence, an evil presence, and I'm essentially through the rest of the movie, we're all trying to avoid this evil that I'm running from.
That's awesome.
So it's really cool. It's I can't wait for people to see it. And they for the horror aficionados, the people who just really love horror, they packed this movie with some really like pretty big people in the horror community, right?
Yeah.
I missed it.
You said what, Maddie?
Someone missed the title. What's the title again, Josh?
It's called Await the Dawn.
Yeah, and you said you recently got. Is there a release date yet? I missed that.
Not domestically yet. We're waiting to hear that, but I will let people know. And if you follow me on all my socials and stuff like that, I'll definitely let you guys know as soon as we know. But yeah, the film they just packed it with some just amazing actors. So I was just really proud to be part of a very talented cast. Dee Wallace is in it, who is just, again, a horror legend, a horror icon. Vernon Wells, also very much a horror legend. Courtney Gaines is in it, Bruce Davison. So there's just some amazing actors around me, and the cast itself there's just so many talented people involved. So I was really, I was honored to do it.
I can't wait for people to see it, Await the Dawn. But until then, we got a little appetizer of Josh Server horror goodness coming for you tomorrow, The Haunting of Grady Farm. And that's why we're doing this 12-hour live stream, is to not only celebrate, but to get you to pledge to watch it. And the distribution company is encouraging us to have you watch it on Amazon. But if you are like, I don't want to, then there are other platforms. I'm going to tell you those right now. You can watch The Haunting of Grady Farm tomorrow on Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, Vibiquity, Dish, and DirecTV in demand. So those are lots of platforms.
Cassette.
I got 8.
VHS, cassette.
Books.
Hot Topic. Blockbuster, on demand. Oh my God, this is the dumbest question.
Or we'll just get the cast to come over and act it all out for you. There's so many different options.
Madison, what's it like being related to the biggest TikTok star in the world, and why is it your mom?
Why is it my mom?
Mom's a hidden gem on TikTok, and I feel like
it's like, and then
I've seen some of your TikToks, but I don't know that I've seen Candy Hartline on TikTok yet. Maybe I'm missing out.
Matter of time.
I love earlier Mom's TikTok when she was on, and Tony was on too, and Tony was like, "Oh yeah, like I love TikToks where like moms were like showing us like things to do as moms," and like this was before I signed on, and I was like, he's clearly not seen Mom's TikTok because Mom does not do mom like TikToks. She does lip syncing videos. She does dancing videos.
Mom, there's no like Mom's TikTok is like a goulash. You get a little bit of everything.
I came across this.
It warms your soul like a nice goulash.
No, Mom has no like consistent aesthetic to her TikTok. Mom's is just, it's chaotic, and she's always keeping you on your toes. You don't know if you're gonna get her lip syncing to a clip from It.
She hasn't honed in on her brand yet. She's still trying to find her flow.
I think her brand is chaos. Like
well, being raised by her, I would 100% agree with that.
Oh, yeah. But like I love that you can be swiping through her TikTok and you see like some weird lip syncing one that just, it unsettles me to my core. But then like you'll flip to the next one and it's a slideshow of pictures to like some like religious song. And I'm like, oh, that's Mom's vibe.
My mom still emails as if it's text. She just stream of consciousness email texts. So I can't decide if this is a good thing that my mom hasn't discovered TikTok or a bad thing. I'm still jury's still out right now.
You know what that made me think of? A funny story. My parents, as of 6 months ago, they were still paying for AOL.
No way. Why didn't you tell me that?
I forgot. So I didn't intentionally not tell you. So I was over at my parents' house, and I was asking, I knew that my mom and them were still using AOL emails. And I got real curious, and I was
That's the first red flag. It's a first.
But then I was like, Mom, I got a sinking feeling in my stomach. And I was like, Mom, you're not because we got AOL accounts in 1999. Mom, you're still not using an AOL account, are you? Or paying for one, excuse me. You're not still paying for an AOL account, are you? And she said, yeah, I got to keep my email. And I said, Mom, you don't have to pay for an AOL account anymore to keep the email. So
I would love, what is the market price for an AOL email right now in 2020? What do people pay for email?
$10 a month for an AOL account since 1999, thinking they needed to keep the emails. So I picked up the phone and I called AOL and I said, just want to verify that my parents will be able to keep their emails if we cancel this account.
$3,500 a year.
I know. I know.
Wait, over for how long? Well, let's just call it for 20 years.
Since 1999.
70 grand. They've spent $70,000 compounded over 10 years on their AOL email.
Let me just finish. So I called AOL immediately and I said, I want to verify that if we cancel our account today, that my parents will get to keep their email. Yes, but no, but will my parents get to keep their email if we cancel the account? Yes, but. Okay, entertain me. What's the but? What are they paying for? And he said, well, you get the news and you get the weather and you get and I'm like, I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. We are canceling this account today. And I think we were the last account on AOL to keeping them alive and afloat because
you were that guy. We were that guy's paycheck. Like he was the only employee left.
He was basically begging me. No, in a roundabout way, he was like, please let me just try to explain why you should keep this account.
Oh, God.
Nothing can make you. My parents, I'm sick to my stomach still to this day at the is it 70 grand? That can't be right.
What is it? What was
Yeah,
I did 350 352 350 day. Well, oh no, it's month. Wait,
Yeah,
so wait,
no,
we
no,
broke
no,
it
no.
up.
$10
It's a month. So
a month.
no, I'm sorry, it's way less. I was
Not
doing it on
70
the
grand.
fly.
Everybody watching.
Yeah. Sorry. Hold on.
Yeah.
So $10 a month times 12. It's still not a low number.
No, not at all. You know, if anything, it makes my eyes feel like this. Madison.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, I want to hear, since we're on the subject of AOL, I want to hear everyone's first AOL account name.
Okay.
Username.
Good question.
I'll go
Josh,
first.
did you have an AOL like instant messenger?
No, I don't think I did. And if I do, I do not know the
He did an
the name.
Mine was Gold Shane.
Gold Shane?
Yes, because I was a fan of Goldberg, the wrestler. So naturally, Gold Shane was my first email instant messenger.
Mine was I love, but spelled LUV.
Trigger.
TRIGGA, and it's not as a gangster as it sounds. Trigger was Roy Rogers' horse, and I was most definitely a horse girl. So it was conveyed in
Also,
my.
a really good movie that people should check out is Horse Girl with Brie Larson. Not Brie Larson, no. The girl is married to the Franco kid, or not? Are they married or together?
But they're married, right? He's married.
They're married, I think.
Seth. It was.
Although I got the maths wrong.
Tony DeMille's
so
back in.
badly. Like honestly, you should fact check anything I say on here.
He said, yes, Horse Girl.
That's me.
Matt, do you remember your first AOL instant messenger?
I do. It was Cool Matt D.
I love it. That's a great point.
God dang it. That's great.
Cool Matt D.
Cool Matty D.
Probably still email it.
Allison Brie was who we're trying to think
Oh,
of.
Allison Brie, yes. And they are married, correct?
I believe so. But Horse Girl is a wild movie that everybody should check out.
Yeah, I don't know what mine was or if I had one, Shane.
Yeah. Yours was probably I Promise I'm Not Josh Server.
Correct. Which is still all my names on all my platforms now.
I promise.
Oddly enough.
Yeah. I think this is a good opportunity for me to go pee again. Take a shot, everybody. We're going to watch the trailer for The Haunting of Grady Farm one more time to hype.
Are people drinking shots every time you go to the bathroom? Is that
shots
the
or
deal?
anything? It's a drinking game I'm trying to encourage.
I was not prepared.
It's all good. The Haunting of Grady Farm coming tomorrow on demand. This is the trailer. We'll be right back.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away, and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy.
It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
What?
Who is this? We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died. I should tell you something about her, okay? You had nothing to do with to find him. Let's get out of here.
We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my God!
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
He read the letter.
The Haunting of Grady Madison's always mid-conversation. The Haunting of Grady Farm, available tomorrow.
Madison, stay focused.
I'm trying.
Stay focused, Madison.
It looks great, guys. Looks great.
Everybody, I'm also streaming on my TikTok over here. So if you guys want to watch live, go to this link on the screen over here.
Oh yeah, I helped you out earlier when I first saw your TikTok live stream.
Oh yeah, because it was
all I did was comment on it and said your sign's backwards.
yeah, thanks, I didn't know that. What's so special about it? Everybody watching,
always keep your sister on here just to keep you humble, Shane.
Whitney Costner, our girl.
Hey, Whit.
The movie looks killer. Thanks, Whitney. Yeah, what was I saying? What was I going to say? I had something, and in this stream, anytime a topic comes to my brain, it'll come to me. Everybody, we have special guest Josh Server. He makes an awesome cameo in the film, The Haunting of Grady Farm, coming tomorrow. Also, check out his horror film coming very soon. Await the Dawn. Josh Server, my friend, do you have anything else that people should know about that you're brewing, that you're excited about?
I mean, right now I've just been, it definitely seems like the world's starting to turn again. I hope everyone's staying safe. This has just been a crazy year. Been writing a lot, working on some features and stuff like that. Eventually, hopefully people could get to see that, see those. All that is, I guess, I know, Shane, we've talked about it, but they did a reboot on the show basically in 2019. Yeah, no, they started towards the end of 2018 and into 2019, and so it's been cool. I got to come back and do a bunch of guest star episodes with the new Kit Kat.
Come back.
What's that?
Everything happens.
Yeah, I think they just they've definitely been doing some stuff at Nick, but I think they're taking their time because it is kids and just making sure they can do it safely. But yeah, that was airing all last year and into this year. Some of the newer fun episodes on the reboot that I've gotten to do. And so, the people who used to love the show might have their families and kids of their own now. They can come back and watch it generationally later, which has just been insane.
I remember Madison and I think we watched one of the first reboot episodes and it was great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Madison, go ahead.
No, yeah. The night of the premiere, we all it was a big deal. We all gathered in the living room, literally the whole family, and we all watched the premiere.
I love the Hartlines. You guys are the best. I appreciate that. It's been, Shane, I think the people who, really love the show will see that they did do a good job kind of taking the old and the new and marrying that. Yeah. So it's still in a lot of ways still feels like the tone of the show hasn't changed, and it's still kind of that same type of comedy. And the new kids, what's that?
Which is a hard thing to do, but they have done it.
Yeah, I think they've executed. I mean, they have some of the same producers that used to work back on the show, and then they have a whole bunch of new writers that they brought on it's crazy, like I was saying earlier, that are fans of the show and are now in the writer's room. And so it's been a really neat experience. And so I think people will plug in and like it. Plus the kids they got are so fun.
Kids are so fun.
So, yeah, they're really, really talented and sweet, good kids. So that's been kind of running consistently. I don't know if they're doing new episodes right this second. And then I did a Lifetime movie last year that aired. So, looking to do some more projects, and as the business starts to pick up again,
Yeah, I feel you. I'm definitely itching.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to work.
I got a question for you. I've asked all of our guests. What is your favorite horror film?
Ooh, that's tough. I gotta put I think The Shining.
Nice, Matt Dickstein's favorite.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of great ones. Cujo with I mean, there's some pretty amazing, the original, Night of Living Dead, those ones for sure. But I just think The Shining overall, and I just rewatched it
Our friend JD, kids watched the reboot of all that, which was so cool watching them loving the show. Yeah, it's cool seeing it come full circle.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really weird and surreal that the show is now back like 20 plus 25 years later.
Yeah.
But it's so cool. Thank you, JD, for that, and I hope your kids like it.
Yeah, hell yeah. Did you guys? I have a question for Matt and Josh because you guys like The Shining. Did you like the sequel?
Oh, I loved it.
Me too. What do you guys think?
Okay, so I cannot comment because I have not seen the sequel yet.
Oh man, I'd love to hear what you think.
I will say you guys.
It's Doctor
Sleep,
right? With Ewan McGregor.
Yeah. You have to give it a chance for sure, because like there were points where I was like, is it getting kind of cheesy? But oh my God, by the end, it is everything you could possibly want as a sequel.
I agree.
Like it was
awesome. That's hard to do. We were talking, Shane, about what were we talking, Bill and Ted's the other day?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I love it.
And I just, obviously totally different movie, totally different genre, but just in general, hard to do a sequel that many years later.
Well, yeah, and I think one
and nail it, you know.
Matt,
do you feel the same way about it?
Yeah, Matt, what did you think of Dr. Sleep?
I mean, I haven't seen Dr. Sleep, but it's kind of like you don't need a sequel to The Shining, like that kind of thing. But like then it came out and it got really great reviews, and I was like it's funny, I had a ticket to it, and the film screwed up like in the trailer.
Oh, wow.
Like, sorry, because I was like I'll go see it, and then I ended up seeing Ford versus Ferrari.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, it was just like, I mean, I love Ewan McGregor.
That's also supposed to be a great sequel. Ford versus Ferrari, great sequel. What? So wait,
was that a joke attempt, Josh?
I don't know. It's late. I'm not drinking. I should be drinking. Matt, would you you were in the theater and it messed up and they sent you to another theater?
Yeah, so like they were it was like really late, and I think that they didn't like process a refund. They're like, you just want to just walk into another theater and like whatever. I was like, all right, and then like the next time I was like at the theater, it wasn't there anymore. But like kind of on the like if there's a big standalone movie like The Shining, like I feel like the story's over. Like kind of how I felt about like Blade Runner, which is my favorite movie ever. But then I was still like, I love Blade Runner. So I love Denis Villeneuve. I love Roger Deakins. I love Ryan Gosling. I love, Harrison Ford came back and, all this stuff. So I was like, I'll go see Blade Runner 2049, even though like to me the story's over. But then it was one of my favorite movies of 2017 or something like it was a beautiful, brilliant film. So like, if they can,
sometimes they get it right, Yeah.
So when a bunch of people that like I know and like really trust like their opinions, they're like, no, you got to see Dr. Sleep, like, because like The Shining, like I've loved horror like forever. It's like funny, like I think you were talking about like your mom and dad like didn't really let you like watch horror, but like my family, like we would watch like Psycho and The Birds and stuff like that. Like that was like I dragged my mom to.
That's also up there for me. Both those are amazing.
Oh, fantastic. So like The Shining was like the first like jump scares and like tensions, but like the Shining was like the first movie that I was like, I have to sleep with the lights on. So I think that's why it gets, I mean, besides just being a brilliant film, and just like
it gets into that conversation of like what's untouchable and what shouldn't they remake, right?
But the way I always look at it as is like they're not going in and changing the film of the original. Like your original still exists, but I do get it because I think I'd feel similar if they did a fourth Back to the Future. If they did a fourth Back to the Future, I don't know that I could, or a reboot. I just don't know if I would be on board.
I think the only reason they got away with it was because it was supposed to be like Danny grown up, like, and so much older. That was the only way they got away with it, because it wasn't like he was they were recreating any characters.
Yeah.
And when they did, it was done so like tastefully and respectfully and
You're doing
well.
pretty good, and that's a tough thing to do. That's a
They did the same thing with it though, right? Like they were all older and grown up
in the sequel. Yeah.
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 So I do have a funny story in regards to The Shining. So like I work at a wine bar, so we have a TV behind the bar. And leading up to Halloween, every day I was at work, I was playing like some scary movie. And I had The Shining on one day, and I completely forgot about the full frontal scene. Walked out of the bath, and I'm sitting there, and at the wine bar I work at, it's generally an older crowd who comes in. And there was this older man there with his wife. I'm talking with them, and I see his eyes go like over my shoulder. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating. He went, "Oh boy!" And I turned around and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry!" And I grabbed the remote, like fast forwarded, and he was like, "Well, I didn't expect to see that coming to the wine bar," and I was like.
You never know what you're going to see at Grape Expectations.
Not Grape Expectations.
Oh, no.
That's a joke. That's the name of the bar I work at.
Oh, wow. All right. I'm just going to exit the live shoot. How do I click out?
I'm out. I'm out of here.
How do I cancel out?
No,
change my name back to Josh Shane so nobody knows.
I got you.
That's terrible. The Grape Expectations.
Yep.
I want to go there so bad.
It is really hard to do like a sequel of something like, Dumb and Dumber 2 still breaks my heart. But I will say this, Bill and Ted was perfect to me.
Oh my God. Yeah. I think though, but in defense of Dumb and Dumber 2, Jim Carrey did so well with
Here's my note. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it since, honestly. So here's what I think is like there was an inconsistency in the delivery.
Struck a nerve. We got a nerve. He hit a nerve.
Jim Carrey, it's my favorite comedy of all time. So Jim Carrey, he performed it the same. I think Jeff Daniels played an aged version of his character. So I think there should have been a meeting in the middle, or like, I just feel like
I think though what I didn't like was like Jim Carrey like felt like Lloyd when you were watching it, and Jeff Daniels, like his delivery of Harry, like what I didn't like is in the original like Dumb and Dumber, like Harry was always the dumb one, not the dumber one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was always a little more intelligent, and for some reason in the second one he was like borderline, like he was getting borderline. Like, and I didn't like it. Yeah. Like, I was like, oh, that's.
I have to go back and rewatch this because this sounds like you're really diving into the nuanced choices of these two actors.
I love Jeff Daniels as an actor, and like obviously I love Jim Carrey, but like I feel like Jim Carrey put a little more effort and like probably.
He did for sure. Yeah, and
I feel like Jeff Daniels was just like.
You're saying Jeff phoned it in on Dumb and Dumber?
No, I don't think he phoned it in, but I don't think he probably didn't watch Dumb and Dumber before, let's say that. Like, you could tell Jim Carrey, like, probably rewatched it several times, really spent some time, like, diving back into that character. But it's tricky too, because
Jim's kind of method. Jim Carrey's kind of method. So,
absolutely. It's a hard thing to do because you got to also think about this. It's like, it's tricky because these guys are so much older. Their characters are so much older. So what should they feel like? Like, that's just a touchy, weird, not a touchy, that's a weird.
I mean, as you guys could tell from my first 3 or 4 years of all that, I'm not really a big Jim Carrey fan. So
clearly, yeah.
I've said this before. I was basically just doing my version of a bad Jim Carrey impression for the first 3 years before I found maybe the first year or two before I got like more of my comedic sensibilities. Jim's amazing. And so, I mean, Jeff is such a great actor. So I don't know what happened on that one, but
yeah, I think, and I'm not going to like throw I don't want to say failure, but like, I'm not going to throw the film's success or lack thereof on Jeff Daniels' shoulders. Or anything.
Hell no.
I think it was definitely writing, and it was also like
It just didn't feel the same.
Feel like I think like with
it was shot. They should have, and as hard as it may have been, they should have tried to shoot it on the same format they shot the old one.
It felt too like it just didn't flow well. Like for some reason with Bill and Ted's, like obviously, yeah, they filmed it on like newer cameras and like had like special effects and stuff, but it still felt like the Bill and Ted universe when you were watching it. And
I try to go easy on that type of stuff because you guys know there's so many things that have to go right collaboratively.
For sure.
Especially for a great sequel, but just a great project in general, you know, writing, directing, everybody has to be on the same page, acting. So, you know, sometimes, you know, people just see the finished product, but they don't really know what went into that, the making of Dumb and Dumber 2 or what was really going on.
Hey, man, I can't wait to make the Grady Farm sequel in 20 years.
Yeah.
I'm going to dissect it just like I have.
Exactly. And they're going to be like, and I hope Jeff Daniels and Jim Carrey are still crushing. They're going to come back, and we're just sitting around how Shane Hartline just did not. He phoned it in.
Yeah,
he phoned it in.
I'm going to say, you know, Shane really did not commit as much as the other actors did.
I'm already telling you right now, I'm not going to.
I just don't think Shane even took the time, Matt, to rewatch the old one that you guys did.
No,
you know?
the amount of times, and I've seen it at this point, I'm not going to.
You've reached your capacity.
Matt and I both have met our quota of seeing The Haunting of Grady Farm.
Sure.
We're definitely going to watch tomorrow. Matt already watched it on Halloween, he said.
I know. I was about to ask, is that the last time you're going to watch it for a long time, or?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. You've seen it over 100 times.
I didn't know if you watch it again.
This might not be the most wonderful thing to say, but that was actually the first time I'd seen it all the way through, just because like we watched bits just to really like in and get everything. So it was and then there were like parts that I'd kind of forgot because it like once we sold it and everything, I was kind of like, all right, cool, it's in their hands, like I can move on to like other things. So it was like really cool, like to sit down and watch it and like remember, like I would like there'd be like really horrible tension moments and my wife's like covering with like a blanket and I'm just like laughing like, oh yeah, this is the part where
that's
like
awesome
and tripped and we all laughed.
Josh's part, right?
I think
actually, so like we're both
calling Shane like this is just we gotta
this is the horror terrible. Of this movie. The rest of it's a comedy.
Yeah,
it's funny. Like, I laugh.
Well, I think that probably speaks for the how great the movie is. If you still really love seeing it and want to watch it some more, Matt, like being as close to you as you are. I haven't seen the full thing all the way through, so I'm sure that bodes well for the movie that you still want to continue rewatching it, brother.
Yeah, no, I'm super thankful that you hopped on and did your part. And I mean, I'm just like, it's been such a blessing. Like, you know, kind of. I mean, this is. I feel like this is everybody involved's dream come true. Like, you know, since we were 4 years old, like I want a movie and I want to make a movie. And now it's like tomorrow, like I'm gonna be a mess at work. Like people are like, how's it going? I'm like, this is the movie.
It's great. Just the most simplest question. How was your weekend? You know, just tears.
I'm kind of low-key glad it's happening tomorrow because otherwise, I mean, it will be a good distraction for me from everything happening in the world.
That's right. Good.
Yeah, man. So I think that, you know, go home and watch Grady Farm and come down from a scary day.
There's a lot of horror. Lots of horror. I'm horrified.
Well, Josh, before we have to say bye to you, is there anything that you would like to promote? Anything you want people to check out?
I mean, again, we were talking about it already. I'll keep you guys posted on the Await the Dawn stuff and the new all that. And I just, you know, I've kind of just the last couple of years just been really doing a lot more acting. So I've been so grateful to be working again. So I always appreciate people being so loyal and tuning into my new stuff. So, you know, just want to say thank you to you guys and for having me on and good luck with the release. And everybody go check it out.
Thanks, man. It means a lot have you a part of it and to have you as a friend. And I hope we can make more movies.
Yeah, like Matt was saying, right? Make more stuff with our friends. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Very cool.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And I'm
guys,
glad
I
you
wish
actually met my sister in person, which is cool, being that she's from the other side of the country. Didn't you guys meet at that bar we all went to or something? Or was it after one of my Pratt shows?
I feel like you've been out a couple times, Madison, right? Or have you only been out? Have you only visited once?
I'm just like so memorable, so it probably felt like a few times.
Nice. Boom. You're absolutely right. But yes, I think we all went out to the bar. I can't remember after what, Shane. But your whole fan band was there.
I think it was after a Pratt show. I think
It's that bar. That
Big Wangs.
Big Wangs. Yeah.
God, rest in peace. Big Wangs is gone.
Really?
Yeah, IO is gone. Like,
Oh wow.
so many places. It's like,
I know,
heartbreaking.
It's definitely a little sad. So we'll have to come east and go to Grape Expectations.
Great Expectations.
Going to
That's where the new party is at Grape
We'll
Expectations.
do a Josh Server appreciation night at Grape Expectations.
Oh, I'll make it an event.
Now I guess I have to show up for that.
Yeah,
or?
you're obligated.
Yeah,
It's out there. My town's
now that it's out there. Is it in Orlando? Is that where
a
it
little
is?
south of it.
It's in Winter Haven,
Winter Haven, you know.
right by Legoland.
I know where Winter Haven is. I have fond memories of Orlando, and yeah. So,
Yeah.
Where I guess we have our next event for live streaming planned.
God.
JD, Shane's face. Yeah, I'm dead. Dead. My dinner's here. Thanks, babe.
I couldn't even imagine.
All right,
How many
dude.
more hours do you guys have to go? Will you go until 10 tonight?
I'm
10 Pacific. So,
Really, when should I stop, Josh?
I mean, just based on the processing that I've seen for your synapses, the way they're firing, maybe a couple hours ago, you should have stopped.
Did you just say something?
Right. No, I think you got this. Who knows what you'll say, but I think you got this. What, 3 more hours?
So I'm going to 10 Pacific.
You'll be fine.
Oh no, I'm fine. And now I got a big
be
fat
fine.
burrito, so I'm going to be even more fine.
Madison, are you staying on with the Jello shots? Because you pace yourself. It's 3 more hours.
This one. So I don't know if I'm gonna make it to 1.
You blacked out by the end of the live stream.
Yeah, the scary thing about this is like it tastes good. So I keep like having a bite of Jello full of tequila.
Yeah. Jello goes with everything. It's delicious. It's tequila Jello shots.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
no. Oh no. Oh no.
All right, dude. I appreciate
Shane, thanks for having me, Matt. So nice to meet you. And good luck with the film, guys. Madison, we'll see you next time.
I know.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, man. Appreciate you. All right, everybody. That was Josh Server. You can see him in a really awesome cameo tomorrow in the Haunting of Grady Farm. We're doing this 12-hour live stream to celebrate, to hype the release of the movie, and to get you to pledge to watch it. It will be on Amazon, iTunes, Dish, DirecTV In Demand, several awesome platforms, but the distribution company is encouraging us to tell you to watch it on Amazon and leave it a positive rating and review. We have a guest coming in here shortly who is actually the director of my one of the first movies I played. No, this was so technically Grady Farm was the first movie I did a lead role. This came out before Grady Farm, obviously. Addicted to You was honored to be a lead role in that movie, a romantic comedy that is also on Amazon. So I wanted to bring my boy Mike Cockner on to talk about the filmmaking process of the process of making a movie and selling it. Mike Cockner, everybody.
Hey, what's up?
Hey man, I appreciate you being here. Don't mind me. I'm gonna be eating while we talk, and
All right.
I'm already taking major offense to this.
I figured. You bastard. No, I'm kidding. Mike and I actually shot something this past weekend in a park safely, but we shot new baby bodyguards, and I got to shoot with his cute ass kids.
That's right.
Which, God, man, that was so fun. They were so perfect.
You could tell. I don't know if you could tell. I could tell that was like 8 months of being like in a house with me and like not being able to see other kids, and then be like, hey, here's a public park and human beings.
Was that like one of the first times they've been out?
Yes, that was literally the first time they've been out, like other than like we'll go on a drive somewhere or but that was it.
Wow, they were so great. I can't wait to start putting out those clips. Yeah, and like teaser spoiler, the cops got called, which was really fun. And
always
but
fun.
then we're all about it. They were all about it. So Mike, everybody watching, this is again Mike Cockner. He directed Addicted to You, which was the behind him. You can see the sick poster. Was the romantic comedy that I was granted the opportunity to play the lead role, and it was such an amazing experience. And I want to get into that in a moment. Before we do, wherever you guys are watching this at home, please share this. Please retweet it. Want to get more eyes on the stream. And Matt, or Mike, I want to introduce you to Matt, the director of Grady Farm.
Oh,
Madison is my sister. I'm trying to point, but it's not working. And she did hair and makeup, so we're having her hang.
Hi.
We're having her hang here too. So yeah, guys, virtual meeting.
It's the it's what everybody's up to now, right? I mean, it's interesting how at the beginning of this it was like everyone all of a sudden heard of Zoom, right? And it's like, oh well, why would I need a paid subscription to Zoom? I'm not gonna, after 2 weeks, I don't need this anymore. Well, here we are, and everybody pays for Zoom, and now we're having, it's creating interesting mediums now, like just like this, where we're having this likely what you would do live in front of an audience, I'm guessing, normally. But here we are, and it's able to pull people together from. I think Matt, I was listening earlier. You're in Atlanta, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it's we're able to pull all of people from all around into one single stream and allowing people from everywhere to watch it. I mean, it's sort of like bringing in the best of what modern technology and social media can be. So, with that said, congratulations. This is a really, really cool event. Congrats, you guys. I know when Shane and I first met, it was to cast the leading role in my film, Addicted to You. And we had cast somebody to play that role. And it was early on that we had cast this, it was kind of a friend of a friend. And we got, we did an Indiegogo, we raised money, we had some personal funds set aside to do the whole thing. And we were, going full guns blazing. Cause it's like for me, at least as a filmmaker, and I know Shane's a lot the same way. It's like when you get an idea and you want to move forward with it, it's just like all cylinders, you're going for it. Mm-hmm. And so that's we were deep into that at that point. And for us then to have our lead actor, he just pulled out. He pulled out like, moments before we were going to film. And we were like, oh my God, like, what are we going to do? And, we just started to kind of think on the other side of this, like, okay, well, let's pull somebody in because maybe we'll find somebody better. Well, long story short, we did, because we found Shane. And I mean, honestly, Shane, like the movie, once we had you involved, it definitely took on sort of a different vibe, for sure. Like you definitely put your own spin to things. And I remember because Shoni Francis, who co-wrote the film with me and was also one of the actors with you in the film, he knew you from like Vine and from doing like stuff at IO. Right.
Yep.
And he's like, well, let me hit up Shane and see, maybe he'll be interested. And I was like, I'm like, well, who's this Shane Hartline guy? And he's like, well, look him up. He does this Jack Black impression. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. I look it up and I'm like, okay, this is cool. This guy's cool. So then we have you sending an audition tape, and I mean, you nailed the audition tape.
Oh man, thank you.
You just nailed it. And it was just like, because it was such a very specific scene and we wanted to see exactly how you'd play it. And you knocked it out of the park. And so from there it was like, all right, yeah, get this guy on the phone. We need to bring him in. And I think we started filming like that next week or something.
It was very quick. It was within like 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I know what it takes to do the process of independent filmmaking. And so kudos to you guys for sure.
That's why, and first, that was such a blast of a summer because, like we shot, over a period of time in chunks,
right.
And, such an amazing experience, such a fun cast and crew. So please, if you're watching and you want to watch, I would say also this is another good movie to pair with Grady Farm because you can watch The Haunting of Grady Farm and then like come down, from the horror and the pain and watch Addicted to You. So go do that. But also, man, yeah, I wanted to also have you on not only to promote the film, but to talk a little bit about, the crazy process that goes in to independent filmmaking. And you also sold this to a distribution or got this with a distribution company, excuse me. So yeah, I just want to hear like, man, the process, like tell us a little bit about like your experience with it, what you learned, what
right.
would you do different?
Absolutely. I mean, it's such an interesting thing because of course, and I was tuning in here and there throughout the day, kind of listening to some of the conversations you were having. But it sort of holds very true to some of the things that was said earlier, which is like, oh, when you're a kid, you have all these aspirations to do a certain thing. And for me, I always knew that I wanted to do something in the entertainment world, right? It was just like, well, what is it going to be? Well, in high school, it was like picking up your parents' Sony camera and like, in the backyard, like convincing your siblings to like do crazy things, right? Yeah. And then it was, oh, and then your friends in high school, you're doing stupid YouTube videos. I mean, like when I was in high school, I think I was like a junior in high school when YouTube came out.
Mm.
It was like YouTube was brand new, right? And people are still trying to figure out what was going on with it. But we started putting up these crazy videos. This is a true story. We got YouTube banned at my high school. Like you couldn't like log into.
Wait.
We were putting up like crazy videos, and then people, instead of like using study hall to study, they were like going onto YouTube and watching them.
Uh-huh.
And it was distracting so many people that they were like, yeah, no, we're gonna ban YouTube from like the library. Because at the time, still people didn't, at the time, like when I was a junior, people didn't have like YouTube on their phone or anything. Like I don't even think you could get internet on your phone. I'm not sure, but so that was just such an interesting, funny thing. But that sort of then leads into college, doing the same thing, getting into sort of the journalism side, the theater side, the filmmaking side, learning production and starting to actually get my feet wet in that. But still, it wasn't until coming out to LA where I really started to then, team up with people that had similar aspirations. And even moving out to LA, I was like, well, maybe I still want to give acting a chance, because I did graduate with a theater degree after all. So it's sort of like that sort of was something that made sense to me. But then it was like meeting people who, Shane, you'll know, like Garrett Mendez and Shoni Francis and people like that. I'm just like, oh, okay, these guys are really talented people. Like, you know what I should do? I should write for them. And so that's sort of where it took a turn for me, where I was able to then start really focusing on writing and filmmaking, being behind the camera, and really just dedicating a lot of my time to that. And long story short, I've been doing a lot of sketch comedy over the years, mostly, like I said, then writing and filming that with a lot of the people that we did the film with, honestly. Kat Alter, Mike Klimkowski, a lot of those people that were in the film, just kind of scattered throughout, were just people that especially Shoni and I, we had worked with time and time again. And we just really wanted to bring them into the fold to do something bigger and better. And so that was really what Addicted to You was, and what the film was for me. It was like, well, I made a challenge to myself to make a movie before I was 30 years old. So that was my challenge to myself. And so I wanted to do everything I could to make that happen. And we did film it. It was in the can before I was 30. We released it, after. but I at least got it filmed. So I did achieve that goal. But it really was. We started with an initial script that I had written. I had brought Shoni and Steve J. Brown in to help me, basically tear the script down, bring it back up, go in and out. We did so many revisions on it. We got outside perspectives on it. We really just wanted to make it the best that it could be. And on the face value, it's very much like the bones of it are very much a romantic comedy. And we wanted to hit those specific plot points. We wanted to hit those specific things because we wanted it to be something that people could relate to, people felt comfortable with, just because we're coming at this from a position of like, we're nobody famous yet, so we wanted to do something that made people comfortable, to do something that followed the structure that people knew, right? And then around that, building some really cool storylines, some really cool, characters that people could relate to. And so that was sort of how we approached the writing process of it. And really then one of the more fun parts, which I'm guessing sort of correlates to what you guys maybe did too, but as far as ours, since it was a comedy, we did probably 20 joke revisions of the whole entire thing. I mean, I even got to the point where it was like I had a spreadsheet, and I want to say we had like 270 some jokes / bits, and then we'd go through and we'd talk them through, and we'd say, okay, does this work? Okay, if we release the movie 2 years from now, is this still going to be funny? And so we were going through those things and really just trying to streamline the process to say, what gives our film the longest shelf life?
Gotcha.
Because, hey, Shoni or yourself or Garrett, Kat, somebody in the film, they may not be, A-list right now, but in a year they could be releasing something, and hey, all of a sudden then our film is something that they were in first.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another way from a filmmaking point of view, you kind of look at things, which I'm sure you guys, think about all the time. But, so once we got into the process of making the film, it was sort of guns blazing. But really, for me, it was like, well, yeah, we could go and we could shoot this thing really simply with some Canon DSLRs, and we could make it as good as we could, with the sort of friends we had, connections we had, equipment we already owned. But then it's like you start bringing one person in that's like, oh, well, I have a connection to this. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, well, hey, I have this red Epic you guys could use if you want. Oh, okay. Well, so if we're going to use a red, now we got to use so then it just starts to snowball into like
what happened with us.
Into this thing that's like almost out of your control, but in a good way. And that's how I would describe it really, because it's and for me, when we brought in Rebecca Herrick to produce the film, at the beginning of everything, I was really taking on a lot of like the producing of things. But then when we brought her on to really take those reins, that lifted a lot off my shoulders, because then I didn't have to worry about like any of that stuff. I just worried about directing and really forming the relationships with the actors, which I just had a ton of fun doing. And as you can probably attest to, Shane, like on set, when we were going through, it was always important for me to make sure that you guys were comfortable and to make sure that you guys were having fun. And it was sort of like, well, let's try to hit our day, and let's try to make our day. And then I always had Rebecca like, hey, you need to get through this, because we were just having fun. We'd have one or two takes where we try to get it on the script, and then it's like, all right, we got that. Let's go have fun now. Let's improv. Let's make it, let's make it something different. Bring yourself into the film. So
that's one of the, to me, one of the very, very few parts of a filmmaking process. And real quick before I get into this, Whitney Costner Madison said says your makeup is on point. You're muted, Madison.
Thank you.
That's one of the very few processes of filmmaking that I don't like but I understand why it has to happen, is like, you have to stick to a tight schedule. You have to, like, when it's time to move on to the next shot, you have to do it. And that is one part of the process. 'Cause like, we all started in the same type of realm of picking up a camera and shooting things on our own that like, oh, we could just shoot all day if we wanted to, like, you know, and that's kind of the one part. It's like, oh God, but we're having so much fun, you know, with this scene, you know, but it is, you know, that's a part of it. And, but yeah,
once you get the insurance and SAG involved, then it's like, oh man, you know, we got to follow rules, you know, that whole thing. But yeah, I mean, it's adding those different factors too that kind of add some legitimacy to like the process as well, because and for the people that you're bringing into the project, it's, you know, I remember a couple of people that we did bring in, and and Shoney would even tell me himself, Shoney, the person that co-wrote the movie, he'd come in and we, on some of those days where we had the fake buzz feed that we made, he'd walk in and he'd like, this feels like a real studio. Like, this feels like a real movie. And he's like, you know, and then that's just kind of what it is. It's like, you kind of project that legitimacy for your own film and for your own crew. And, you know, I guess it kind of touches on professionalism as well. It's like, and from the get-go for me, it was like, I wanted to see this project through. That was my goal. And the first goal was like, I want to make a movie and I want to prove that I can make a movie. Okay. Well, then it was, I also would love for that movie to, you know, be accepted into some film festivals and also to land on Amazon. Well, I got all of those things accomplished, and it sounds like you guys are right in line with that as well. So again, you know, congrats.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of indie filmmakers kind of share the same process a little bit, like, but ours is very similar. I think our script writing process is a little different. I'll never forget when we first approached Matt and his crew, like, we came to them with no script. So initially, Mike, we were going to try to shoot this based off of beats and improv. And Matt, you know, knowing what he's doing as a DP is like, yeah, but we need to know what we're shooting. There's a reason scripts exist. And, you know, their improv movies have been done. But like they were like, yeah, we need you guys to write a script. But what was great is like at that point we were able to knock out a script pretty quickly, just for the crew to basically know what's happening. And there was still so much improv, like in Addicted to You. But we were, you know, at that point, because we had such a detailed outline and like had lived in the, you know, in the bones of like what it's going to be, we were able to knock out a script pretty quickly because of, you know, our outline we were going to shoot off of was so detailed at that point. But yeah, I mean, it's funny you're talking and like our process, your process with Matt is very, very, very similar. Yeah, it's pretty rad.
Well, and I was listening in a little earlier when you guys were talking about the, you know, the process of post-production, which, you know, honestly, you know, that process gets overlooked a lot because it's just like, oh, well, you know, it's joked about a lot. Like, oh, we'll fix it in post, right? Well, somebody's doing that fixing in post. And oftentimes it's like you two, I'm guessing. And for our film, it was myself a lot of the time. And, you know, it for us, it took a good year before we could even get like a full solid cut together of the film. And, you know, after that, then it just became us really hustling to try to get the fine cut down and, you know, colorist involved and like trying to call in.
Finished and got the movie out there, I will say, a lot quicker than not that I ever doubted you or the team. I just know how much goes into post-production. I know Madison has to jump off here in a second, so I want to say thank you to Madison for coming on.
Hi.
We sold the movie, Maddie.
That's crazy. I'm so excited and happy, and thank you for having me be a part of this. Sorry for eating so much Jello.
All good. I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I need to go hydrate. All right.
All right.
Love
Bye.
you.
Bye. What was I talking about?
Just the process of post-production. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember specific because I had a train of thought. She texted me and said she had to run. I want to let's find this, guys. Let's find out what I was talking about. Was it we were talking about post production?
Well, yeah, so post production and then just the process of basically like how one or two people are basically juggling the positions of, like 20, 30, 40 people.
I remember. It's back. It's back.
Yeah,
I was shocked at how quickly Addicted to You did come out. Not to knock the team by any means, but I just know how much goes into a small team, doing post to finish a movie, because it was on Matt and I's shoulders to finish it. And it took a long time because, you do one thing, raise a little money, do another thing. You can't get together every day. You have lives. And one, you're not being paid to finish this. So it's like when Matt and I could get together, we would. And, luckily, like I had moved to his part of the country during that part of the process. So that the stars aligned for us to be physically together, which made it a bit easier. But dude, so I think it's awesome at how quick you guys were able, because you did have a small post-production team.
Right. It was myself and Steve J. Brown. We co-edited the film. And then we had a sound designer and then a colorist. And then Rebecca Herrick as the main producer. And then we brought in Garrett Mendez as sort of a post-production producer that really, gave notes on things. And then as we started to get the cut finer and finer, we'd kind of expand that group out a little bit to who we'd show it to get like different notes on. I think I sent you even a few scenes here and there where I was like, hey, what do you think about this? Or how does this look to you? And we were kind of just getting that feedback. And actually one of the first things we did, which was really important to me, because we were actually still trying to raise money as we were making the movie and as we were filming. And then as we were cutting the film together, because what we were hoping to do was like raise a bunch more money so we could hand off some of the stuff to like some assistant editors and some this and that, so we could like get it done even quicker. One of the things we did was we did a first cut. So it was like 15 minutes of the movie that then led into like a trailer for what's to come.
Oh yeah.
And so it was an easy way for us to just be like, okay, we're gonna cut like, the first 15 minutes, which it was just a rough cut anyway with temp sound, temp color. But it allowed us to do a little bit more fine tuning on it just because it was only 15 minutes. And then it allowed us to kind of put together a little teaser trailer for the rest of the film in an effort to try to, get some more eyes on it in that sense. And so that was the first thing we did. And that was kind of a cool thing to go back now and look on and like, oh, that's where we were at that point. And, just kind of going from there. And so for Steve J and I, we went back and forth realistically working on like shared timelines. And we would just share things back and forth. Like I'd cut a first scene, then he would do like tweaks on it, do a second cut and vice versa. And, so some of the stuff that was kind of plaguing us in our post-production process was, of course, just like you had touched on, we weren't getting paid to do this. Though I made the conscious decision to only keep this as my project that I was working on. Because I know so many people some people can do it. Some people can juggle 5 different projects. Some people are just inherently like freelance people where they, can do some freelance gigs, can take some time off, really focus time on a project, do some more freelance gigs, make some money. I wasn't in that position.
But much like, I want to say, it's like crazy because much like Matt, you both have full-time jobs. You both are now parents. Matt is also a new parent. Yeah. So it's like, add that on top of that. Like that's why I'm forever grateful of Matt, because, I have a girlfriend, but I'm, theoretically, I don't have kids. My work is very not full time. My work is what I make and do. So like I had more time, but I like had to, be a little patient with, with understanding Matt has a full-time job, a child, he's married, like you, like, and, so dude, the fact that you put out the movie as quick as you did is really amazing.
Well, I will say, there's, when we did our initial like private screening of the film, it was so embarrassing because there were like 2 or 3 scenes that had audio issues. It had like this lagging audio issue. Something in the export that we did from the timeline had these delay, like sound delays, or where it drifted in the middles of scenes. And so when I went and I was checking the Blu-ray, I'm like, I'm looking and I'm checking tops and bottoms of scenes, making sure everything's in sync and everything. Well, we go to the screening, and then there's, the middle 2 or 3 scenes where there's the middle of a scene, and all of a sudden, like, the sound starts to drift, and we're like, no, and then it's like, that's all you're left with that experience. But, at the end of the day, like, of course, then it kind of was like, well, that we obviously have to fix that. We obviously have to make sure that's working. And, so it's just little things like that at the time, it's such an embarrassing thing, but it's like, that's part of the process. That's just that. Now it's just sort of something fun to look back on and be like, well, that happened.
Absolutely.
And now I think some of the fun thing for me, because Shane, think about this. Addicted to You is released February 14th of this year.
Yeah.
And what? 3 weeks later, the world shut down? That's crazy. It seems so long ago, but yet I still feel like it's March somehow. Like it's like
we are
living
frozen in March. It's still March.
This weird twilight zone of like, is this real life right now? So that's just something that I keep thinking of. It's like, for me as well, you mentioned the kids thing. That's definitely for me where, I was always somebody that was very much like, I need to be pushing, I need to be moving, I need to be going towards my goals, what I want to do. And once I had kids, it was like, oh, that the goals haven't gone away. It's that something about having kids, and Matt, maybe you can attest to this as well, but it's like, it like chilled me the hell out a little bit. It's like, oh, you know what? I'm going to get there and I'm going to do it the way I want to do it. And my kid might be hanging on me while I'm in a meeting doing revisions on a script, like I might have my kid on my lap when I'm editing, but that's just what it is. That's who I am. It doesn't change me creatively. It just means now that I have other responsibilities and other things that, kind of fulfill my time and are a part of my day. So part of what my point was with that was that before I had kids, I was at Second City. I was writing for sketch shows. I was doing this and that. But now it's like, when I had kids, it's like, well, what can I focus on? What's the thing that I can focus on when I'm at home, spending time with my family, or when they've fallen asleep and it's, 8:00 at night? Well, I really started to focus on script writing and writing screenplays. And so that's really been my focus. And really, I've tried to hone in on that. And really the first complete screenplay that I did was Addicted to You. And it took a long time to do that, but it's like, once you get over that hump and over that, oh, I did do this. It was, it was received well. People liked it. It made sense. Now I can really hone in on like going outside the box, creating outside the box, doing new and creative ideas. And since then, I've written 4 full screenplays. I'm working on one right now. And every time, one of the things I've been challenging myself to do is write something different every time. So, I wrote sort of like a Pixar film that is totally something different, right? I wrote sort of another kind of a dark romantic comedy, dark dramedy, sort of a Ben Stiller style comedic film. And right now, one of the ones that I'm working on is actually a biopic of my great uncle. His name was Harry Kirstenbrock, and he was in 1925. He was a 7 foot tall basketball player in high school basketball player. Wow. So imagine this, like, a kid that's 2 feet taller than everybody else in Nebraska, of all places. you know, basically able to touch the hoop, you know, and initially gets sort of discarded to play in any of the big schools in the NCAA because they thought he was too tall and uncoordinated. Well, you know, 2 years later, he ends up playing for a smaller college, Doane College in Nebraska, and ends up getting recruited to play for Kansas University. And at the time, and still now, obviously Kansas University is one of the big household names in college basketball. Well, at the time, it had been because of Fog Allen, their coach, and their coach was really close with the inventor of basketball, James Naismith. I hope I'm saying that right, but the inventor of basketball, he was in Lawrence, Kansas, and really helped build that KU program with Fog Allen, the legendary coach that now I think the stadium's named after and this and that. Anyways, I digress because it's such an interesting, I've been learning so much. It's sort of like when you do a biopic like that, is having to do sort of like a deep dive into like what I knew as fact and what has been sort of historically put on the record, or what I could find in old newspapers from 1928, you know, and then having to fill in the gaps of stuff that I don't know, and needing to sort of like cross that bridge, but doing it in a sense that's I'm trying to be like as respectful as I can to the characters that I know existed, while giving them what I'm hoping would be sort of a justified, you know, character. And so what ends up happening though with my great uncle is he gets recruited to play for KU. When he goes there, after, mind you, 2 years of college experience, because he was transferring in from a different state and this and that, all of his credits didn't transfer. And at the time, the NCAA rules wouldn't let a freshman play varsity ball. So because he had to transfer in as a freshman again, he could only play junior varsity. And so he kind of got hosed to not being able to play varsity ball. And that's when the Big Six conference came about for the first time. So it was like Oklahoma, Nebraska, Kansas, you know, all Iowa, all of the big names now that you see. But anyway, so then the next year he was going to be able to play varsity ball. But the summer he was back home, he actually died in a boating accident.
Wow.
And so he drowned in a boating accident. And so that's his story. And so it's like this tragic story of every time he's this kid that had all this potential, and this entire time he could never fulfill his potential up until the very end. And the most interesting fact about that all is that Fog Allen, the coach, that next year was the worst record that Kansas University ever had playing basketball. They went like 3-15 that year, and it's the worst record on history. And he was, I guess, so devastated by the loss of my great uncle. He then didn't try to get another 7-foot player to come play for him until 20 years later when he had Wilt Chamberlain play.
Wow.
So that's sort of like the interesting story. And so I've been writing that since during the pandemic. That's been what I've been writing throughout the pandemic. And so it's sort of a story that's obviously sort of near to me, and also something that I feel is like a great story that people should know about, because it's based entirely in truth. And it's such a tragic, but also kind of, you know, very just interesting historical piece. And so I look forward to sharing the script with you whenever I have it done. But
yeah, man, hell yeah. I wanted to, you know, something you touched on that I've never really asked Matt this, but like, I don't know how I haven't asked you, what is like, you know, creative work like now for you that you have a kid? Like, how has it changed for you?
Creative work?
Like how you said, like it changes your focus a bit. You're still able to pursue what you want to pursue, but it's like the focus has shifted. You know, so I haven't asked Matt that yet.
Yeah, you know, are you wanting Matt or myself to talk now?
Matt,
oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
You touch on it. I'm very curious of Matt's take on that.
Yeah, I mean, so like, one thing that we want to instill in our daughter is that like she can be anything she wants, she can do anything she wants. And I think that a big part of her believing that is seeing her parents do that.
Mm.
So, like, when we found out that we were going to have a kid, I was in the middle of getting a feature off the ground, which Shane was going to be a part of. Didn't get off the ground. It's okay. Part of life happens. But it was, it still was not fun or easy, like to be like, all right, like we can't shoot because we just don't have everything together. So it was like I don't know. I feel like with my daughter, like with everything, I feel freer. Weirdly enough, like because like people say, like there are so many people who are like, you're married, you have a kid, you're tied down, you have commitments, your career's done, and I'm like, I'm just getting started, like I can write during nap time, like I can. No, like it took me having a kid to get started. Like you're done, But like that's how I so many people, and nobody's like really like said that to me, but like people have like said like once you have kids you're done, and it's like no, not at all. Like not even kind of true. Like you can't put an age on anything. You can't put like a marital or parental status on it. It's just after not making this feature and not having a kid and then having a kid, and I'm like, it's just asking yourself, like, how much do I want to do this? How much? And it's like, so am I going to dedicate myself to being a father who makes films? Because the most important thing in my life is my daughter and my wife. And if it would be a miracle if my daughter somehow managed a full sentence of saying, Dad, I need you to stop making films. But that's like, no question. Like, all right, cool. I'll go work at Target or like get a new degree or something like that. But like, yeah, like, I don't know. I just feel like, I feel like in this year, I feel like, and it feels weird to say this because like there's nothing to back it up because of just how the industry currently is. But I feel like if we hadn't shut down and slowed down and stopped, I feel like I would have put out like 30 shorts and they would be like the best things I've ever put out. Like that's where I feel creatively right now. Like, I just produced a short a little while ago, like, and it just came out last week, and it was really the first time I'd been on set like in 2020 really. But I was like, this is like, I'm really proud of it. Like I don't, and we worked it out with like childcare and everything like that. Like both my wife and I are working parents, but like our priority is our daughter. And like, yeah, I just feel like I don't feel like I'm done. I feel like I'm just getting started, and I don't feel like I have less time, and I'm not neglecting my child. Like, I don't know. It's like this weird thing where like people just think like if you have a wife and you have a kid, like you stop existing. And I'm like,
yeah, that's something that was like not instilled in me by my family, but like the town I came from, it was that type of like Southern town. Like once you have a wife and kids, like you can't have fun no more,
Yeah.
And so it's like, I know that I want to have kids. I know I'm going to have kids, but there is a slight fear that's in there based on all that bullshit that was instilled on me growing up, not by my family, but like the outside perception of things. And, I know that that's not true, but there's still like a stupid fear that creeps in at the thought of it. Like that I'm going to not be able to pursue the things that make me the most happy. But yeah, I love to hear that from both of you because it makes me feel a little bit better about wanting to have kids one day, I want to take a quick break. I'm going to play the trailer of The Haunting of Grady Farm. And when we come back, I want to talk more to our guest, Mike Cockner and Matt Dickstein, who is the director of The Haunting of Grady Farm. I have some awesome questions for the both of you. So real quick, we're going to watch the trailer for The Haunting of Grady Farm, which is available tomorrow on demand, baby.
You guys did something bad, and now they're coming for you.
They're stuck somewhere between heaven and hell.
They're gonna take away everything you love and play with you, and take it away and take it away again.
Legend says that once you've been marked, there's no way to escape it.
They're coming. It's not me. It was never me.
This is crazy.
It's got to be hundreds of years old, man.
Yeah, the camera's not really working.
Wait, what?
What?
Who is that? We gotta go! We gotta go!
It's my fault. Somebody died. I should tell you some murder, okay? You had nothing to do with something to find him. Let's get out of here.
Come on! Turn around, guys! We gotta go! We gotta go! Come on! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay.
Some say they're demons. Some say they're damned souls. Whether you believe it or not, though, I do hope you'll be careful.
All right, everybody, 7th inning stretch. Let's do this. Mike, I don't want to hear it. You just got on. No, I'm good. But I am cracking over some crapping open some truly hard lemonades. Yeah, guys, welcome back. We are doing this 12-hour live stream to celebrate the haunting of Grady Farm. Long time coming, as Mike knows. This is a hard thing to do, to make a movie, to release a movie, and so we're celebrating and also asking you to pledge to watch the movie tomorrow and then leave a positive rating and review. It's going to be on Amazon, iTunes, many other platforms, but we're encouraging you to watch it on Amazon if you have a choice. Question I had for both of you. I want to first talk to Matt real quick about the short you just made. And then Mike, I want to know about anything you are cooking, brewing, what you're wanting to do next. But Matt, tell me about the horror short that you just assembled and shot and did.
So we just did an October horror contest for YouTube. My friend Trevor and I, Trevor Hancock at Portable Trevor, if anybody is wanted to look him up, and he came to me last year and was like, hey, there's this thing, and I'd never really heard of it. I'm not great at YouTube. I'm a filmmaker. I'm not, like, I couldn't tell you the last time I went to YouTube. I don't know what that says about me or not, maybe because I'm old or whatever, but I feel like
it's not what it used to be.
Yeah, like I like, you know, I feel so many people have gone like I was in the early, and like I was also in the early days of YouTube, and I haven't been on. But yeah, he came to me. He was like, hey, like there's this guy who does like this horror short. I know that you've done like a lot of horror, like Grady Farm, and just like a lot of like my own work has been like in horror, and I mean other genres as well. And we made something that we were like pretty proud of last year, and so like this year he was like, I think they're gonna do it again. So like I think we really stepped it up from what we did last year. And so Trevor loves like kind of an 80s aesthetic, like Back to the Future and kind of the synthwave, synth vibe, kind of the drive feel kind of thing to things, and there's a lot of color and everything. And so he was like, I'd really love to do like a throwback to like the 80s, and so we kind of started like talking about like ideas, and it just so happened that like I actually used to go to camp not at a camp where they shot one of the Friday the 13th movies, but like 10 minutes away. So it's like neighborhood camps. So I was like, hey, like I might be able to like pull some strings and possibly get us either a camp where they shot a Friday the 13th movie or a camp 10 minutes away from where they shot a Friday the 13th movie. We didn't actually shoot at that camp, but like we did reach out and we talked to the people that own the property. They're like really cool. You know, because we were kind of having trouble with like the story, like trying to like not lock down like something that was like kind of definitively 80s, but also like, and I was like, look, like every horror movie in the 80s took place at a camp. Like, you know, if we really want to lean into that, like, kind of like 80s aesthetic, and like, as soon as I said, like, you know, if we got a camp, like his eyes lit up. And so he wrote like the first draft and like sent it to me, and I kind of cleaned it up. And then we like spent like a night, like just kind of like working back and forth and everything. And it was really cool. Like I watched every Friday the 13th movie. And I decided I didn't want to shoot it like a Friday the 13th movie. I just was not like, look, I have no illusions about how big I am in the film industry, which is not at all. But like, I know like when something's good and bad. I'm like, these movies are bad. So I wanted to like do like a really good like look for it. So like we did like I did a lot of like lighting tests, all that stuff, and we kind of hit like this camp up on Facebook, and they were like, yeah, we're not doing anything, like come on and check it out. And it just happened to be like 20 minutes away, and we went and checked it out, and they were like, yeah, no, don't worry about paying us, just give us like a thanks. And we're like, all right. So it just kind of like happened. It just like all these things like started like falling into place. And you know, obviously like a big concern is like one of the rules for this thing was that like you had to like not leave your location. So it's like one location, it's indoor. You know, obviously like a big concern as like a person with like a kid, I mean, just as a human being right now is we just have to like make sure that we're careful and everything like that. Like, and you know, considering that like we were putting Idiot Motion films on it, we're putting my name on it, we're putting like everybody has to wear a mask. Just, you know, that's literally the bare minimum of what everybody has to do. Like, and this is like the first time that a lot of us have worked in this period. So I think like even, you know, even with like all the precautions that we took, it still was like a lot of people's like first day feeling kind of normal. And of course, like it's not normal, but it just like, it felt really good, like to be on a set and everything. And we're really proud of the film. We worked really hard and spent some long nights, and you know, we both now actually, like when we first did this contest last year, we were not coworkers, but now we are coworkers, so we're able to like kind of like spend time on breaks like talking about the story and like everything. And I don't know, I just feel really good. And like we got the results today of like the contest, and we came in like 23rd out of like 300 something, which felt
awesome,
really good. And I don't know, it just was like this really cool thing. And Trevor's like really great and really, you know, passionate about like what he's doing. And I don't know, it was just like a lot of fun. And so it's called Camp Ripley. So if you probably like, I Googled Camp Ripley and there's a million actual Camp Ripleys. I was like, so Google Camp Ripley and then probably like Idiot Motion Films or Portable Trevor or something like that, and you'll see it. You'll definitely know because it's not a GoPro tour. There's like a bloody, you know, but we had a lot of fun like building like this lore. You know, it's a 5-minute short, but we still like built like a story and like had like some lore and kind of like talked about like, you know, all the different stuff. And it was just a lot of fun, like kind of doing like a slasher film. And it was like, if I'm going to be honest, like slasher is like my least favorite style of horror film. But there are some really good ones, and we had a lot of fun. So
I love that, man. Yeah. Mike and I just shot new baby bodyguard stuff this past weekend, and it was the first, you know, I'd done like, obviously like when quarantine happened, I shot a little short in my apartment with my girlfriend, just us. And then since then, the only things I have shot has been in that park, Mike, with like one other person, you know, outside stuff, very small distance. So this was the first thing that, you know, was a crew less than 10, and we were in a park and we had masks, and it was, you know, well, there's a part of me that was a little nervous. There was also like a part of me that was like, oh my God, this feels so good again to kind of do something again. Like, you know, oh man. And that's what I'm aching for. I miss it. I'm like a creature of like that, Mike. I love to do that. I love to do shoots with a group of friends. I love to do my comedy shows. Like I'm aching to get back to doing that. Like, but that being said, Mike, what is something you're working on? I know you mentioned the biopic, but is there anything else that you're like you're currently hands-on developing or anything?
There's a couple things. One of the scripts that I've written in the past, well, since Addicted to You, since that was written and we were actually filming that, I wrote this script that is called The Worst Holiday, and it is a screenplay that I actually intend to film in Nebraska, which is where I'm from. And part of the reasoning behind that was because I wanted to go someplace that it would be easy for locations and easy for like all of that stuff. Because in LA, it's just insane. And I mean, with Addicted to You, as you know, like we did the stupid thing for like our first film, which was like we shot at like 14 different locations and like had 50 plus cast members. Like it was an insane undertaking. And that's probably my son throwing something down the stairs, but here we are. But anyway, you know, it's I lost my train of thought with that, but The Worst Holiday, it's something that I've been sort of tweaking. It's a script I've been tweaking for a couple of years now, but it's something that I fully intend to go and film in Nebraska. And now it's sort of like a light of fire under my ass. Like after this pandemic's done, like I want to go get this film done. It's a full feature. Like I mentioned, it's sort of one that's sort of like a Ben Stiller comedy. And so that's what I want to go and film. And I haven't even told you yet, but Shane, I wrote a part for you. So you're going to play the part.
I don't even, I'm already agreeing to it.
Oh, we lost Shane. I don't know if that's good or not.
I don't know. I hope he's
there we
okay.
go. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's one of the things, and it's definitely like it's a dark comedy. It's essentially about a story of a dysfunctional family getting together for the first time, you know, in 5 years, and sort of what that means, and what brings them together, and sort of what helps them stick together by the end. And so it's a story with a lot of heart, but also just sort of very dark humor. And filming back home for me, I feel will be a lot of fun as well, just because it will allow me to sort of kind of do it in a sense. It'll be fun in a couple of ways. It'll be fun because I know all the places that I already want to film.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the people there will be very welcoming to allow me to do so.
It's exactly what happened with us in Grady Farm. Yeah.
And then it's just, I know the reception of the people that will help and want to be involved with it will just be huge. And then the other part of that would be fun too, is obviously just being, being in the hometown feel, and being able to bring people, you know, actors and friends from back here to come and you know, sort of celebrate that process of the creative process of making a movie that you both are well aware of. And so that's one of the things that I really want to try to throwing more things down the stairs. We do what we can. So anyway, yeah, that's just one of those things that I want to get done. But again, it's one of those questions of like, now, okay, how do I want to do it? What's the budget? Like, how am I going to accomplish this? You know, do I want to try to really pursue getting like an A-lister, like that one A-lister that can really help push things over, somebody that's looking for an independent project, you know, sort of. So it's all those questions of like
Nicolas Cage.
Where do you want to go? How do you want to do it? And then, because as you guys are probably, you know, obviously you guys are aware, but for anybody that's watching that may not be, you know, it's sort of like with an independent film, something that can really, it's been proven. I mean, even with YouTube videos or Vines back in the day, or TikTok, any of that stuff. It's, if you can get somebody that has some sort of star power or following or something, that can put eyes, there's value with that. And so with an independent film, the value, if you can bring somebody in that's an A-list actor, that can be somebody on, you know, if you have 4 or 5 main cast members, if it can be somebody that's your main 4 or 5 that comes in, you can attach their name to it. They're willing to be in the project for, you know, cheap or favors, or if you know them well enough that they'll just do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
And they're willing to come on or help produce it or something like that, if you can bring them in and they believe in the script enough to help you see it through, that can help you then with raising money.
Absolutely.
That can then help you with getting into film festivals. I mean, quite honestly, I mean, the film festival circuit in and of itself, I mean, there's thousands and thousands of films that are submitted to film festivals. And so
you're right. Yeah. I mean, Josh Server being a part of the Haunting of Grady Farm helped us a lot in getting it with High Octane Pictures. I mean,
exactly. Yeah. So signing with a distribution deal, any of those things. And then in the end, hopefully, selling it or getting just more and more views on it. If you do go the independent route of putting it on Amazon or iTunes, whatever it is. So that's sort of where it's at, because at the end of the day, as much as we are all artists and we all love to put in the hours and hours of unpaid time into projects, to be able to do it and actually and I'm the type of person, I don't need to be the rich and famous. I just want to be able to pay my bills, and
I don't care about famous. I want to be rich.
I want to just be able to make projects, have fun doing it, and write, produce my projects and have a little bit of money in the bank to do that, 100%. So, but that's one of the projects. The other big project that I've been writing and have really put a lot of time into working on with Rebecca Herrick, actually, and Abby, who is the script supervisor on our film.
By the way, did you know she did continuity on the new Borat movie?
Yes, we were talking. She told me that, and I was like, oh my gosh. She's like, yeah,
I can't wait to hear the stories.
She's like, yeah, I was under a huge NDA, of course. I mean,
yeah.
But it was interesting too, because every time now that I write something, I'll send it to her and I'm like, please.
Oh, she's so good at that.
Give me notes. Let me know what you think. Cause she's reading scripts all the time.
Hold that thought 1 second, Mike. I'm going to bring in Miss Malia Molino.
I was going to say, did I get married and not know?
You got married today. Malia Molino is one of the producers, lead actress of The Haunting of Grady Farm. Malia, meet Mike Chalkner.
Hey.
He was the director of Addicted to You, the movie that I was fortunate enough to be the lead in. And so we're just talking filmmaking, and before Mike cast a jet, we just are kind of chatting about what he's brewing. So sorry, continue, Mike.
Yeah. So one of the script that I actually started to sort of outline and think about 5+ years ago was this idea on Peter Pan, the world of Peter Pan, and essentially what would happen if everybody left Neverland, but there was one last lost boy that was sort of like the kid that never wanted to grow up, that just decided to be a man-child living in Neverland.
Can
right?
I please be that?
This sounds like my favorite thing in the entire world.
I'm
a effing lost boy. Like,
it is a very tongue-in-cheek, very funny adaptation of the Peter Pan world. And so again, like I talked about with writing that biopic that I'm working on right now, it's obviously source material is there. It's Peter Pan, right? Everybody knows Peter Pan. So everyone's going to pick out the little details and know if you're like full of BS on it. So like I'm reading all of the original Peter Pan stories, I'm going into like deep like internet holes of like all of this Peter Pan,
a little bit of hook research.
Yeah, absolutely. And so obviously Walt Disney and that whole thing, they did their own adaptations to the original works, which then they sort of from there have created their own worlds or things that have now been accepted as this is part of the Peter Pan world, specifically with fairies and how does. So think about this. Have you ever thought about how does fairy dust work?
Every day.
It's just things like that. So it's things like that I had to educate myself on, in the sense of creating a world that seemed realistic and I could be taken seriously doing it from a writing standpoint. But my entire intention, and maybe putting it out into the world right now, it can make it happen. My entire intention is to get it in the eyes of Adam Sandler.
Wow.
And Happy Madison Productions, because it's a total, like, my dream thing to do with it would be for Adam Sandler to play the lead in this.
Sure.
And because basically it's the last Lost Boy comes down to Earth. He's forced to come down to Earth because an asteroid destroys Neverland.
Oh no!
Wow.
And he's forced to come down to Earth, and
I'm
he
a
finds
lost boy. He's a lost boy.
Where is
I
Peter
forgot-
Pan? Where is Peter?
I forgot you do a good Sandler. But he comes down to Earth and finds Peter Pan, who I would love to be played by Bill Murray.
Oh my God.
So that is
Holy shit.
that
Why
is the-
don't you just do? Why don't I mean here? Can I just pitch you something here?
Let's do it.
Genuinely, because nobody's gonna like we're in a different industry now. Like ideas are not ripped off. I mean, people. Here's what I'll say about that. I put out a backyard wrestling pilot a year and a half ago, something like that. Conveniently, The Rock is now making a backyard wrestling comedy pilot. That being said, ideas can be adapted. So do with this what you will. I think if you were to like shoot some kind of like 60-second, like, here's my idea, showing like, it's called a rip reel. Have you heard of rip reels? A rip reel is taking.
Sorry, you're cutting out really bad, so I'm kind of capturing every other word.
Oh no! Can you get? Am I bad for everybody?
I can hear you. Okay.
Okay. So can you hear me, Mike?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. So basically, a rip reel is you take pre-existing footage and make like a reel out of it with voiceover and like whatever. So you should make a rip reel with like pre-existing Sandler footage, pre-existing Bill Murray footage, pre-existing Hook, Peter Pan footage, and like make a 60-second like little rip reel of that idea, put it out to the universe in like a campaign where you just are constantly getting people to tweet it to Adam Sandler. Like that idea is gold, dude.
Can I just jump on this? And I know I just met you, Mike, but here we are. And I'm just going to say, if there's openings for like a Tinkerbell audition, just throw it my way. It's my dream role, or any fairies or Pixie, send me to Pixie Hollow. It's cool. That's all. Please continue with the conversation. My work here is done.
And I'm out. She signs off.
Imagine if I did, though.
That's so funny.
Am I back on?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I think it's my internet that was being wonky. I switched to my 5G.
Oh no. Okay. Did you hear anything we said?
I did not hear anything you said. As far as I know,
we just changed your career, but you know what? I'm not going to tell you again. You're going to have to go back and watch. No, basically what I said in a nutshell. Can you hear me now? Good.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so basically, Malia wants to be either Tinkerbell or a Pixie in your movie. Okay.
Thank you.
Her role she was born for, and wait until you see her physically in person. She was born for this role. She's this big. It's deceiving on camera, but her camera is actually a GoPro that's this far away from her right now.
Oh, of course, right, naturally.
So, I gave you the genius idea that's going to sell your concept and make a rip reel. Take pre-existing footage from Bill Murray, Adam Sandler, Peter Pan movies, Hook, make a 60-second rip reel with like narration, like the story of the last lost boy coming back to Earth, blank, blank, blank. And then make a social media campaign where a bunch of us fucking like tweet it to Adam Sandler a ton. Eventually he's going to see it. And that concept is it's gold, that's a way to generate some buzz for it.
I love that. One of the things that I had been tossing around was doing something very similar to that, which was actually creating an animated like 3-minute trailer for it.
Oh yeah, that'd be
and having people do the voices of those actors.
Nice.
Be sort of a very similar concept, but but that's just one of those things right now. I've been trying to get a lot of I've been entering into a lot of like contests and festivals to try to get eyes on it, to try to get I've been pitching it to a bunch of different places. So it's just I'm trying to get as many eyes on it right now as possible. But for me, it's one of those. I was stuck on it for so long, specifically on a couple of plot points, which I know creative people, you guys have all probably been there, right? Where it's you have this great concept, this great idea, and then you get to this one point where you're just stuck on. Well, I was stuck on this plot point for over a year. And I just couldn't get past it. I just moved on, went to other things, and I figured. And again, this calls back to like, kind of being able to chill out after you have kids, sort of thing. It's like, well, you know what? It'll come to me when it comes to me. I'm not going to force it, And so there, all of a sudden, one day I'm sitting there like editing, working on something, and all of a sudden it just dawns on me like the plot point that I need to fill. And it's just from there, the rest of the movie, like the last 30 pages just flowed. And it was done. And so now I'm really happy with where it's at. And I really want to, like I said, I'm putting it into the world, trying to get it into Happy Madison Productions, because it's just one of those, it's a very like Sandler film. It's a very like Pixels meets
absolutely,
like anything that he's done that's crazy. But
have you seen Hubie Halloween yet?
I have, yes. Yes.
Did you love it as much as I did?
Here's the thing. Yes, I loved it. I loved it because I am a diehard, true until the day I die Sandler fan. He was like literally the first like inspiration that I had as far as like a comedian / like filmmaker / script person, and any of those things. And he's definitely the person that inspired a lot of that. So Hubie Halloween, like that was entirely like for Sandler fans. It was
oh yeah.
If like that movie's like in 100 years from now, like unarchived, like this is the only movie that we found from Hollywood, like people would be like, what in the hell? This is, no, but it's like, it literally is. I mean, all the callbacks, from the opening scene of Ben Stiller.
Yeah. Blew my mind.
From there, it was like, oh my God.
And not just that, dude. Can we like touch on like visually how well like good of a Halloween? Like every shot is like so stylized.
And it's so nostalgic. It feels like the Halloween that I love so much. Like I think we all love.
Why? It falls under that category. Have you heard of the word spoopy?
Yes. I actually had a really beautiful art print with that on it.
So spoopy is like corny spooky, like from like think about like Ernest Scared Stupid. That's one of the best spooky movies of all time. But I would argue that this to me is up there with Ernest Scared Stupid.
Well, and it's like that's the whole point of the movie is he's trying to keep Halloween safe and kid friendly. Like he's literally, it's almost like he's fighting what Halloween's become, and he's keeping it safe with this little fucking thermos.
I tweeted him. I tweeted Sandler a pitch for the sequel, like title pending. Hubie Saves Christmas potentially, but it's Sandler as Hubie, and the villain is little Nicky, who is coming up from hell.
Shut up.
Coming up from hell to try to ruin Christmas.
Okay, full disclosure, Little Nicky is one of my favorite films of all time.
Isn't it so good?
It kills me. Oh my God, I've seen it probably 100 times.
And like that's all Hubie Halloween was like a nod to the Sandler fans. So it's like have Sandler play multiple Sandler roles.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. It's like he got last year when he did that what's the movie he did, the Gems
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems, where he got snubbed for the Oscar and for the nomination even. And he won, I think it was like the Independent Filmmaker Best Actor Award or whatever award show that is. And he gets up there and, basically, jokes that he's going to make because he got snubbed by the Oscars. He's going to make the worst movie he could possibly try to make. And so it's funny because it kind of makes me think, was that this? But also like, I'm also going to do it for my fans and like just
if this to him is the worst movie, he needs to keep making horrible movies. Cause this is to me one of the best movies he's made in quite some time. Well, as far as like Sandler movies.
he definitely went back to, you know, like the Adam Sandler movies that we all loved, which, you know, Waterboy, you know,
this was like pretty much the Waterboy character.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. My wife was sitting watching the movie with me, and like he talks, he says the first couple lines, and she's like, is he going to talk like that the whole movie? And I'm like, God, I hope so. Like,
sidebar, we have a question from Tom Sherlock that I want to ask of you, Mike. How many pages is a script for a feature-length film? I get that it depends, but what is a ballpark number? Good question.
So the ballpark that you want to try to hit, that most people try to hit, is 90 pages. 90 pages is sort of, and really this is where it comes from, like a very nerdy side for me anyway, because and coming from like an editing background, that's where I first got, before I really got into writing and script writing and all of that sort of stuff. I did editing. And so that's all linear. You're looking at things all very much like in a line, you know? So for me, visually, one of the things is like looking at mathematically your three act structure and your 6 main plot points that happen in that. And you can literally plug in any movie into that, and you'll you'll hit your setup, you know, halfway through the movie, there's the, you know, all these points that happen. And at the very end, it's the climax that hits to like, you know, will they or won't they get what they want? And, you know, this and that. But 90 pages is really what you want to do. And what that translates to then is a minute per page. So most films are your 90 minutes, an hour and a half. Some films are longer. I think the Addicted to You script was 120 or 118 pages. We ended up cutting some scenes from that. So I'm not sure how long was the script for this film?
Well, fun story about our script. We had it was pretty short script, honestly, that, you know, was really just a skeleton to allow us to know what we got to shoot for sure. And there was like, I would say we probably relied on that script very little. And there was, because we wanted to like live in it and like, hey, this is what we got to do. But like go out there and improvise, and like we would find like, oh, this rhythm feels better. And so, dude, we had to give a script to High Octane, and I prefaced it with like, this is not our movie. Like, it's not. So I don't even know. What would you say the length of our script was, Malia?
Maybe like between 40 and 50 pages, maybe.
I was going to say maybe 60. Maybe.
Yeah,
60.
maybe. I think when it all boiled down, we're probably somewhere in the 50s range. But, you know, we had to leave some pages open for running, just endless scenes of just running.
Right. Which that translates different than on camera too, you know, and then as an editor, somebody that's a producer, you guys will know, when you're then cutting it, there's some creative freedom there as well, where you can expand something that was maybe 30 seconds. Now you're expanding it to take up a minute and a half of time because, hey, maybe you have a really great piece of music that you're trying to make it work with, or maybe, you know, there's all these different factors that come into play then afterwards that kind of either can make your film a little bit longer or a scene a little bit longer, or then in the editing process, it's like, okay, we need to cut the movie by, I think that was Shane. That was one of the things we talked about after the screening of Addicted to You initially that you saw, which was like, hey, there was 3 or 4 scenes. They felt a little long to me. And I'm like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like we need to cut this. We need to cut this, this, and this. And it's sort of like getting those initial feedbacks from people. It's like, yeah, all right, we sort of knew that we needed to cut this, but let's cut that for sure now. But on that note, this is how nerdy it is. I literally have it on my phone. I have this. That's the plot structure right there.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. I mean, and honestly, that for me, that helps me every step of the way. It's being able to sit there and look and say, okay, I'm hitting these points.
Oh, look at this. Look at this, Mike.
Nice.
My girl, Debbie from my hometown. Thank you for supporting Debbie. Mrs. Debbie. I'm sorry. Mrs. Debbie. She's always been Miss Debbie.
Yeah, so as far as screenplays are concerned, you know, it's and not every film falls into line with that. You know, some are a little different.
Is that a skunk that just walked across you, Malia? What the hell was that animal?
It's a lot of shit going on here. Okay,
it was a large creature.
It was Pickle.
Sorry, Mike.
Sorry.
No worries. but yeah, I mean, as far as I think the longest script I've ever written was the Addicted to You script, though. Honestly,
It was
all
long
the
at first, and I even kind of thought that, and I thought going into it, I'm like, I know that you shoot longer to try to cut back, but like I was like, there's gonna be a lot of this that's gonna be trimmed back, and that's a part of it. But Mike, I want to say first of all, thank you for taking. I know you are so busy, a dad, a filmmaker, full-time job, so taking the time out to hang out with us, it really means a lot to me. And I want to give the floor to you before we have to let you go to promote anything you like, and then, it just means a lot to have you here. And I'm glad you could meet my friends virtually.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, thank you guys for including me in this. It's really cool. And congratulations on the film. I will definitely be watching it. Probably, I'm guessing, without my kids. Though, funny tidbit, Borat came out, a week and a half ago? And so, the wife and I are sitting there like, we're going to watch Borat. Well, my youngest daughter, 3 years old, she wakes up and comes down to the couch, and sitting there, and she's snuggling there, and we're watching Borat, and all of a sudden, like, my wife's asleep, and I'm starting to get really tired, and it's towards the end of the film, and then I look down, I realize she's been awake this entire time watching Borat.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, and I'm like, we need to go to bed. Like, I need to take you to bed. She's like, no. I really liked watching that. And I'm like, oh no. And the next day I wake up, I'm like, hey, so that movie that you were watching last night, like, what was your favorite part? And she's like, the part where she eats the baby. Which, if you haven't seen it,
remembered like that detail.
Literally remembered that detail of her like choking on So, anyways, it's part of parenting a little bit, but that's it is what it is. But as far as things to promote, I would feel silly without saying that if I could promote one thing, it would be for everybody to go and vote tomorrow.
Yes.
Please go and vote tomorrow. It's very important. And if there's anything else that I could say that I've really just been immersing myself into, which would be just the activism into everything that's going on right now. And just please, whoever you vote for, please go out and vote, because it's so important that we all have our voice heard and that everybody has a chance to have their voice heard. And so that's very, very important to me. With that said, I did write this book.
What?
It's this book that I wrote. It's called Tantrum Tuesday.
That's amazing.
It is a picture book about a not so presidential president. And so you can check that out.
Where can people get this?
It's on Amazon. And partial proceeds do go to Planned Parenthood. So
that's amazing.
That's something that's available.
Is it mainly pictures with like a couple lines? Like, can you read us like a page?
Yeah, read us a page, Mike.
Read us a page
before we send you off.
Let's see here. Okay, here we are. Let's see. Just like school, right? Look at the stock market. Just look at it halt. Oh man, it's really tumbling. That's Obama's fault. So
this is good.
This.
I put it out. It was one of those things that I just, it started out as this sort of like weird anti-Trump poem that then turned into just a funny concept for like a book idea, and then I just got the animations done and put it up online. But so we'll see it. But please, everybody, make sure you vote. That's my pitch to you.
Please. And then go home and watch Addicted to You and The Haunting of Grady Farm.
Well, and I was going to say, since tomorrow is election, was that intentional to put your movie release on that day? Hey, this is like a day of horror. Let's just go ahead and just go all in.
They offered, it was either this or I think next week, and I'm like,
America could be non-existent next week. Let's get it in while we can.
My running joke is with like, come home and then come down by watching The Haunting of Grady Farm.
Snuggle in.
Snuggle
Get
in,
cozy.
relax, and come down from the terrifying day by watching the
Watch an
Well,
uplifting film.
People will honestly probably need distractions, you know.
Sure.
And so yeah, that's great, and congratulations to you guys. I appreciate being on.
I just had my first like deliriously tired twitch. That's probably not a good thing.
Oh, I'm excited now.
Get out of here.
New
Mike,
drinking game.
Mike, thank you so much, dude.
Thank you.
Love you, man.
Absolutely.
And let's make more stuff soon.
Absolutely.
Love you, dude. Bye. That was Mike Chalkner, everybody, the director of Addicted to You, the film I was fortunate enough to be the lead character as Luke. That is available also on Amazon, where tomorrow you will be able to rent The Haunting of Grady Farm and many other awesome platforms. But we are encouraging, if you have a choice, to check it out on Amazon. Malia, welcome back.
Thank you. Wow.
Let's see. We're what? How many hours? We have about an hour and a half left. We're almost there.
How are you doing?
I'm tired. I'm not.
Have you stayed hydrated? Have you eaten? Has Gabby been feeding you?
Ooh. Who is Gabby? Who is Gabby?
You're never sleeping. How many energy drinks have you had? That's a more important question.
No. I've been drinking more coffee than anything.
Okay.
I don't drink as many energy drinks as I used to.
Okay.
I have cut back tremendously on energy drinks. And if I do drink them, my choice is there's an energy drink called Celsius, which is like a healthier option. I used to be, I used to be real bad on Monsters.
Oh.
And those are not good for you.
They're like petrol.
Yeah, it's not good for you. I'm so glad I got off that addiction. Let's play a clip, not the trailer. I don't have to pee, but this is a clip. I've been sitting on some fun clips, you know. Now we're like heading towards the finish line of this stream, and 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm curious at when. I don't know yet because High Octane didn't tell me. They're like, we don't know. But I don't know when it will be live on Amazon for purchase. Let's do a quick search to see.
What if it's at midnight? Exactly.
That would be pretty cool. But I'm assuming, honestly, everybody watching, I'm assuming that it's going to be up on Amazon sometime in the morning. You know, I don't imagine it's going to be right at midnight. So, like, don't stress if you don't see it at midnight. But let's play a clip. Here's a blooper from the kitchen scene. And I had somebody ask a question recently that was like, is there going to be a DVD with like blooper reels and stuff? So we found out earlier when we had Mark from High Octane Pictures on, he said that there will likely be a physical release of a DVD. But if not, everybody watching at home, we will make sure that there will be some kind of physical release in the future at some point. But right now, let's just celebrate this digital release that you can get instantaneously. But on the future physical release, there will be special features, and one of them will be a blooper reel like this one.
Uh-oh.
Don't give me that. She just wants Pele. Mom, what do they call me? A little funky. They call me a football player. Okay. Jesus Christ.
I've always, like, through this whole process, I've been so frustrated at how jealous I am of the part Jeremiah got to play, because he just got to be this like goofball. You tease that he has a really cool arc, but like he got to be just a ridiculous goofball most of the movie.
That's true. Well, it was so hard to play Emily because she has a real bone to pick with him, and that asshole kept cracking me up. So it's like, it's interesting when I watched one of the first cuts of the film, I remember feeling like, oh, I don't feel like I come off nearly as irritated with him as I expected. And it's more of Ben as Ryan that seems more irritated with him. And I'm like, well, that's not how I meant to play it, but cool. Great that Jeremiah kept pulling me out of my performance.
Absolutely. We had a question from Tom Sherlock again. He's hung out with us like most of the day.
How are you
guys
doing?
must have had so much fun making that movie. Yeah, I mean, obviously there were some like hard parts, you know, with any film there's like stressful moments, hard moments, but you know, I'd love to hear about you guys about just some of the more fun moments that you can think of. I mean, Leah, what's some things that come to mind when you think of that?
Oh man, I think for me, one of the biggest things that has stuck with me the entire time was not necessarily when we were actually filming the film, but it was more of when we were back at the house, because I think it's partially I'm an only child and your family home is so beautiful and there were so many of us in the house and I just loved waking up in the morning knowing when I go down to the kitchen in the morning for coffee there will be people in there, and it was just it felt like this really beautiful family. It was like camp, and I've never went to camp either, except for one 5th grade camp, and I rode a horse and I couldn't walk for like a week. But that's
wait. Let's back up. What the hell are you talking about?
All right, here we go. Story time. So in 5th grade, there was like a 5th grade camp for a night, and I was all excited because the guy I had a crush on was going to be there, and I thought, oh, this could be spicy. And one of the activities was to ride a horse, and I've never ridden a horse before, and so they didn't brief me. They were like, here, little girl, get on this horse. Terrified, but I'm just trying to be cool. So I'm like, okay. So it starts trotting, and in my mind, you just sit still. So I'm just being bounced horrendously, and my horse's name was Blackberry, and they didn't tell me the reason why its name was Blackberry was because it had an affinity for blackberry bushes, which it kept running me into. So I was scraped up from blackberry thorns, and I was walking like a bow-legged fool for about a solid week. So that was my one and only camp experience. The house and the filming experience was much nicer. I could at least walk.
That's so funny. Matt, how about you, man?
I mean, yeah, that's definitely like that was like I've been on productions where you don't get along with people as much, and I just feel like we all got like along with each other, and it was very much like a family setting, which is it just makes things better. Like I think when you kind of treat it like family and you treat it like friends, like I think that everybody's like I want to do better because I see that my friend is doing like better and everything like that. And it was just so much fun. And I mean, I do remember like we were in that kitchen shooting that scene for a while just because like it was such a loose script that it was just like, you know what, just your character's a goof, be a goof. Like, and so, all right, we got maybe not that much of a goof, but yeah, I mean, like watching like I've seen the blooper reel, and it's really great, and it brings back all those really fun memories, and just like just getting like meeting a bunch of people for the first time and walking away going like, that was really great, because like, anytime you walk into a situation where like you don't know anybody, like it's scary, like, and you guys were all like, you guys all knew each other, and you guys were like super welcoming to like.
Yeah, I'll never forget showing up and just like meeting you.
Hi, like, we were doing this is how we were like, producing, was like through like like Skype or whatever, or FaceTime or whatever, and I was like, it's nice to actually meet you. Let's go make it together, and let's be very comfortable with each other, because like, like me and Ben got pretty close pretty fast because he's hugging on me the whole time because I'm we have to like transfer.
Explain to the people a little bit more about what you're talking about there. So like the process of like you were theoretically Ben in the movie,
and you and other people, and I think like watching it recently, like Malia at one point, and so, like that was actually a really fun creative thing for me, was because like I kind of had to see like, how did you guys move? Like I had to think a lot like an actor as like the DP and as everything, and because it was like, okay, like is the character calm right now? I should shoot kind of calm. And it always has to be clear. And some of my favorite moments were actually, I think my favorite camera moment, not necessarily like shot or anything, but I was watching it. I was like, I'm really proud of that. It's Jeremiah, who is 10 feet taller than Ben. No offense. Steals the camera, and so like I had to kind of figure out like, okay, like, so, like Ben's like here, Jeremiah's like here, so like, and then so that was like fun. So but yeah, so like found footage documentary style, like Ryan is playing a camera guy, Ben is playing Ryan, who is a camera guy, and he was not the person shooting the film. So like I had to essentially like, but in order to get like the lines for you guys and the eye line, like Ben had to be right there, and we also put a piece of tape on the camera that was like this, you know, where you should look if you can't see Ben.
I remember that face. You guys made a face on the tape.
Yes.
Yeah. And so like that was it was a lot more of like an active participation kind of shooting than the other normal like film where you know you're setting up where the audience, where like you set up like what the audience is going to see versus like, you know, kind of it basically being like a first person film, like, so
cool, man.
I think one of the other memories that has really stuck with me is the first day when we all got there and we all met each other. And Shane, you had all gotten us crew shirts. We all had these shirts. So we all put our shirts on and we caravan to the land we'll be shooting. And we all got to walk the land with each other. And I remember just like looking around at everybody, all our jaws were dropped, and we were all so excited because we were there, you know, and we were seeing things. And that land, I mean, I think there's so many films where, you know, you have to really act, you have to really kind of fabricate your environment. And this was a situation where we had to imagine very little. Like the atmosphere was scary. Like at night, we were in pitch blackness in like the Florida wilderness, essentially on this giant plot of land. And one of the places we got to shoot was, it looked like it had been set dressed, and it hadn't been. And it was just terrifying. So as an actor, we were given so many gifts just by virtue of this land that it made it truthfully terrifying. And we would have fun like scaring each other in between takes because it was that easy to get terrified on this land.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, we touched on it a couple of times earlier. Yeah, it was like Tony DeMille spoke on it earlier, and like he didn't want to, I didn't know this, and Matt, maybe you did, but I just learned this tonight, is he didn't want to be in that house by himself. Like, so I think that's why Ray was hanging out with him. And did you guys like hey, that's so funny. And I didn't really connect the dots on that.
That's right.
Wow.
It was terrifying. I mean, everything we shot in that house. I mean, I think I literally will still think about moments in that house, especially the stuff with Tony. And some of the things, I mean, it pushed me to places that I've never gone before or after as an actor.
And it shows you had such a great performance in that, and in the like specific, like throughout the film, but specifically in moments in that house. And I think it was hard for us not to, because it did feel so real.
I mean, it was all consuming. It was the most dropped in I think I've ever been. And it took me, I remember there was one, I'm not going to give anything away, but I remember there's one particular scene where Ben had to like physically just hold me after we wrapped, because I couldn't come down from it. I had worked myself in such a state, and it was later on in the shooting, and we had been through a lot physically, emotionally, mentally, and it was taxing and tiring, which I think really helped. I think everything in our environment and how sleep deprived we were and tired and stressed we were all really worked for this film. Like, I think if it had been a cushier experience, we would have had to work a lot harder as actors to get to where we needed to be mentally. Because by the end of it, we were pretty messed up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like by the end, we were pooped. I'm excited for people to see so many things about this movie, but one thing, and let me know if you guys agree with me, one thing in particular, I'm really excited for them to see the stuff in that house. That house is just so eerie, and there's never been anything like it on film that looks like it. That we didn't take like, hey, we want to we were pulling from a house from this movie. No, this house looks like this house, and it's never looked like anything I've ever seen.
Well, and there was other abandoned buildings. I mean, what you guys filmed of us exploring in the film, that was really us exploring these areas for the first time. So it was genuine. It was 100%. Like we were truthfully living in that experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually something that I really love is in the film when you guys are exploring, and we've talked about the fact that like the script is like improv, but that was literally like we didn't know what we were gonna find at like the chicken coop houses things, and it was literally just like picking something up and reacting to it, and that was like I love that. Like it was just super fun. Like I think you guys did awesome. Like everything's awesome.
I'm really excited to see what people think we planted versus what we actually planted.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. That'll be cool. Another thing. Oh, real quick sidebar. You remember how you were talking about the story about the horse incident with you? Yes. So I don't know if you know this, but I actually have a picture of that the day. Let's share that here. This is Malia from the day that she hurt herself on the horse. Somebody just sent us in this picture, and I just wanted to share it.
Such an ass.
Hey, okay. So Malia, I haven't got to make Malia's tiny jokes in a really long time.
This is true.
So I'm milking it for everything it's worth right now. I've been sitting on that for like 10 minutes now. Just
so
waiting,
proud of you.
seething. So Ray just left a comment on YouTube, but he likes, we plan to have him come on, and I would love Ray to come on. I emailed. Oh, maybe I emailed it to a wrong email. What's your email, Ray? I think Ray is watching and texting me right now. What's your email, Ray? I emailed something. Maybe you didn't get it. So I'll forward him the information, and hopefully Ray was a huge helping hand in this movie. Oh my God. That's why I want him to come on. It's so important to me to have him on to celebrate with us, because that dude. Yeah. Okay. So Ray, if you're watching, I did send it to that email. I will hold on, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to send Ray something real quick.
So Matt, I want to know, how's your toe now?
If it wasn't better, I'd be very worried.
Yes.
It's perfectly fine. I actually, I went on a hike yesterday, and I wore the same boots that I wore. Not me. I mean, I don't really have a reason to keep buying outdoorsy boots. So, I was like, oh yeah, I wore these boots when I broke my toe. So a lot of good they did.
Oh no! But you made it fine.
Yeah. But yeah.
Okay, so I got everything to Ray, so hopefully he's going to be able to hop on and celebrate with us. But yeah, everybody, we are doing this 12-hour telethon. We are a little less than an hour and a half away from the end of it. And yeah, we're doing it to celebrate the release of The Haunting of Grady Farm, and I have started drinking alcohol because I need to calm my brain down. And
the demon approaches.
And also we're doing it to urge you to pledge to watch the movie tomorrow, which will be on Amazon, which is the platform we're suggesting you to check it out if you have a choice. But if you don't have a choice, there will be other platforms, and those platforms are Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, Ubiquity, Dish, and DirecTV In Demand. So real thinking about how many platforms our movie is going to be on starting tomorrow. Malia, your face is going to be seen by so many people on so many platforms. Are you ready for that?
No.
I think you're ready.
No.
You're like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Is that how I talk? Fuck yeah.
In my head. No, I don't think you want to know how I hear you in my head.
No, I would love to hear it. Please, right now. or I'm going to sign off.
Hello, my name's Malia Molino.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This doesn't pertain to this at all, but I'm
Tom,
going to
who's
say
been
it.
on the whole day. Okay, you
Oh.
twisted my arm. I'll watch the movie.
I'm so glad we finally convinced you.
Thanks, Tom. We got you finally.
Sign off now.
My English accent
Tom.
is in full swing in the film because apparently I'm English.
Say what?
Oh,
Malia Molino.
Interesting creative choice, but you know what?
You know, I like to mix it up.
Hold on
Halfway
one
through,
second,
I go
guys.
Southern.
Hold on one second.
Unbelievable.
Okay, that's all. There he is. There's the man.
Hi, Ray.
What's up?
I gotta say this. First of all, I want to apologize. I don't know if the email got lost in the shuffle.
I didn't see it, but it's all right. It's all
Good, man. Well, I'm glad you're finally here, and because, dude,
What's up, man?
I want you to celebrate with us because you are a huge reason this film was possible. Like, you probably worked harder than anybody making that film possible.
Yes.
Like, dude,
Yes.
I have so many just memories of like one sticking at. First of all, everybody, introduce yourself to the viewers. First of all,
Hi, I'm Ray. It was a blast making this movie. It was fun.
dude,
It was a good time.
hell yeah, man. So Ray was a little bit, he played multiple parts in this, and he was sometimes a background actor, sometimes he was a crew member, helping with many, he put many hats on to help make this movie possible. But one of those, I'm getting weird feedback. Are you guys hearing that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can you put on headphones, Ray? Possibly.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Yeah, I think you might need to throw on some
I'm gonna try
headphones.
to, yeah.
All right.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna mute you real quick until you do that. While Ray puts on headphones, I just want to say, like, Ray genuinely broke his back. Like, I mean, we all worked our asses off, but like Ray showed up, went above and beyond and helped us out. And I have so many fun memories with him. But
it's almost like he multiplied himself. It's like I feel like no matter where we were, he was there. It's like he was the set elf. Whatever anybody needed, he was there with the smile on his face.
Malia?
Make it happen.
Malia, if there was a set elf,
And God damn it.
you set yourself up.
I know. Can we just move past it though?
No. So I'll give everybody a little backstory.
Oh God.
Malia Molino is this tall.
I'm not. I am almost 5'2". Okay, I am.
Malia, look at me in my eyes right now. Tell me you're 5'2".
I said almost.
Almost, but she's 4'6". And she's 4'6", but I'm almost 5'2". No, so I just, it's an ongoing joke, and I haven't seen you in such a long time, so I can't make these Malia's tiny jokes.
Well, I'm glad
to
you're
be
doing
fair,
this show
to be
now.
fair, you are this big on my computer screen.
That's true.
But Matt, you're tinier. Matt's even tinier. I like to imagine Matt as a little action figure sometimes. I met
That's cute.
fun.
I picture you as a bobblehead.
What the fuck?
It's because I nod all the time.
Oh wait. Oh, were you talking to me or Matt?
I was talking to Shane.
Oh.
Matt. No. I'm sorry. I tried.
I thought you were talking to Matt and I was defending him. No, I'm kidding. Can you guys tell I'm delirious and now I'm drinking alcohol? The Haunting of Grady Farm comes out tomorrow. I'm going to say that in my sleep. I'm going to have dreams of repeating that.
You like night terrors.
What we could do while Ray is setting up his camera, we could play another scene. This is actually a really fun one. And Malia, I wonder if you remember this. But we had a really fun blooper in the scene where when the characters first get back to Charlie's house after the airport. There's we had a really fun blooper that happened. Do you remember?
I think I know.
Okay, so guys, The Haunting of Grady Farm comes out tomorrow on Amazon. You can get it not only on Amazon, you can get it on other platforms, but we are encouraging everybody to check it out on Amazon. Leave us a positive rating and review. And if you are watching, share the stream, for the last little chunk of this little telethon we're doing, so we can get a lot of eyes on the last little bit. But here is a blooper from the Haunting of Grady Farm.
You shouldn't joke about it. You shouldn't say that about a person. A raccoon found her brain. She's, no, I have a new. Uh-oh.
How long have you had this for?
Sorry, I just got it. I just got it in the house. Come on.
That was a really fun one. That was really fun. I think Ray might be back. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Do we have Ray? Wait, how do we unmute him? Can you unmute yourself, Ray? Can you guess?
Working.
Oh,
there we go. Can you hear us?
Yeah, maybe.
Are you in a Chili's? I love that sign. I want that sign.
You would.
I don't know what's happening, dude. Your signal or something is all funky, but I want to chat with Ray.
Ray.
Hey, Ray. Try disconnecting, reconnecting. But yeah, that was a fun moment. Like, genuine mistake. Jeremiah set off the car alarm mid-take.
I feel like we had so many takes of that scene. Like, he kept mixing up. He kept changing it up, and each time it was just hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There was also a take where one of the other bloopers was we were discussing. I think I asked Jeremiah's character Charlie, like, "Hey, do you wanna go in the house and hang out for a second?" And he said, "No." and then I go, and he goes, "I mean, yeah." Because he forgot, he
needed to lead us in.
We needed to go into the house for the next scene, and he forgot that. Like I said, Jeremiah got to play one of the more fun roles of the movie. Let's see. Yeah. So I don't know, man. What can we talk about? We got a little bit over an hour left in this, and. See, anybody watching, if you have any questions, definitely throw those at us.
I have a question. This one is for Shane.
Oh, God. What?
Hey, Shane.
What do you want? No, I'm kidding.
I mean, okay, this very possibly was covered already, but I'm curious because you've been asking so many of us, but what for you was the most emotionally challenging scene in the film?
As far as genuinely just hard to do or emotional?
Any.
I mean, Samantha's death. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Spoiler, 2 viewers. Oh, God dang it. I'm so sorry, guys. We're good. Damn it. Whatever.
Should I take credit for that?
Yeah, you set me up in my delirious brain.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, Matt. There's a death in the movie that was very, very hard to witness. Another hard one. I'm not going to say what happens, but some of the stuff in the house was really hard to shoot. Then there's another scene. Trying to say it without spoiling it now.
Sorry, never mind. Next question.
Yeah, that's a hard one to say without spoiling things. And
yeah.
But Tom is now throwing some Malia's tiny jokes at you. Malia, did you just get a little scared on the set?
Wow. That's low. That's low.
Like you. Matt, what was one of the more not necessarily emotional, but one of the more difficult scenes for you to shoot that you can remember?
Well, it's funny because I know that the scene where you and Ben, Malia, you and Ben are alone in the cabin was a very long night. And it was and we all knew it was oh man, like, and I know that like you guys were that's like amazing performances, but like we had to figure out where to put the camera, and that was like tough for us because it was like we wanted like both of you as if it just like had like been put down, and then it was actually like the room looks pretty big in the film, but it was actually a very small room, so I'm like squeezed up against the wall, probably looking really goofy, trying not to be distracting while they're having like the most intense acting of the whole film. And then like eventually I have to like move the camera and not make it look like somebody else because they pick up the camera and all that. And then yeah, definitely. I mean, everything in the house was like, I feel like it was like that's gonna be like our inside joke is like if we like, you know, hopefully we all work together, but it's just like, hey, go to the house. And then it's just like queuing for like, oh, that's what you want. Okay. Because it was like, and when people see the film, like you'll see like anytime that you're in a situation that we had in the where everyone was in the cabin, it's you add a little bit. I think that you don't have to act as much because of what's going on because it feels a little bit more real. So that was that was, and then I mean, running around with a broken toe, that was, you know, I mean, just like, you know, like it's a very non-traditional film, so like constantly having to like think, and it was like not that you don't have to think on a film set, but like think about like instead of like as the director, like director, DP and everything, what do I want the audience to see? It's more like, okay, what do I want the audience to see? But what is also like the thing that makes sense for the character to be looking at? But yeah, definitely like as far as like emotion, I think like those like late nights at the cabin, and then I think like one of the very last nights it started like raining, and you know we're kind of like, oh man, like it hasn't rained at all, and we're like, okay, like we kind of have like limited time with like our gear with like the rain and everything, but like it actually like really kind of works in the film's favor and everything with the rain but I mean I think we were all just beat by that point, you know, and getting back to where we're sleeping by the time, you know, the sun's coming up over and you're just like, whew, like pretty quick turnarounds and everything, but I mean I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say Ray couldn't make it back in, but I want to like take a second and each of us to kind of like thank him first of all again. Without Ray, he broke his back helping this movie. One of the memories I'll never forget is like Ray, we showed up to set and he came to the land before any of us, and like the car that was dropped off there that we used in the fire scene, he put on blocks, like without even us asking, like just like did things above and beyond. And like, I will never forget that. I am forever grateful. Like no question, no, always with a good attitude, like, you know, so positive the whole time, just helped. And man, such a good dude. Such a good dude.
I mean, every single thing he did, he was still smiling.
Yeah.
I mean, even times when, I mean, it's a set, you know, we were filming a movie, so we had a blast, but there were times where things were getting stressful and people would get on edge because that's what happens.
Just tired,
yeah, no matter what, he was there with a smile on his face, like consistently. Just this positive light on the set that was just so helpful and grounding.
Yeah,
100%.
100%.
Let's see. Do we let's maybe play another clip. Let's see what we got here. We've gone through all the clips that I have, but we can also go back and play something that we played earlier today. Let's play this clip where we're scouting the farm. You know, we have gotten to the farm, and Malia's character, Emily, is like taking us around the farm to kind of like check out the place. So this is a clip from The Haunting of Grady Farm, which comes out tomorrow on demand.
Kinda looks like it.
Whoa!
Like a lion.
Wait, what does it say?
I can't read it. Can't read it.
Here.
It's
Oh,
it's
look at
gone.
this here. Yeah, there's some kind of writing here.
Yeah.
Oh god, I love this stuff.
A sad case of her
We know that no one actually lives.
I don't see mine. No one lives here. This place has been run down for
I
sure.
guarantee you still have more space than Ryan and I.
That's one of the like many of the amazing locations that we were able to like take advantage of on that property, that it was just like that. I mean, it goes without saying, obviously, that the house, we've discussed the house that's going to be in the film, but I don't want to spoil anything, but what are some other, without spoiling anything, if you can, what are some other things on the land that kind of like blew your mind? It's hard because like there's one in the woods. I think you guys know what we're talking about, where we stumble across something in the woods. That happens many times in the film. But there's one thing in particular that like still to this day blows my mind, that was just out there. And I'm like, we got to shoot something with this. Like, because the fact that this is out there, you could do that with a movie, but it would just have cost so much money.
I mean, the land just kept giving gifts and gifts. I mean, even the actual foliage of the land was so eerie and thick and dangerous and kind of mystical. It was very strange to write a film set in Florida that was rooted in Celtic lore. And then you get to said land in Florida and you realize that the topography of the land is exactly what you needed for the film. It was, I mean, there's a focal point that you'll see in the film that is so perfect. I mean, it's
in the trailer. You can talk about it.
The tree with its like 3 trunks. It was the most impressive oak I've ever seen. And when you're making a film where an oak tree is integral to your film and you get this epic beast of a tree, I mean, that for me was just incredible.
And if you think about it, what's surreal is like, I'm talking about how deep trees are, but like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, that tree has had to have grown there. Like that tree is so big. It's surreal.
It was amazing. I mean, I loved it. And I loved the sense of unknown. And, we had our different camps. And I mean, do you know how many acres this land was?
I couldn't tell you.
Because it's a trek. I mean, we even had a little like golf cart type thing.
We had to.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, Matt, if we didn't have that golf cart?
Yeah. I mean, I remember like occasionally like, because like sometimes like the golf cart wouldn't have met this like the way that we were shooting. So like I remember like a couple times like sometimes it would be like Ray, like, hey, like we need like a thing and like me like several times. Like I remember like running to base camp and like by the end of the shoot I felt like I could do it in the dark pretty well, but like yeah, like it was not like the most fun. It's like okay, we got like 3 minutes. I gotta run to pick up a thing or get on a golf cart or whatever, and
we didn't have power out there. I mean, where we were filming most of the time, there was no power. We were in darkness. The light was the cameras, if we even had that. I mean, it was an unbelievable experience. It was definitely all encompassing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and we're partial, because this is our movie, but I really do feel like this is not your typical found footage movie. I think that this movie is very special, and it's a testament to Matt. You guys put so much into thinking about the shots, and because you guys are good filmmakers, so it's like, yeah, we could have like gotten real lazy, just shot things real quick, but like no, every shot was really thought out, and it's a beautiful found footage movie. And how often can you say that? And that's what's really a cool thing about this.
That's true. There are some really beautiful shots in it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm excited for people to see it. Let's do another. Let's see what 9. Oh, well, let's wait a couple minutes. I mean, it's almost midnight on the East Coast. Like, I'm not saying that I know for sure. I don't know for sure that it's going to be on Amazon at that time. I imagine it's on some platforms at midnight. I already know that it's up on Vudu potentially, but yeah, we'll just keep checking for the hell of it. Let's see, The Haunting of Grady Farm. Have you guys watched any good movies lately?
Oh, hold on. I did. Well, I finally watched the new Child's Play. It's a little off topic, but I hadn't seen it before, and I thought that was a hilarious and very apt remake.
Yeah.
I get so cringy when they remake things. So I think they did the perfect thing, which was update it for the technological world we live in now. I still need to see the new Craft, which I think is more of a sequel than a remake, but I'm not sure about that one yet.
Yeah, I'm a little bummed because you were goddamn born for that movie.
It's a dream. It was a dream.
We were talking about that years ago. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's a lot of, I'm a little bummed because of 2020. Like we had to push back like several movies that we were going to get this year. Like I think one of them, I'm so glad that I got Bill and Ted this year. Like that's one I've been looking forward to for a really long time. And I thought was perfect. But I'm bummed that we didn't get the new Ghostbusters. I think that the new Ghostbusters was going to be really special. Not that it's one of those like, we need one, but like, I think that, all the dudes that are living are coming back. Like,
I was oddly really disappointed with Top Gun not coming out. I don't know why, but
that's kind of really like disappeared.
Jazzed.
Yeah. That trailer ramped me up.
Yeah. It's weird how it did just kind of disappear for a second. And I think that they're just, I guess, just putting it on, not that it's on hold, but they're just kind of like, probably like a lot of films just waiting to figure out what they want to do. What other movies? I know there's other movies that got pushed back. Well, Jurassic World, the new Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom that was going to come out next summer is now the next summer.
Yeah.
And that's going to have every one of the original cast members.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like a big one, there's a new Halloween movie that's done.
Yeah.
Like, in the can, totally done. Like picture lock, mixed, all that stuff. It's gonna end. It's like
next October,
which would have been. I'm a big Halloween fan.
Did you like the recent one?
Yeah, actually,
so good.
Yeah, a couple days ago. For I think on Halloween. I'm trying to think of like the best. I've actually been like weirdly like disappointed with like new movies this year, but I haven't watched a ton. Like, I really liked Bill and Ted.
Look what you started, Shane. This is your fault.
I'm not sorry. The new Bill and Ted was perfect. Like
that was fun.
It's weird because I found myself like a little teary-eyed through some of it. Like, man.
I've just been oddly emotional about everything. I think things that didn't used to make me cry all the time. Like just kindness towards people. I'm just like, this is so emotional.
Well, and I don't want to start slipping into like
no.
But I feel you. It's like because that is sadly such a that it's sad that is now such a shocking thing in this world that like because there is so much like anger and hate, frustration, sadness.
It's also just the separation, which I don't think is that political. I just think, just by proxy, everybody in the world has had to be so isolated. And so just literally seeing movies and like watching people hug, I'm like, oh, that's so nice. It is an interesting we're living in such an interesting time and getting to experience so many interesting things. And I just kept feeling, I think for me in the beginning of all of kind of like the pandemic or whatever, when they canceled South by Southwest, that for me was such a big moment because I have so many friends who have gotten to show movies there and it made their career. And I just had this overwhelming sense of sadness for all these people that had reached this goal and had the date set and was going to have this big premiere at South by Southwest, and to have it canceled. And that's kind of how I feel similarly.
Are they going to get in next year? Like, is there going to be anything like, hey, we're going to help you guys out?
I don't know. I don't know if anything like that's been announced because we don't know what the future looks like.
Are you going to, could you imagine how like crushing that would be? Like I'm putting myself in that position. Like I was submitting Cookie to festivals. One of them was South by Southwest. Had I gotten accepted and then been told like, oh no, this isn't happening, it would have crushed me.
Well, and then think about all the films, like these big actual like blockbuster, large budget films where like, yeah, the predominant cast is already celebrities, but you usually have at least a couple unknowns. And as actors, we know what that would feel like. Oh my God, here's our moment. We're going to be in this thing. And now we're told, oh wait, no, you have to wait a year or 2 summers from now. Like we're put on this indefinite hold. And I just feel so sad for everybody. Like, I'm not even one of those people, and I just feel horrible for them all.
Think about Glow. Glow was just canceled. They didn't even get to finish. That to me is a bit excessive. Like, why couldn't Netflix is the one making it? Why couldn't they have just put a pause to it? Like, hey, once we get whatever's, and also not only on top of that, like things are being shot. Yes, I know that it's a little harder with a show that's that physical in this kind of day and age or with everything happening, but like just put a pin in it and come back to it when stuff's figured out. Like
it was the same thing with Penny Dreadful City of Angels. They had been approved for season 2. And then my parents' neighbor is a crew member on the show and he was all geared up to go. And then it was like, actually no, budget cuts because the pandemic, we're not going to bring it back.
Crazy. You know what's crazy about Glow is I auditioned for a big part a week before the pandemic, never found out if I booked it or not. And then like the show is canceled. And so it's like, I don't know. I felt very good about my audition, but it's like, that's what's crazy. It's just like, I could have maybe booked it and then like but I'm glad I didn't find out, because had I found out that I booked this big part and then this show got canceled, you know, that would have been tough. And that had to have happened to lots of people. And the poor cast on the show, they didn't even get to finish their story. I bet there will be like something to finish that story, like a movie or something.
I mean, everything has kind of changed right now. I might have been the worst decision I've made, but I have, with my show Grave Hunter, it is now currently being pitched with a company, and which was exciting, except I'm pitching a travel show in the middle of a pandemic. And it's a really difficult thing to do because already being kind of an unknown, pitching a travel show, people just aren't taking the gambles they might have already. So I don't know if people are passing because of the timing or because they were passing at their time, but we have all these variables now that we didn't have before. And I think people are looking at everything a little bit differently. It's just, my biggest fear, I think, it's amazing the amount of content that's being created by people that probably otherwise would have never created content. But as far as like those big budget people at the top and those doors, how much harder is it going to be to break through those doors now?
Yeah.
Or our film blows up. Everybody go watch Haunting of Grady Farm. That's it. That's the key.
Please. You know, I mean, like we've said this, like it might be a blessing in disguise for us, because had we come out a year ago, like likely we would have been lost in the shuffle. Like, you know, of all these movies that are coming out, and there are movies still coming out this year, but not many. Like not many. So you know, this whole thing, sadly, you know, the only thing I'm bummed about the whole thing is we didn't get to have some like kind of premiere experience with it, you know, wherever that could have been. This is kind of that for us, is like this little celebration we had all day. And then it comes out tomorrow, which is like, what a world, you know, you make a movie and then like, it's like in the ether, you know?
Yeah.
And it might be a bit before we even hold a physical copy, you know, like that's wild to think about. It's like, let's get real deep. Is it even a thing? Like, no, but like, it's just like a wild world now. That's the entertainment industry.
It is. And I mean, I think we're making the best of the situation because this is all we can do. Of course, it would have been amazing to have a premiere. It would have been so exciting. But it's like, you know, people can't have weddings right now. So it's like, at least we have this, and at least we have the capabilities to do this. And at least for us, this does mean, I mean, could you imagine? I mean, there's a pro and a con, right? So say our movie had been bought by a big studio and we, you know, there's all this money, sure, great. But then our film is pushed 2 more years to even show. Like, which could have happened. It's happened obviously to all the movies that we just talked about. So at least in this instance, we're actually able to get it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm definitely hit the beyond exhausted point. So guys, help me with conversations through this last hour.
How does your throat feel? Number one.
My throat's totally fine. It's my brain, Malia. My brain.
Oh, yeah.
No, like I will need some help in this last wind of like just like hanging out convos, because it's just us guys. This last little bit, it's just us.
We're doing it.
Everybody watching, you know, we have been doing this all day to celebrate, you know, and to really urge you guys and to pledge to us that you please will watch our movie, The Haunting of Grady Farm, that comes out tomorrow. It's on, let's go through one time more. I'll do it probably 2 or 3 before the end. All the platforms you can check out The Haunting of Grady Farm tomorrow. Although High Octane Pictures, our distribution company, has urged, if you can choose Amazon, please choose Amazon. But the other platforms are Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, Vubiquity, Dish, and DirecTV in demand. Have you guys ever heard of Vubiquity? Like, I need to look this up. I've never heard of Vubiquity.
By the way,
there's so many that are coming up. Yes.
Matt, what's up?
It's up. It's
on Amazon?
It's on Amazon.
It's not when I search it.
Maybe you have to be on the East Coast. I don't know.
And I don't have a VPN.
Oh, I see it, baby.
I don't see it.
Matt, my dude, we're on Amazon. Everybody watching right now. Oh my gosh. Just stop watching us. Go watch our movie. Like, I don't give a shit anymore.
It is.
That is surreal. I'm going to share the screen, guys. I'm going to share the screen. Hold on.
Yeah.
How amazing is that?
Wait, can we toast to this?
Yeah, guys, let's clink our screens. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Our little movie
that we
shot in January of 2016 is officially up on effing Amazon for $4 HD rental.
Oh my God.
Look at how cool this page looks. It's eerie. Oh my Lord.
Oh my gosh.
Surreal. Oh my God.
It happened.
Starring Malia Molino, Ben Kaplan, Shane Hartline. Malia, your name is number 1 on the effing call sheet. Look at that.
That seems inappropriate.
No, dude, you're the lead. You're the girl. You're the lead.
Whoa.
Wow. I know. I'm sorry, Matt. I have nope. Let's look at this, guys. Let's take this in. This is pretty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not sorry. I need to just look at this and take this in for a minute.
I want you to see, Shane, that your name is like 2 inches above and to the left of Jim Carrey's The Mask.
Dude, I already noticed that for sure.
It's not that you didn't Photoshop this for once. It's Amazon made that choice for you.
Wow.
Oh, there it is.
It happened.
I have to just leave this up for a second. Everybody watching at home. Yep, Tom Sherlock, you've been hanging with us most of the damn day. You're a champion, and we thank you for the support. It's up. It is officially up on Amazon. And I'm assuming other platforms, but Amazon is the platform. If you have a choice to consume it on multiple platforms, then, please, we advise you to consume it on Amazon. And then, you hear a lot of people say on podcasts, on all kinds of things like rate and review, but
rate and review.
It is very important for especially independent filmmakers to rate and review us and this film. So please watch it. Give us a rating and review when you're finished. Wow.
It is on Vudu.
Yeah, I already saw it on Vudu, that's awesome. Let's give it a look on. Where else can we check? YouTube. Let's see YouTube.
Yeah, private. Shane's gone.
He's gone. He quit.
Like, all right.
We're the hosts now.
Well, congratulations, Malia.
Congratulations, Matt.
This is super fun.
It's crazy.
I just put YouTube in the StreamYard browser link. Sorry about that.
How dare you?
Let's see.
Wow, somebody
It's so weird that I feel oddly emotional. I didn't expect that reaction.
What did you say, Matt? I'm sorry.
Oh, I saw that Tom has purchased it, and I wanted to say thank you for purchasing it.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
It's so cool. Like, also, I was YouTubing our trailer.
Yeah.
Or I just was YouTubing the Haunting of Grady Farm, and like multiple people have like shared the trailer to different movie trailer YouTubes, and like, what is happening? This is surreal, guys.
I feel like I feel like we're like the belle of the ball right now. Like, people are like talking about us on like websites that like people have heard of, and not just like my mom's websites. Like, my mom doesn't.
Can I be honest? My parents haven't even seen the film yet.
Oh man.
I've been waiting.
How cool, Malia. Are you gonna watch it with them?
I am.
That is so cool.
My mom cries in the trailer. She has a problem seeing me in distress. And I literally
I would hope so.
You're gonna have a real hard time with this film. I'm like, it's not a cheery film.
It's not. Yeah, guys, it's all. Matt sent me the link. It is officially on Vudu.
It is up on Vudu.
One thing that's weird about Vudu, Matt, I don't know if you see this, but it says Uncorked Entertainment.
Oh,
so that might be like a typo or some like mix up.
I don't know if I see that.
Under the studio.
Oh yeah.
I'll contact High Octane tomorrow about that. But yeah, guys, I can't stop looking at the Amazon page. So cool. So cool. And it's under $10 to purchase. Like, it's like, guys, it's more affordable than a typical.
If you watch it on a laptop, we'll sign your laptop.
No.
That's funny.
It's so, I feel like just tripped out by it. Just like, it's like the baby has been, in
We've
utero.
sent the baby we sent the kid to college.
Yeah.
That's
flying.
it. Matt, I don't know if you're feeling what I'm feeling, but there is a weight off my shoulders right now that I can't explain to you.
No, I totally get, like,
hold on, I gotta get Gabby to come in here and look at this. Hold on.
I'm trying to share this. This is craziness.
I want to. Oh, or iTunes is one I definitely want to look up.
Oh yeah. I feel like this is the thing that like every first time filmmaker.
I want you to come here. Do you mind being on camera for a second? Everybody, my beautiful girlfriend in her Mickey pajamas.
Hi, Gabby.
Oh yeah, have you met Gabby?
Yeah, we met. Once someone said a cookie when I stopped by, but only the one.
That's right.
But we're neighbors now.
This looks so different from like what
babe,
I'm seeing.
Babe, it's up.
Oh my gosh.
It is officially up.
Oh.
Babe, it's off. We did it. We did it.
Congrats.
We did it, guys.
We did it.
It happened.
I want to cry.
You have no idea. Grab me another Truly, baby, if you would. I'm toast to the town. What's that, Malia?
Truly.
Oh, these are my jams right now.
What are they?
Can I give you guys? No, it's way better than a White Claw is old news.
I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry.
These are Truly hard seltzer lemonades. So they are very easy to drink.
Okay.
Gluten-free.
Okay.
Very 100 calories. And they taste good. Like, you know how White Claws are just like, I guess I can kind of consume them if I have to. They're not like that great. These are actually genuinely enjoyable. Like, I enjoy them.
Because when we used to party, you were a bud guy.
Yeah, but here's the thing about that is like after like a couple beers, I always feel horrible. Like it's I know what it's a difference from a buzz. It's like a genuine like I don't feel good. Like these give me a little buzz. And someone on TikTok just said rap as fast as Eminem. I love TikTok.
Please rap as fast as Eminem.
You better.
I couldn't if I even tried right now.
I would pay. I will.
Okay,
pay
let me
sorry,
finish my Truly talk and then I'll try. No, they're easy to drink. They don't make me feel weighted or sick or like, you know, that like weighted feeling that beers make you feel like after a couple beers, it's just like, I feel like gross. It's just because beer's all just bread, you know, it's just like liquefied bread.
That is absolutely correct.
After a certain amount, I just feel like horse shit. These are my jams right now. If I'm gonna drink, and tonight I'm drinking, I'm celebrating.
I'm gonna have to try those.
Nowadays, everybody want to talk. Like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move the lips. Just a bunch of gibberish. Some motherfuckers died like I forgot about Dre. Now, what do you say to somebody? Hey, anyone trying to bring trouble your way? Walkman on. Then I called a guy with the farm in the parking lot. Excuse me, Slim Shady. How did they say twin babies? Been saying the wind goes up and the mid goes up in the mid 80s. Sometimes they're being crazy. But I've been crazy. It's okay. Go with him daily. Nowadays, everybody. Okay, I'm done.
I just realized I dance like Mindy Kaling in The Office, and it's literally, I don't know how I feel about it.
God, man. You know what's funny is we had so today at like the halfway point for these streams, I had to create a second stream link because of certain like website limitations. And I started a second link for people to join, but I have streamed nonstop on my TikTok all day. So my phone is like probably like, let me breathe.
Guys, it's hot as hell.
I don't know. I mean, this room's pretty cool. No, it's not actually.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, everybody watching and TikTok and on here on StreamYard, wherever you're watching, Facebook, YouTube, Periscope. Our film is out, The Haunting of Grady Farm. What the hell? Our film is out, man.
I can't.
And woman.
This is nuts. Nuts.
Matt, it's Matt. I wish I could like come over, Matt, and like metaphorically pull something off your shoulders, because that's and hug you guys first, and then like, hey, it's off our shoulders. Like the kid is off to college. now we are asking everybody to pretty please watch the MFer. Watch it, share it, rate, review. It's so important.
So.
We want to do this again.
Yeah, we want to make more. We want
Can't
to
do
make
it
more of these.
Because
what's that, Matt?
I said we can't do it without an audience, because when you go to pitch meetings, they say, "How much have you got? How much has your last movie made?" And you say, "Nothing. It was on YouTube." And they say, "Bye."
Yeah.
I mean, that is the real reality here is
Tom Sherlock is our MVP today. Why do I feel emotional? I didn't even make this movie.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, if he's hung out with us a whole day, he's probably gotten the whole story of like this movie.
Essentially an honorary crew member at this point.
At this point, absolutely.
Edit the credits and add him to it.
Yeah. We a special thanks, definitely.
But we're not, because we're never touching it again. Because
I am never, guys. It is out of my life. Like
I
she is
can't
off to
even
college.
imagine what the two of you guys are feeling. Because here's the deal. Here's just like the for real for anybody that's actually watching right now. Is this film, yes, it was a collaboration. And it was a huge collaboration in the beginning that kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But like the two MVPs of this film are the two of you guys. And it would have died. It would have been in the ground. I would have had an ofrenda for it yesterday at Dia los Muertos if it wasn't for the two of you guys. Like, you shouldered the burden and you kept moving it forward.
Yes, I agree. But what I will say about that is, while I do agree with that, any project that has as small a crew as this one, there has to be somebody or two people to keep the ship moving. Now, there were parts of the whole experience in the process where, and Matt can tell you, where it did almost wear me to my core. But I knew that like what we had was special. I knew that like I didn't want, because also my town came together. There was so much to it that was like, there was a pressure on me. It was and Malia, you too. I vented to you through this process. Like, there was such a pressure on me to make sure that this got done. But it had to get done. And because I knew, one, my town came together, but also that what we had was special. And we did kill ourselves shooting it. Matt and I killed ourselves finishing it. And it would have eventually got done, but like, that's just a part of it when you only have like less than 10 people a part of less than 10 people a part of a whole production. Like, this film, there was yes, of course there was like background and like, cast, but like, as far as the like crew, less than 10 people, I'd say. Like, and then in post-production, it was like, me and Matt pretty much. And then, every couple months we'd bring in a different person to finish something like sound and, or whatever position. But like, it is just a part of it when there's like not that many people. Somebody has to then become the conductor. But when you have like a goddamn freaking movie from Paramount, there's hundreds of people that like, okay, you get me this little piece by this date, not little piece, but you know what I mean? But this piece by this date, then it goes off to this person, this person, this person. And then everybody lets go of their piece. And a movie like this, there's not that. There's just not that. And while it, it did, it was a lot at points, but like, I just knew it was like, hey man, like, I've been appointed this person, whether I wanted to be it or not, it's regardless. Like, I was appointed this person to like, and I have to see it through. Like, I have to make sure it's finished. And, I'm proud of it. There were times like cutting it, like early cuts that I was like, oh, I don't know, this is good. But like, I think by the end of it, I was like, oh my God, we do have something special. Like, we have gotten it to where we knew it was supposed to be. And it I think what happened is, to pull the curtains back a little bit with like early cuts, like we did feel pressure to try to get something out quickly, I think. And Matt, that was more on, that was on y'all's, your shoulders, in that, like, I think like we all kind of was like, let's just get a cutout. Let's just get a cutout. And so,
Yeah.
you guys are working full-time jobs, and like, so you put together a cut, and like, it wasn't a bad cut, but we knew it wasn't like where it could be. And then, so I knew like, all right, let me like sit, and like, I never will forget. I went through every second of the footage. I logged every second of the footage. And was like, I made this like spreadsheet, and I was like, this is our goal. This is our green take. This is our take that is the best take. And then I just started like theoretically assembling it based on the best takes. And it's like, which Matt and them didn't have time to do realistically. They have full-time jobs. Like, and also like, they're not being paid to do it. Like, that's what people get paid to do in post-production. Like, so it's a lot to ask of somebody like Matt and the other people that were involved in like those initial cuts years ago, and saying like, hey, cut our movie. Okay, cool. But I got a job, and like, you're not paying me anything. So like, I'll throw something together, but I don't have the bandwidth and the time to like be able to go through every take. Totally get that. So like, I think like after those initial cuts, we just had to like reassess, and like, I was like, no, it wasn't that like, a negative thing. It was just like, I feel like because I was like, I feel like what we shot is different than this. So like, I want to go in and like watch everything, which, is on us. We should have done that earlier, Malia, as producers. Like, we should have like, and I'm like, it was honestly like, only because like I'd never done this before. Like, I never thought like, hey, let's get together a couple weeks after the movie's finished and like just go through every goddamn clip.
Yeah.
And write down, oh yeah, that's the take. And then once you do that, like people watching at home, like if you make a movie on your own, watch everything, watch every take. Keep a spreadsheet of like, nah, this is not a good take. Oh, hell yeah, this is our best take. Because then like, it's a lot easier when you get to editing to be like plopping in the best takes of everything. And what made it easy for us too, or easier, I should say, with found footage, is that most of the time, there were some times where we had like really creative shots that Matt and them, like earlier I mentioned, like we got away with like, there were some shots that weren't just the cameraman. We were very creative on like, oh, other cameras are involved. So, but most of the time we were like, most scenes were one take. So theoretically, when we got to editing towards the final cut, it was like, oh, we know this is our best take. This is our best take. This is our best take. But it's like, I think the moral of my long-winded mouth vomit is that this movie was the biggest learning process of my career, I should say, not life, career. That, like, I just know now, like, obviously, like the value of a crew and positions, and how, like, we could have done things differently and maybe it'd come out a little bit sooner. But guys, like, I think it's a blessing in disguise. Like, we stand to have way more people watching this now than it would have been a year or two ago. Bottom line, you know what I mean?
I'm curious, after making this, how different was making Cookie for you? Like, what did you take lesson-wise into Cookie?
It was a bit of a culture shock in the sense that, like, me, Malia, I am so used to, even after this or my Pratt show, like, wearing 100 hats.
Yes.
So showing up to a set where all I'm doing is directing was very hard for me for the first, like, little bit. And then so freeing and addicting, and like, God dang, this is how it's supposed to be. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I would do another Grady Farm if I had to in a heartbeat. I would do certain things. I would do certain things different. And I think that, like, that's all comes with like experience, but like, it is addicting showing up to a set and there is every crew member that's supposed to be there.
I can imagine. I mean, the closest I've ever gotten to that feeling is when I did my pagan special, my big
Yeah,
Christmas
and that
special.
was amazing. Like
that was the most proud of anything I've done for my show.
Yeah.
And I had a baby crew. I mean, that was by no means a full crew, but just to have a set decorator and, you know, a DP and like, I mean, I film with the exception of about a handful of about 100 episodes of content now. I've done everything myself. I'm everything. And so just to have that little bit of luxury to come to a set and really feel supported in that way. And like, I didn't have to be everywhere at once. But I had the same thing. And that was a day. We shot in a day. And I never got to fully relax into, I guess, what it is trusting the other departments to do the job, because we're so used to micromanaging everything.
Yeah.
If we're not doing it, it's not getting done.
Yeah, but there is like as much as I love Cookie and like honestly that's how I want to do it every time now, there is still a huge part of me that's like that like guerrilla filmmaking punk rock filmmaker that's like, let's pick up an effing camera and go film a short in the desert, you know, like whatever it is. I'm so down to do that. I just know now, you know, it's all like, you know, the more you do, the better you get at like efficiency and like just learning like, okay, like I think one of the biggest takeaways is like, to me after doing Grady was like an AD is one of the more important positions that like I overlooked because honestly, I didn't know the value of it going into this. And like, had I had an AD, cause I mean, you remember I'm like I'm acting, but I'm also like always on the schedule, like having to push like Matt and them to like onto the next scene, which is like a pressure that I shouldn't have had to deal with. But like, it just was it was what it was. And I was fine with it. But like that was a position that like one of the big, I mean, that being said, they're all important. All crew is important. Like all crew is important because Matt, not only were you a DP, but you were a set designer, you were lighting. Like, I mean, you alone probably were 10 crew members. You know what I mean? Like, so you know what I mean? Like every crew member is important. Like
for sure.
No, I was so grateful to your sister Maddie for doing makeup because I'm so used to like people being, oh, you do makeup, you can do everybody's. And that was the one thing that I just so badly did not want to have to do on this was do makeup and act. And she killed it. It was like just
we had her on earlier and like
Maddie.
Yeah, she crushed it.
She did. She killed it. She really did. And
you think there's anybody watching it right now?
I don't know. That makes me so nervous. It's like, you know, you make something and you want people to see it, but I also don't want anybody to see it. Does that make sense? Like, I want you to see it. Just don't tell me you watched it.
I get you.
Tell me how you feel about everybody, but ignore me. Like, that's how I feel.
No, I want people to see it. No question.
Yes.
Yeah, it's out, man.
And you've almost made it through 12 hours of constant streaming.
I should stop like 2 minutes before just for comedy.
I will be furious.
Mid-sentence.
Say what, Matt?
Mid-sentence.
Yeah. And I have one final thing to say. End.
I like it. So my question to you is tomorrow morning, what do you do? What does tomorrow morning feel like for the two of you? Not politically, pertaining to our film. Yeah.
Well, that's honestly like I am a little glad our movie's coming out tomorrow, so it takes a little bit of the weight off of the.
Yes.
I know I keep saying this, but I don't want to dive too deep into political because if you follow me on social media, you know my political views. But like, I'm sick to my stomach about tomorrow. Same. So, that's real talk. And this movie coming out is going to be a really good distraction for me.
Mm-hmm. I feel the same way.
I've been telling people that I hope our thing is the scariest thing they watch.
Yes.
Yeah. tomorrow, actually, it's fun. Tomorrow I get to sleep in because my daughter is going with my wife to work, so I don't have to wake her up in the morning. So
Oh wow, nice.
so
You deserve it.
I'm just gonna it's an extra 15 minutes, but
Are you able to sleep in when you can, or are you like so used to waking? No.
If I don't set an alarm, I'll sleep till like 3.
Really?
Sleep is a skill I don't have. Yeah, it's just like.
So you stay up late usually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty late. But then just because like our childcare situation right now is just that, like, I take care of her in the morning, which nothing better than the happiest, smiliest, most wonderful child in the morning. Like she's like, hi, Dad, and that's like so great.
Is she saying words yet? Is she speaking yet?
Yeah. She said hi and stuff when she was Malia. I'm sorry you missed. My daughter was.
Oh
no! 5 minutes before she went to bed, she was like pounding.
She probably would have intimidated Malia.
Such an ass.
She's a little bit taller than you, Malia.
For scale, guys.
Really,
Just for
Matt?
scale.
Really, Matt? We've made it all these years, and now you're in on the short joke. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, she's not quite using full sentences, but like she's finally like she's giving context to words instead of just like saying just like. But she does repeat a lot, so like I have to be pretty careful sometimes about what I.
This is a cool comment that just came in real quick. Is Tom Sherlock? You guys have helped me from you guys have kept me from doom scrolling all day. I've never heard that phrase, doom scrolling, but like
That's a good one.
I totally get what you're saying, and like so glad we could do that.
Yeah, no, that's like what we like. Sometimes like films like give a little bit of reality, and I think that those are important. Like the biographical or historical films, but like our film is pure escapism. It's super fun. Like so like when you want to turn off, it's a good film to turn on, and like it's a borderline horror comedy at some parts. It's very funny. The characters are all like super likable. So you guys are super likable, and so I hope that like tomorrow, like and not to even, but like who knows, we might not even know any answers tomorrow. So like
you're absolutely right. Yeah, and
watch the news. Just watch our film and then watch it again and again. Just keep watching it until your brain falls out your head. Like Shane.
I don't know about you guys, but I've kind of hit a point with everything politically that like I have kind of let go because I voted. I've given so much of my heart and my soul that like I kind of like made a final disconnect from, okay, as much as I want it to go one direction, I have to know that it is going to be what it's going to be. And it gets no more of my energy. It gets no more of my energy.
And without hopefully getting too much of your energy and getting too specifically political, because I really don't want to, but just to piggyback on what you said about being sick to your stomach, I feel the same way. I hit a point today, I was driving back from some errands and I realized I was just feeling nauseous and anxious. And I was talking to my mom on the phone as I was driving through Bluetooth, very safe. And I was basically just saying, like, I feel like I'm preparing for something mentally, but I don't know what I'm preparing for. Yeah. And I feel like we don't know. I mean, 2020 is literally, I know it sounds so cliche at this point, but it truthfully is an uncharted year. And I'm a student of history. It's what I do every day. I immerse myself in history. And I keep saying, my biggest thing I keep saying is I'm tired of living in a history book. Like, this would all be an incredible Macabre Mondays episode 100 years from now. I now have a completely different empathy for people that live through situations. We're living through
Are you effing kidding me?
What?
Get the hell out. I should just.
Why are you in a wheelchair, though, is what I want to know.
I should disconnect you from the goddamn stream. Get out. No, I'm kidding. What's up, dude?
Hey, guys. What's up? How are y'all?
Hey, man, our movie's up.
I know. I saw that. I was sitting here working on some stuff, and my phone dinged, and I looked at it, and Malia had said, like, our movie is on Amazon. So I went. That was the first thing I did. I turned on my TV and I searched for it, and there
Pretty
it was.
wild, huh, man?
I know, pretty crazy.
Dude, everybody, Jeremiah Burton, one of the producers, also Charlie Hugh of the movie. Charlie Hugh, I hate you. What's good, man? Last stretch of this 12-hour stream here.
I know you guys have been at it for a long 12 hours, huh? How's it been going?
I've been here. But Matt's been here. Matt's been here a good stretch of it. Malia's been here in the morning and then at the end of it. So
where is everyone? Where are you at?
I'm here. I moved to a place in Pasadena.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Matt, where are you?
I'm in Atlanta.
ATL, good to see you, buddy. I haven't seen you in forever.
It's been a while. It's been but it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Malia, are you in LA?
I'm in South Pasadena, yeah.
What the heck is all this? What is this, Pasadena crew?
Hey, I've been in Pasadena for 13 years, okay? Shane came to my side of town.
I've been in 20 years. Malia is in a Polly Pocket Castle house.
What's that?
We've been rocking Malia short jokes all night. So if you got any, throw them out.
How about not? Or that.
Jeremiah, while you're here, we've been playing clips through this thing. I want to show you some fun memories from Grady Farm. So this one is real quick, just fun bloopers real quick. This is let's see if you remember. Do you remember when we were the scene where we were getting back to your character's house, which is my parents' house? Do you remember one of the bloopers that happened in that scene outside of the house?
Yeah, didn't like the horn or like alarm on the
Everybody, let's cut to this clip real quick.
You shouldn't joke about that. You shouldn't say that about a person. A raccoon found her brain. She's, no, I have a new. Uh-oh.
How long have you had this car?
Sorry, I just got it. I just got it in the house. Come on.
That set it off just about right. That makes sense.
I love there's two things I love about, or one thing I really love about that is that you're like, I just got this car. Like you justified it so quickly by saying I just got this car. So I don't know how to use it.
Yeah, this is a new vehicle to me. I don't know what a horn is or an alarm.
I don't know what any of these buttons do. There was another funny blooper that happened right before that. It was I think the first take we did of that scene, and you clearly didn't know what the next scene was going to be. Cause I'm like, so, hey, Charlie, do you want to like go inside and chill out a bit? And you go, no. And then you immediately go, yeah.
That sounds about right. There's a lot of those moments where you're like, yo, what? You have like 15 things on your mind and you're not like in the moment, you know, and you're kind of just like, you're just flying by the seat of your pants, man, just answering questions, hoping yes, no answers.
This is you know, God, thanks so much for coming in the last 30 minutes, because we're going to give Jeremiah, this is the Jeremiah Burton 30 minutes. Here's another blooper of Jeremiah Burton, and I have something fun to say about your character after this one.
Don't give me that. She just wants Pele. Mom, what do they call me? A little funky. They call me a football player. Okay. Jesus Christ.
They call me a football player.
That was.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm saying I just remember that was. I got to be like, I remember like just watching her mom during that, and she was being so like just like, you know,
she didn't want to laugh.
You didn't want to, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm acting like a straight up idiot right now. Like, it was so fun to like to see that. I haven't seen that clip in forever, man.
That's what I was saying I said it through the day so many times about your character, is like, there was always these moments of like, because my character was like, I played it a lot like me, but I didn't get to like be a goofball. Like you got to be like Jeremiah goofball, like almost the whole movie. You have a really great character arc throughout the movie that I don't want to reveal, but like you do have an awesome arc, but like you got to be a goofball like most of the movie. And like, so I'm watching you just go ape shit this whole movie. And like, I'm like, God dang, I want to be like a goofball.
Yeah. Well, that's, like I can remember like there were days when we were on set and I would do something and you would just be like, God dang it. Like, why didn't I think about
why did I write a more fun part? Like why did I write such a serious part? Like
we're serious actors.
You guys are serious
God,
actors.
it's all bullshit.
I'm a goofball comedian, so you get what you get. I was kicking food in your poor mother's house. Oh my God, I can't believe
I'm a football player.
I'm a football player. And then that was just crazy. I loved that scene though. We did that a bunch. We shot that like a bunch.
We shot it. Then I think we reshot it, didn't we?
I think so.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat says totally professional Charlie Hugh. I don't know what he means by that, but that's funny. This is the Jeremiah Burton appreciation 30 minutes. So let's give him another clip. Here's an extended scene of Jeremiah's character as Charlie Hugh in The Haunting of Grady Farm.
Don't think I will. Don't. Charlie, I will. Do it. You don't think I will?
Put your hands on us.
Oh my God, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I don't want piss on me. I don't want piss on me. I'm sorry. I don't want fucking piss. It's not funny.
Please don't, Charlie. Don't.
Oh my God.
Oh, Charlie, there. Yeah. There's a gas station up there. Let's just go.
I bless you, my son. I'm going in first. I'm gonna wash my hands. I bless you, my son. I don't want fucking piss on me. I'm just kidding. I'm cool with
Oh my God, dude, that was so funny. You screaming, I don't want fucking piss on me. Like someone, like
there's a part of me that wishes that we would have put that in the final cut. Like,
I mean, that was hilarious. Can you imagine? Right when you said that, it took me by surprise because it was like, were there people in the car being like, it's not a big deal, just some piss, Shane?
Come on, Shane, it's just piss.
My favorite part of that entire thing is how straight Allie continued to play it. She's the only one that doesn't crack. Because like you can hear my voice going up 3 octaves. I'm laughing. I've totally broken character. Like it's just killing me. But I feel bad for Allie. Like she was one of our cast actresses. She was great.
We worked her to the bone those few days that she was.
We did. And we thrust her into this weird fucking playpen with us. And I don't think she was prepared.
Well, Jeremiah, like you obviously, she played your girlfriend in the film. What was it like? We haven't had a chance, honestly, to talk a lot about her today. So what was it like working with her? Like, there's one moment I will say real quick that like is in the deleted scenes when the physical copy comes out, where she says one of the funniest things, like just so under her breath, where you're like, you said something to her like, I wish I would have put it in the clips today, but you said something funny like, you know what they say about girls with big feet, and she said, yeah, they probably have a dick. I'm just like, where did that come from? Like this little meek girl.
Yeah, that was a thing. So it was weird. So we kind of threw her into this situation, right? Where like we're all friends. We've known each other for many years and worked together on a lot of different stuff. Like, obviously me and Shane, we did a lot of stuff in the comedy world. So we're comfortable. Ben is comfortable. Malia, like we had spent so much time together. Like everyone's this big family. Now we have this girl, Cass. She came from Atlanta, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she drove down. And
she only had a limited amount of time.
Yeah, only had a limited amount of time. So we had to be kind of like tough on the stuff that we had to shoot to get done. And she took it like a champ. So I think like getting thrown into that world where you don't know, like, you know, the dynamic of these people. She was a true pro, so it was fun. It was fun working on. But she did have a couple of things. So there were some times when we shot like GoPro footage of like the individual couples walking, right, and we would have our own conversations. And when we started doing that, she would drop lines like that all the time, like, and you'd be like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Like, this is a completely different side of this girl.
She's like a ninja. She just would like come in with these like lines.
Yeah, she was a lot of fun. She did a good job.
Yeah, man. So throughout the day, we've kind of talked about like memories, like of shooting and stuff like that. Is there anything that like in this last 10 minutes? Is there anything that like any memories that stick out from the film, like filming of it?
Let's see. I remember at one point it was just all like one fucking blur of a day. That was like many days combined.
Most days, yeah.
Most days. There isn't one thing in particular. I think it was I mean, not it's weird. The stuff I remember was all the things, like the moments and the memories, like off camera, you know.
That's what Malia said, like the things back at home and like,
yeah, like the things back at home, the thing in that like trailer where we were like set up shop.
Mhm.
Like we would play. Someone brought one of those like little Bop It game things.
Yeah.
Like playing that and like, I don't know, like dancing. We were so like tired. It was like we were delusional. And like there's like certain Instagram videos that you had posted up, and I always remember like the goofiness behind the scenes, like setting up the car, or I don't want to spoil anything, but we had to do some like practical stuff with some of
we've talked about there's a car that's on fire. Yeah.
Okay. So like getting that all together, and just, I don't know, there were like kind of big key moments off screen that kind of just you know, like seeing all the characters and the extras and people come through, and you know, the gas station scene where I kind of lost it one time. I'll never forget that.
The only time you lost it. Yeah.
But yeah, overall it was just like one big blur. How long? I think we shot for what, 2 weeks?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks and some change. I think we were there for maybe 2.5, but we filmed for almost 2 weeks solid.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of good memories, man, that I'll never forget.
Yeah, man. And it's very weird to think that I keep using the phrase like we sent our kid to college, but that's honestly how it feels. Like it's out there now. Like now it's up to people to go watch it and consume it. And oh man, how perfect is this? The whole team is back together.
Yay!
Benny boy.
Wait, there needs to be a picture of this. Hold on.
You get one, Malia, for me?
Yeah, I'm gonna get one.
All right.
What's up?
So we're Ben, I don't know if you saw, we're officially on Amazon.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll pull it back up. Here we go. There we are.
Heck yeah.
How beautiful is that?
I already
Now let's
watched
pirate it
before.
for everyone watching right now.
I know. Yeah. Don't watch us anymore. Go watch our movie.
Go watch it. Take a gander.
Well, let's go through the outlets. You know, High Octane Pictures, our distribution company, has encouraged everybody, if you do have a choice of a streaming platform, please consume it on Amazon and then leave it a rating and review. It'll really help us. Amazon is the best platform as far as like payouts go. So if you want to support us, see the movie, and you do have a choice, please consume it on Amazon. But there are other platforms to consume it. So those platforms are Xbox, Google, YouTube, iTunes, Vudu, Vubiquity, which I've never heard of, but that's awesome, Dish, and DirecTV In Demand. So many awesome platforms for you to consume the Haunting of Grady Farm. But yeah, I mean, most people can consume films on Amazon, so we are encouraging you to do it on Amazon. If you're going to consume it anyways, do it on Amazon.
And if you consume it somewhere else, go to Amazon and leave a review, so that way we get in there.
Yes, please. Yes.
Unless you want
I
to
like
leave a
the
negative
constant
review,
use of the
then
word
review something.
consume.
Yeah, I mean, that's all we are doing is consume. Give me the movies. But no, like we've said this a couple times today, and you know, Jeremiah, like I want to chat with you about it while we have you here for a second. Is like it's, you know, the timing of it might be a blessing in disguise. While we're not getting, you know, to have like a premiere experience where we can all physically be together and celebrate. You know, there are not a lot of movies coming out right now, so you know, this might be a blessing in disguise for us in, you know, more people than we could have. If this movie came out a year ago or 2 years ago, I don't think as many people may have watched it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think like we're, you know, this was a long road traveled to get to here, and you guys all worked, you know, crazy hard to get it done. And I think, yeah, the silver lining of that is we're getting it put out in a time when people are, you know,
hungry.
Yeah, you can't go to a movie theater, so why not try to? And at this point in the quarantine, people have watched all the stuff they're supposed to watch, you know. So it's like we might not have been on a main page for people, but as you scroll through and see what else is out there.
Hey Ben, can you throw on some headphones? I think there's some weird feedback happening.
But I also think like our trailer is so good too. I really, like when you watch that, it's just I didn't know. So you added, what was the backtrack to that? I haven't seen the new one with that. What is the song?
Is a building tone?
No. It's like it was that old radio song or something.
Oh
or
yeah,
like,
was it Hamburger Lady? We added
that's it. Yeah.
So that was in that like I believe that I found that in that there's this like library of music that's like over 100 years old that is like free to use. And that was one that I like stumbled across. I'm like, this is really creepy. And so we use like snippets from it.
Yeah, it was great. Like that was a great addition to it. It's just like, you know, when you see it, you just I'm probably biased, but you want to watch it. So hopefully.
No, I agree. Yeah, we are totally biased. It's our kid that, you know, that we're in love with and put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into raising and whatever. But like, you know, after, you know, we have, I know Jeremiah, you can, you've seen many cuts of it. We worked on various cuts, and then Matt and I have probably, you know, seen it a lot more than either of you guys, but after even seeing it as many times as I have, I'll never forget sitting with Matt in Atlanta, and we had, you know, we'd met like many times in person to like carve away. And then I think it was the last time we got together to finish it, we like both looked to each other, and I think we were like, I think it's done. And I think I like it. Like, so it was this like really cool feeling of like, you know, there were many times like, and we can be really honest about this, like, you know, and I think this goes with any movie, like of the doubts and like, man, I don't know, like, because you're not there yet. When you're not to the finished product of something, like there's always going to be those doubts of like, this isn't there yet. And like, I don't really like it yet. And, you know, I think we had many points throughout the years of post, like that, you know, we were a little scared, you know, like, because we knew what it was supposed to be. That's it. And we got it there, you know?
Yeah. It's one of those things where, you know, I'm always a big fan of just in anything in life being persistent. And, you know, you and Matt especially were the epitome of dedication and persistence to get this across the line. So it's, I'm glad it's done and out there to the masses, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Our kids in college, and now I can take money and go buy me a freaking motorcycle.
Like you need another motorcycle.
I was gonna say, how many would that make that?
Too many. I'm addicted.
That one.
How many motorcycles do you have?
I have 8 right now.
Get the F out.
That's a lie.
I can't help it, okay? I see a good deal and I friggin' buy it.
Where do you put them now? Just in your...
Nick Cage bought 30 motorcycles. Nick Cage bought 30 motorcycles and sued his financial planner and won. So buy 22 more and sue your financial planner.
See, there you go.
Did he really?
Sounds like something.
Yeah.
We officially hit
bought a
12-hour
Kaplan, too.
stream. 12 hours. 12 hours. 12 hours.
I just want to say it was
Okay, bye guys. Fuck you. No, continue.
It was pretty long. It was pretty long.
I
and I'm
hate
pretty-
you so
pretty-
much.
I'm pretty happy that I came in here in the 11th
So
hour.
Ben, I'll have you know, Ben was on with me for the first like couple hours, but Jeremiah came in the last 20 minutes.
I texted Ben because I'm working right down the road from me, and I was like, if I get back in time, I'm gonna log in right at 9:59 and just pop in. So, but I got home early, so I figured I better not.
Thanks, man. No, I mean like let's wrap this up with like, I don't know, each going around like what's on our minds, how are you guys feeling, like a memory, whatever the hell we want to say, but like let's like this is what we should have kind of had if we were together to celebrate in person. So let's enjoy this with the people that are watching, and then we'll rewatch this at a later time. Like, Ben, the floor is yours.
Oh shit! I gotta start. I'm just so happy this movie's coming out. There were so many moments where it could have died. We definitely did not have money to make it happen. It got by just on sheer willpower, which I don't know. I'm just I'm amazed we are where we are, because there were so many times where we could have thrown in the towel, and here we are, released worldwide. It's crazy.
It's surreal, man. It's surreal. As cliche as it sounds, it's really surreal. Charlie Hugh.
Well, listen. If anyone who knows me knows,
I'm already pissed off.
I'm a man of few words, so
that's not the case.
I'll just be brief in my
oh boy,
summation.
It's the campfire all over again.
Yeah, no, I won't drag it out. This is really, I mean, I'm bummed I couldn't come on earlier with you guys. I'm upset also that I don't get to see you guys in person and watch this. It's kind of, it's a double-edged sword.
Let's like promise to at least like, as soon as we can, just because the movie's out, like as soon as we can, like still celebrate it. Like,
absolutely,
whenever that is.
I think we have to. We have to have, like, at some point down the road, maybe have a commemorative screening.
Yeah.
10 years down the road when we're allowed to take our masks off again.
But I also think that's the great thing about horror. I don't watch a ton of horror myself, and when we kind of set out to do this was like the genre of horror was in our grasp, and kind of a benefit of that is it's like a seasonal thing. Halloween is my favorite time of year. October is my favorite month. So like this will be added to the list of movies I rewatch every year. Like I'll be thinking about all you guys and reliving those fond memories. So it's exciting. I'm glad other people can kind of share the maybe not the experience we had to go through it, but at least see what the final product of 4 years of hard work. Yeah,
absolutely. Let's do Malia, myself, and I don't want to end with myself, so Matt will finish. So Malia, take it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I think for me,
this is cool. Hold on, one thought, one second. Tom Sherlock, our dude. I subbed to Malia's YouTube. I'll check out Matt and Ben's work. Thanks to Shane being passionate about your craft. I'm going to go watch this baby. That's so cool. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Tom, I love your TikTok.
Jeremiah, Tom has been on the whole day. No joke.
Nice. Tom, thank you, buddy.
Have you guys watched Tom's TikToks? They're insane.
I'm about to check them out.
Malia, sorry, go ahead.
I think for me,
it's a lot of. Sorry.
No, go for it. Or you think?
I think there's a delay. My bad.
Malia, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think for me, I literally getting the call or text, whatever it was, from you, Shane, to come meet with you guys at the bar to discuss this. it was like, it was a very fulfilling moment for me because I was such a fan of your guys' work. I mean, I was in class with Shane and Ben. I was regularly partnered with Ben and I loved his work, but I would consistently go to Shane and Jeremiah's shows. And for me, the fact that you guys brought me into this, it was like a badge of honor kind of. And I was just very grateful to kind of be able to be invited into the boys club. And that was like the biggest fun for me, was getting to actually work with you guys, because you guys are so, I just admire you guys a lot. And so working with you guys is probably my favorite part. And working with you, Matt, like getting to meet you and work with you and go through that experience with you and everybody we work with on this film, it was just, I love the film. It was a great experience, but it's really, for me, it was getting to be included in this and felt like I was really part of a team. That was probably the highlight for me. So thank you guys for asking me to join your little Lost Boys club.
Yeah, truthfully, it would, like I'm so glad we had Malia on, because I don't think any of us could have really brought the Sluagh to life as much as she did. She did a lot of the research, all of the research and the lore, and like just really spent a lot of time in, diving real deep into the history of it. And, and I knew that bringing her on, that like that would be her strength, because she has such a passion for, the paranormal and that type of material. So like, that is, one of the big reasons I was like, oh, we got to bring her on, because if we want to do horror, like this is our girl. Like she, so I'm so grateful to have had you on board. Like, and I can't wait for people to see you, because you're the lead girl. You're the girl. This is Malia. This is your goddamn movie. If you think about it, like,
yeah,
girl. Sweating. I don't want to sweat. Okay. I'm at a comfortable temperature. Don't make me sweat.
I'm excited for you. I'm so excited for you. I'll take the floor.
I'm sweating enough for all of us.
I'll take the floor, and then I want to end with Matt. Yeah, I mean, this was a long time coming. Like I've said many times today. Like it's like, while a lot of it ended up on Matt and I's shoulders, it's only because with a small crew, it's got to end up on somebody's shoulders. It's got to there's got to be. It's unfortunate, but it's true. There's going to be one or two people that end up having to like be the conductor, like keep the boat, be the captain of the ship. And like, I knew that, all the work that we put in all the way back to August of 2015, that like, I didn't want it to just like, oh, let's just slap something up on YouTube. I knew what we made was better than that, and, going even as deeper as like my hometown all came together. So it's like, that was an added pressure on me. That was like, I gotta see this through for those people and for my family and all of the years of people in my hometown that was like, when's that goddamn movie coming out that you did? It's like, I mean, I wish you knew how much goes into it when there's only like, less than 5 people trying to finish this thing, so it's a very surreal feeling, as cliche as it sounds, for it to finally be out. It's very exciting. I'm very proud of us. We all busted our asses on this in different ways, shapes, and forms. But we all should really, regardless of whatever, we should all really be proud, because the fact that we finished a fucking movie and it's out there to consume is a huge accomplishment. And it was picked up by a distribution company. Like, put yourself in your 10-year-old shoes, and say that, I know Ben has already sold a movie, whatever. Put Ben aside right now, no, I'm kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, it is still for Ben,
Still
I'm
hoping
sure
to do a good one someday.
It's still a huge thing. Put yourself in your 10-year-old shoes and say like, it's just surreal to think we sold a movie. So like, guys, let's be proud of ourselves,
Yeah.
It's cool. It's really cool. Matt Dickstein, our director, seeing this through to the end. Any final words, my friend?
Yeah. Something I feel like I've learned, I've been doing this kind of like making videos and films, I guess, my whole life or whatever, but like professionally, like the last 10 or so years. And it's I kind of have gotten to the point where I just kind of think that any movie getting made and finished at any point is a bit of a miracle. So like, because like, I mean, I've made, significantly less films than I've written. It's not easy, especially at like the independent, low budget level. And I think that we made a $15,000 film look like a $50,000 film, and I think it's taken a while, but it had to. It had to take a while for whatever reasons, and it's good. It's okay that it took this long, and I'm like kind of piggybacking off of like what Malia said, like like you guys, I didn't know who you guys were, November of 2015, and suddenly I'm given this script and hey, what do you think about this? And suddenly I'm being asked to come on and do more than just like look over the script and everything. And like this has been like a childhood dream, and I think that like I'm very proud of it. I'm very thankful for it. I'm getting emotional.
Dude, I get it, man.
And like I hope that people watch it. Obviously I hope that people love it. I love it. Even if I didn't think it was good, I still would love it because I'm really proud of it. I'm really proud of all you guys. I'm very thankful for all of you guys. And I don't know, let's keep doing this. Let's together. Let's this is something that we really, I think.
I mean it. Man, I fucking feel you. I mean it when I say, and I'm probably just this my delirious 12-hour streaming mind, but like I fucking love you guys. Like, round the circle real quick because I got to get off and go to sleep. Ben, through this, like you've become one of my best fucking friends. Like, I can't wait to make more with you, Jeremiah. There's never been anybody that I felt like I've had better comedic chemistry, and I can't wait to like fucking make more funny with you. Like NASA was some of the best fucking, and the Pratt Show, some of the best fucking memories of my life. Malia, like this Sluagh wouldn't have come to life, and like the movie wouldn't have fucking been what it was without you breaking your back and spending as much time on the research for it. And, so much more than just that, but like, and Matt, like, I know I like came through at the end, and, I, being very transparent and real, like I ended up being like kind of the captain of the ship to just keep the momentum and seeing this thing through. Like I know I did, but like Matt, it wouldn't have been done too without you. And so like I am forever grateful of you that we are still fucking friends and like never fucking ended up hating each other through the whole process of as many times as you and I had to meet. And yeah, I got to get off because I'm going to start fucking crying. Guys, we fucking made our movie. Fuck. I love you guys, man. I love you guys. I got to get off. I'm fucking done.
You did it.
Good job. We did it. Love you guys.
I love you guys. And anybody, I know there's only
Love
a few
you
still
guys.
watching, but like,
Congrats to everyone.
Yes.
go watch our movie. Watch The Haunting of Grady Farm, available on demand. And please, as it's very important, you hear a lot of people on podcasts and other things like stress rating and review, but it is very important for independent filmmakers. Rating and review helps us climb the charts on Amazon and gets more eyes on the product. So watch it. Give us a rating and review. It would mean a lot to us. Thank you guys so much. And see you in the next movie.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Bye.
Love y'all.